uncanny crimes. Today, a story of greed, driving ambition, betrayal, and murder. Sound interesting? Philosophers and psychologists have told us that the one desire that remains with us after everything else is burned to ashes is the need for recognition. It is the compulsion to make the world recognize our worth. Socrates, Galileo, Einstein have left their imprint on the pages of our history, and the world is better for their having been here. On the negative side of the ledger, in blood-red ink, we find the same driving ambition in the names of Attila the Hun, Jack the Ripper, Adolf Hitler. This is a tale of ambition. It is for you to judge on what side of the ledger it is to be recorded.
Huh? What's this?
Buying you a drink. You mind?
Hey, look, mister. I came in here for a nice, quiet afternoon.
Harry Blass is my name.
Blass?
That's right. You know me?
Yeah. Take your free drink and split, mister.
Hey, get your grubby paws off me, copper. I only thought you could use a little money.
Hey, beat it, punk.
You'll be coming to me, Bert, begging for my help. Maybe then I won't want to listen.
Our mystery drama, The Blood Red Ink, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Cat's Paw, Heels and Souls. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Bert Gilbert wasn't in a very good mood that evening when he came home to supper. It had been a long and tiring day, full of dull police routine. The meeting with Harry Blass upset him. Blass was a small-time racketeer mixed up in a dozen or more dirty deals. Bert thought later that perhaps he should have played along with him, found out what Harry's angle was. But he was too worried to play cop. There was something else in the back of his mind that bothered him. He had recently taken the examination for detective. As yet, he had received no word on it.
I'll have the food on the table in a minute, Bert. Don't get impatient.
Okay. No hurry, Helen.
Want another beer while you're waiting?
No, thanks. Mike dropped me off at the pub when we finished our tour.
I wondered why you were late.
I was only 20 minutes late coming in the door. Haven't I got a right to relax after a day driving around in a squad car?
You sure, Bert? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to criticize you. Here's dinner. Beef stew. Your favorite.
Yeah, beef stew. Thanks, Helen. That's just what I needed. Here, pass me your plate. Huh? I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Forget it. You'll feel better after dinner.
I've got to be better. Couldn't be worse. I'm thinking about that exam. Why haven't I heard?
Oh, I just remembered. You have a letter from the board. Came this morning.
What? Where is it?
Sit right where you are. I'll get it. Yeah, here it is. Here you are, Bert. So, what does it say?
Yeah. You read it.
Oh, Bert. Well, don't be discouraged.
Discouraged? I ought to jump up and down with joy, huh? Open the windows and tell the whole neighborhood, right?
It's always next year. You can take it again.
Helen, I'm 35. I've been on the force 7 years. I haven't moved 1 inch up the ladder since I graduated from the academy.
35 isn't old.
Yeah, it's old when you're not moving ahead.
Come on, eat your dinner. It's getting cold. You'll be in a better mood after you've eaten.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll get it.
Sure.
Probably Myrna wants me to play bridge with the girls. Wednesday's our club day. Hello, Myrna.
Helen?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I thought you
Bert
were...
there?
Yeah, he's here. Bert, it's Mike.
Okay, I'm coming. Yeah. Hi, Mike. What's up?
Me, I'm up. I got it. You're talking to Mike Culligan, Detective Third Class.
Hey, Mike, congratulations. You deserve it.
And congratulations to you, old buddy. Bert Gilbert and Mike Culligan together. Defenders of the faith, spoilers of crooks.
Mike, I didn't get it.
You what?
I washed out.
Well, you couldn't have. You coached me. You were the one who knew all the answers. You should have been on top of the list.
I should have been, yeah. I'm still flatfoot, Mike.
Come on, you can't let it get you down. Look, why don't you and Helen come out with Gretchen and me, and we'll celebrate?
Thanks, Mike, but I don't think tonight I'd be good company. Hello? Yeah, this is Patrolman 342987, Bert Gilbert. I'm calling Captain Sullivan. Yeah. Right, I'll hold. What? No, it's a personal matter. No, I'd like to tell it to Captain Sullivan himself. Okay, I'll put it in writing to him. Thanks.
He talked to you?
No, Mike. His secretary says for me to put it in writing to him.
Yeah, well, sure, he's a busy man.
Yeah, right. Busy man, Mike. Right. Put it in writing.
Yeah, well, why not?
I'll tell you why not. Because I wanted to see him face to face and ask him why I got passed over. 7 years, Mike. 7 years out of my life, and I can't get in to see the boss and ask a simple question.
Come on, you're making too much out of this, Bert.
You're a fine one to talk. In 7-8 days, you'll be out of this dull rat race. No more riding around the squad car for you. No more dull routine. You'll be wearing plain clothes, getting detectives' pay.
Look, come on, get back in the car. You're making a scene out here on the street.
So, what do I care? You get back in the car and leave me alone, huh?
I can't leave you here. I mean, we haven't completed our tour of duty.
Tour of duty? Do I hate that cop lingo? Listen, old buddy. You complete our tour of duty, huh? I need a drink.
Bert, you asleep?
No.
Can I get you something? A glass of warm milk?
No, Helen, thanks.
You keep tossing and turning. You've got to get your rest.
What for?
You won't be fit for work tomorrow if you don't get some sleep.
Helen, I've been suspended.
What?
Suspended. You know what the word means.
How long?
5 days.
What for?
I quit work a little early last Tuesday.
You what?
I just felt like I couldn't work a minute more, so...
How early?
35 minutes.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I do. I'm tired and I'm fed up.
But you could have applied for a leave if you weren't feeling well. I'm sure they'd have given you time to get yourself together.
Yeah, well, I got the time. 5 days, suspended without pay.
Oh, Bert.
Helen, don't get upset. It got me what I wanted.
What?
I wanted to see Captain Sullivan. Ask him why I got passed over when the commissions were being handed out. He finally saw me, and I had a chance to tell him what I thought of the whole business.
You didn't say anything insulting.
No. I didn't insult him. But I got a little head up. Well, he listened to everything, and then he sat down at his desk and said he thought I needed a vacation. Without pay.
Oh, Bert. It's going to be on your record.
So what? Up to now, towing the line hasn't got me much, Helen. What have I got to lose? Huh? What's the idea? I didn't order another...
I'm buying you a drink, Copper.
Listen, I told you the last time what you could do with your drink, mister.
Flash is your name, Copper. Harry to my friends.
Why do I always find you crawling up my back,
Look,
Flash?
Copper, I'm not gonna...
And stop calling me Copper.
But you are a cop, ain't you? You ashamed of it?
Get lost.
I know a lot about you. I had my eyes on you for a long time.
I'm beginning to lose my patience
Now,
here.
wait a minute. I can help you.
And you want something from me in return? Huh? Listen, you come to the wrong guy. I have just been...
Suspended. I know.
How do you know that?
I got friends in the right places. I'm getting you back to work, and the suspension wiped off your record.
Ah, big-time operator, huh?
Yeah. I just, like to do you a favor.
What?
One hand washes the other.
Oh. Who writes your material, huh?
What? Writes my what?
Forget it.
Look, I'm serious. You want to shake on it?
Look, Harry, if I shake hands with you, I count my fingers afterwards.
You got a sense of humor. I like that. Oh, we're going to get along. I'm going to make you glad I'm your friend. I got great plans for you.
Hello? Yeah? Where? I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Who is that, Bert?
Friend. Wants me to come over to the bowling alley for an hour, so, you don't mind, do you?
You never bowl.
I just took it up. They have a pool there, too. If we get tired of bowling, we can shoot a little pool.
Bert, this isn't like you. Do you realize this is the third time this week you've had some reason to go out after dinner?
Third time, huh? I really wasn't counting, Helen. How many weeks have I just sat here reading the paper or looking at the boob tube? How many times?
All right. I don't mean to argue, so go out. Just don't be too late. Got to be out of here tomorrow morning at 7, remember?
Look, it just occurred to me that you might have something on your mind. You don't think I'm running around with another woman, do you?
Bert, that never entered my mind.
Yeah, well, good. I'm not chasing around, Helen. You're still my girl after 8 years. Don't you forget it.
I know, darling. I know that.
Now, who can that be?
Hi, stranger.
Hey, Mike.
Where in the world have you been? I haven't heard from you or seen you in over 2 weeks. That's why I came over.
Oh, you know how it is. You big shot detectives don't cross our paths too often. You're too busy with important assignments.
Come on, old buddy, you're putting me on. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Mike, come in. Please, come in. Bert's only kidding.
But I'm not kidding.
Look, the reason I came over was to ask you guys to go to the movies with us. Gretchen's waiting in the car, and
Mike, I've got another engagement. But maybe Helen would like to go. But I've got to run right now. I'm 10 minutes late.
Can't you break that other engagement? I wanted to see you, talk to you.
Can't. Gotta go. Bye. See you later, Helen. Mike.
Oh, well, that was what I'd call kind of abrupt.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sure Bert didn't mean to be rude.
It was a good imitation. Well, Helen, what about it? You want to go to the movies with us?
No, thank you, Mike. But please forgive Bert. He's upset because he didn't make detective with you.
Yeah, I know. And I'm worried.
Well, he'll get over it.
It isn't what I'm worried about. Helen, I'm going to tell you something I shouldn't. Bert is my best friend and... Well, look, Helen, he's in trouble. Or he will be if he continues as he's going.
I don't understand.
He's hanging around being palsy-walsy with a slimy character by the name of Blass.
Mike, I'm sure you're wrong.
Hey, I wish I was. This Harry Blass guy is mixed up with 1,000 crooked deals, and he manages to slip out and around the law every single time the police catch up with him.
And you think Bert is involved with this man?
I know he is. Look, as a friend, I'm asking you to get him to stop seeing Blass. Immediately.
Oh, good Lord.
Please, remember I never said a word to you. He mustn't know that I talked to you.
Okay, Mike. You're a friend. A real friend.
Bert Gilbert has taken a dangerous step. His association with Harry Blass can only lead to dishonor and prison. He seems to believe that he can beat the law by jumping in, getting what he wants, and then quickly getting out. In his frustration and disappointment, he is forgetting the irreparable damage he will be doing to himself and his wife. We will be back shortly with Act 2. When Helen Gilbert heard that her husband was associating with underworld characters, she couldn't believe it. Bert had been an honest, hard-working police officer until he met with a big disappointment. He had flunked his examination for detective, despite the fact that he had worked hard and knew all the answers well enough to coach his friend and fellow officer, Mike Culligan, who passed. He felt cheated, angry, and reckless.
I tell you, it's a piece of cake. I got it all laid out. Only one hitch.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Blas. Aren't you making a big mistake spilling all this to me? I'm a cop.
So what? You wouldn't like to grab off your pension money with one little job?
Pension money?
Look, you gotta wait 13 more years before you begin to collect, right?
How do you know how long?
I know. So you wait 13 years and you get your dough. They dribble it out to you in crumbs, a little piece of bread each month.
Yeah? And your way?
Big pieces of bread. Now. 3 or 4 times, and you're rich. In 6 months or less, you'll retire from the force. You can forget the pension.
Yeah?
You got more money than you ever thought you would have in your dreams. And you got it nice and safe, where no one can touch it, in a private Swiss bank account.
You make it sound easy.
It is, and it pays big.
But you said there was a hitch.
A little one.
Little? How little?
Someone has got to walk out with the stuff in his pocket.
Stuff?
Diamonds, Bert. A bag full. Uncut. Big, expensive diamonds. Impossible to trace. Look, you know 47th Street between 5th and 6th, right?
Sure. The biggest diamond center in the world.
Maybe. Amsterdam's the biggest. But here's the layout. You will be in the neighborhood in your squad car.
Wait a minute. How can I explain my being there?
Well, it's in the general area you patrol, right?
It's in the area.
Well, you will get a call on your car radio sending you to the scene of the crime.
Call?
A phony call. It'll be on our own shortwave transmitter right in the neighborhood. No one will be hearing it but you. It'll sound official. We've got it all set up and we've tested it. It can't be heard in the next block.
Yeah, but it'll be hard to explain later.
That's where your partner comes in.
You're not going to include him in the deal?
Of course not. But, he becomes your alibi. You get it? He'll swear the call came from the official police dispatcher. He will think it's the real thing.
So how do I get the loot?
You go in, you catch the thief, arrest him. He slips the diamonds into your pocket. You get him outside and push him into the police car and call in and tell him you made an arrest.
What about the thief?
He's clean as the snow. They've got nothing on him. Can't be identified. Fake wig, eyeglasses. He won't have the loot on him. No evidence. The wig and glasses get dumped into the garbage before you hit the street with him in cuffs. He's got no record. He spends the night in the slammer. Next day, his lawyer springs him, and you turn the diamonds over to me.
How?
There'll be a hot dog stand in front of the precinct station. You slip it to him as you pass. We'll take care of your cut as soon as we dispose of the diamonds.
Wait a minute. How do I know that I won't be the fall guy? Do all the dirty work and then get the blunt end of the stick.
Bert, you gotta trust me. We're a big organization. We do business in a legitimate way. We got help in the right place in case of trouble.
Okay. But, listen, Blas.
Yeah?
Don't try to pull a fast one on me.
Hello?
Helen, I won't be able to make it home for supper. I'm going to be a little late.
Where are you, Bert?
Don't ask me any questions. I'm with a friend. We're talking business.
But do you want me to hold supper till you come?
No, I said no. Don't you understand me?
Yes, Bert. So when will you get home?
When you see me come in the front door. Helen, are you still on the line?
Yes?
You crying?
I'm all right.
Helen, I'm sorry I was short with you. I'm a little tired.
It's okay. I understand.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you later.
Bert?
Yeah?
Mike was here about 20 minutes ago. He called twice before to talk to you. He said for you to call him and meet him someplace. He said it was urgent.
Good old Mike, huh? So what's he doing, playing Sherlock Holmes?
Bert, he's your friend. You've said it yourself, your best friend.
Yeah. Sure. I'll call him, Helen. Bye. See you later.
Hey, Bert, I thought you were just going to call your wife.
That's what I did.
Took you an awfully long time.
You checking up on me? Because if you are, the whole deal's off. Either you trust me...
Oh, come on. You got a short fuse. Take it easy.
Well, stop breathing down my back, huh? I said we had a deal, and I meant it.
Just naturally careful, Bert. Sit down. You know, you do look a little worried.
Maybe I am. My old partner...
Mike Culligan?
Yeah. He's caught on that you and I are seeing a lot of each other.
Yeah? So?
Well, he's a new detective. So he wants to look like one.
You talk to him?
Why not? Oh, nothing about our business.
You sure? Because if you did, he wouldn't like it.
He? Who is he?
Never mind.
Look, Blas, if you want me in on this thing, don't hold out on me, huh? I gotta know who's involved. I thought I was working with you. Now you let me know you got a boss.
I can't tell you that, Bert. He'll let you know who he is when he feels the time is right. As for your buddy Mike, I'm leaving it up to you to keep him out.
He's my friend. You wouldn't spill it if he did know.
You sure of him?
Absolutely. Have you settled on the date?
Well, there's a big shipment coming in from South Africa on the 20th. We'll give them 2 days to check it out.
The 22nd?
Yeah, definite.
So how's your man going to get into the place? Security's pretty tough in that business.
We've been in touch from San Francisco. Phony setup from out there with a fancy letterhead. Our man will be arriving in New York on the night of the 21st. The next morning, he will arrive at their door with all his forged credentials and go right in.
And so when do I come in?
When you answer the call from the police's dispatcher.
The one that you've got set up, the fake.
Right. Like I told you the other day.
I just want to be sure.
Good. Keep checking and, hey, keep an eye on your old buddy, Mike.
Another cup of coffee, Bert?
No, Helen. I've had all the coffee I want. I gotta run. What time is it? My watch is slow.
About 4 minutes to 7.
Oh, that gives me 4 minutes to get down the stairs and into the car. My new partner, Pete, will be picking me up.
Goodbye, darling. Have a good day and try to come home early.
Okay, darling, if you say so.
Hello, Bert.
Well, imagine meeting you on the stairs, Mike. What's up, detective?
Well, I don't know what you're up to, Bert, but I can make a good guess.
Mike, you're my friend. My good friend. And I am now going to ask you to butt out of something that is no business of yours.
Look, I think it is my business. Number one, I'm a cop.
A detective.
Look, are you sore at me because I got it and you didn't?
Not at all.
I'm your friend. Once you said your best friend.
Mike.
I know you're mixed up in some rotten business with Blas. And I swear to you, friend or not, I'll get you.
You're even getting to talk like a detective. Hey, you're terrific. Good hunting, Sherlock.
Bert, I told you never to come here.
You left a telephone message with my wife.
But I didn't want to meet you here. At the bowling alley, I told her.
Yeah, I know. But I wanted to see your place. See how the better class lives. Hey, some joint you got here, Blas. A little flashy, but quite elegant. All in great taste.
Okay, you've seen it. Now get out. I'll meet you in 5 minutes. I'll let you out through the cellar door in the back.
What's all this cloak and dagger stuff? Hey, you jumpy?
Yeah, I'm jumpy. And you want to know why? Your buddy, Mike Culligan, has got a tap on my phone and yours.
A tap? You must be kidding. It's hard to get permission for a tap. How do you know?
Never mind. I know.
Oh, that's right. You have connections. Still, it's hard to believe.
It's real. I got it from a source I can trust.
Who?
Don't ask questions, and you'll live a lot longer.
Punk, are you threatening me?
No, Bert. I ain't threatening you. You're important. The scam won't work without you. But don't ask me to tell you things that I can't give out. I told you that before. When it's the right time, you'll meet the key man.
Okay. Is that all you got to say? That you think our phones have been tapped?
No, think. It's for sure. Now, there is one other little thing we cover.
What?
Detective Culligan.
Okay. I'll handle it.
You sure you want to take care of it?
Wait a minute. What does that mean?
Well, he's getting too close, Bert. He'll blow the whole thing.
I told you, I'll take care of him.
How? Talk to him? Cut him in on a small piece? It won't work. He's straight. He won't play.
He's my friend. He won't do anything to hurt me.
Yeah? He's got a bug on your phone. I tell you, there's no other way but to
Now listen, Blass.
Bert, we don't take chances.
I'll get to him. Talk to him.
No good. There's only one way to stop him.
Okay, that's it. I'm through. You're asking me to be party to a murder. The murder of a man I have known
Bert,
since...
let me tell you.
That wasn't what I agreed to, and I don't want it. Find somebody else.
All right. And look, personally, I ain't so hard about that kind of business either. It could be trouble. The boss wanted it. I didn't. He don't like we should take chances. Look, I respect your feelings, Bert. It's something that's, kind of hard to live with after. You know what I mean?
You talk about murder as though you were planning a little fix on a horse race. I tell you, it's out. Or I am.
Okay. It's out, Bert.
You sure?
My word. I give you my word.
Your word.
I've been on the up and up with you. You know it.
Harry, I'm going to take your word. And I'm going to hold you to it. You and your boss both. You know what I mean?
Sure, no problem. All I got to do is tell the boss. Tell him how you feel. He'll go along. Hey, Bert, he needs you.
Despite the fact that everything was working out as he had wanted it to, Bert was nervous. He had never in his life got involved in anything so upsetting. Even though he'd been on the police force for 7 years and had faced dangers so regularly that it was almost commonplace. This was different. He was mixed up in a dirty business. Something that all his moral values found repugnant. Nevertheless, he seemed determined to see it through. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It is the night before the day set for the robbery. Bert met Harry Blass on a street corner and he hailed a cab. Since Harry knew that his phone and Bert's were tapped, he varied his meeting place with Bert to make it impossible to set up any kind of trap. They ride in silence for some minutes and then Harry begins to give Bert his final instructions.
Now, Bert, at 18 minutes before 11 tomorrow morning, you will be turning off 5th into 47th Street.
I understand.
You will get the call on your radio at exactly 16 minutes before 11, the one we're setting up.
The phony one?
Yeah. It will come in maybe 5 minutes before the official call will come in.
5 minutes? That's not much time. With traffic, before we answer it, get up the elevator, it might take 10 minutes or more.
It's got to be 5 minutes, no more. Or the rest of the police will be right in there with us.
Okay, I'll try to move.
I want to warn you. You'll have a different partner in your car tomorrow.
Wait a minute. What about Pete? He's been Mike's replacement.
He's off on another assignment.
I see. You manage that. What for?
I thought it might be better if you got a temporary new partner. Just out of the academy. Just got a badge and a revolver. We could go Friday.
Her?
Well, you don't mind, do you? Oh, good-looking dame. 27, 28.
And we got her through your friend?
Yeah. I told you I have connections in the right places.
And she knows what's going on?
She ain't in on nothing. Yeah, something else. Your friend, Mike Culligan won't be around when all this happens.
What do you mean?
Relax. We got a good break. Culligan is in Arizona. Left this afternoon. Extradition business. He was sent to pick up a con out of Arizona State Prison and won't be back till Monday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, don't thank me. Just coincidence.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Okay, give the cabbie your address and then we'll...
No. Better drop me at the pub. I'll have a beer, and I'll have an excuse for coming home late.
Oh, Bert.
Oh, Helen, sorry for being so late, dear.
That's all right, Bert. I'm getting used to it.
Now, Helen, don't take that kind of tone.
I waited dinner for you. Then Mike arrived.
Mike? He came here? But he couldn't have. He left for Arizona.
As a change of plans, Bert.
Hey, Mike.
I called the warden in Arizona and told him I was delayed. I hope my change of plans hasn't disturbed you too much.
Change of plans. What plans?
Drop it, Bert. You knew I was scheduled to go to Arizona, and you know why I was being sent out of town.
No, why? Look, I didn't invite you into my home, Detective Culligan, but I'm inviting you out right now.
Bert, don't say anything you're going to regret.
Stay out of this, Helen. You, Culligan, out.
Bert, please.
Pardon me, Detective. I forgot to ask if you had a warrant to enter my house. Have you?
Now, Bert, you know I haven't.
No search warrant. No warrant for my arrest.
Bert.
Then what are you doing here? The door is open, Mr. Culligan.
Good night, Helen. Bert, you know, you once said to me, nothing worse than a dirty cop. Well, you were right, friend.
Turn into 47th, Grace.
Again, Bert? We just came around the block.
Come on. Turn before the light changes.
Okay, that's what you want. Traffic's so heavy it'll take us 10 minutes to get to 6th again.
You doing piecework, Grace, or do you work by the day?
I'm working by the day. But this is certainly a dull business.
Well, what time have you got, Grace?
15 minutes to 11.
You're fast. I've got 19 minutes.
A little too early for lunch, Bert, don't you think?
Sector Able 12. Sector Able 12. You have a 1033.
Hey, that's a
Sector Able
1033
12.
robbery in progress.
Sector Able
Able 12 is us.
You have a
It's us.
1033.
You learned your lessons good, Officer McKenzie.
47th Street, 25A West, 10th floor.
Hey, hit the lights and the siren. That's just right ahead.
25A West, 10th floor. What units are responding?
Hit the brakes.
What units are responding?
You stay in the car. Call in and tell them we're responding.
Okay, Bert.
Come on. Only 5 minutes. You gotta do it.
That way! He went that way, officer! He's got a gun!
Okay. Stay where you are. Stay out of the hall. All ears. Out of the hall.
Hey, cop. Here, right here in the closet.
Oh, yeah.
Come on and shut the door. Okay, put the cuffs on me and let's go.
Hey, where'd you ditch the Wiggins glasses, huh?
Garbage can. Garbage will be picked up by the morning. Not to worry. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Where's the loot? You're supposed to give it to me, and I'm...
Yeah, look, signals change. The stuff is already mailed in 4 pre-stamped manila envelopes.
Wait a minute. Blast told me...
Now, changed his mind. He didn't want to put you in any trouble. Look, if you don't have the stuff and I don't have it, we're in the clear.
So where was it mailed to?
Where? I don't know. I didn't look at the address. I just filled the envelopes like I was told to, sealed them, dropped them in the mailbox at the end of the hall. Goes right out down to the first floor. 3 o'clock mail pickup.
I see.
Look, what are we waiting for, copper? Take me out of here. Throw me in the slammer. Come on, I'm your prisoner.
Come in. Oh, come in, Bert. Yeah, come on in. I'm on long distance to San Francisco. I'll be with you in a minute. Hello. Yes, I'm still here. You got them? How many? 6. Good. Jules International Limited, huh? Fancy name.
Now, we want you to send us all you've got on them, and we'll send you what we've got. Right. Bye, Inspector. Sit down. Sit down, Bert.
Thank you, Captain.
I want to tell you, I think you've done a superb job.
Oh, thank you.
Best kept secret in all the years I've been on the force. Had to let Lieutenant McInerney in on it at the last minute. Mike Culligan's new boss, you know, to get his cooperation on the Arizona thing. But outside of that, well, even your wife didn't know. Thought you were in trouble.
She was about to divorce me.
When I spoke to her just 10 minutes ago, she sort of broke down. Well, then she laughed and came immediately to your defense and said she never believed you were anything but good and decent.
It sounds like her. I did give her a bad time, though.
Well, I think we have the whole case wrapped up. You heard my conversation with San Francisco. Your thief is going to get a little surprise when his lawyer gets here. We found the wig and glasses, and there'll be no trouble getting absolute identification. Postal authorities cooperated and found the envelopes containing the diamonds, all $750,000 worth. Well, I hope you're proud of your efforts.
Yes, sir, but I still have one worry, sir.
Oh?
Maybe we jumped too quick, and the big shot, Blass's boss, will be warned and take off.
No. Your idea to flush him out worked. Sending out word that Mike was going to Arizona trapped him. He immediately got that information back to Blass. What he didn't know is that we had suspicions he might be the leak and put the arm on him right after he got the word out.
Who was it?
A man by the name of Reach. Works for the company who handles our electronic maintenance here at headquarters. He had access to all our information, and he yielded to temptation.
Then he wasn't the big boss.
No. I'd say a small but important cog in Blass's operations. Blass is the big man, and we'll have him within the hour.
He doesn't know that he's in any trouble?
Not an inkling. Everything was done so swiftly and without fuss that Blass couldn't possibly know. Lieutenant McInerney sent Mike Culligan to make the pinch.
Mike? Any backup?
Mac didn't think he needed any. Blass would be taken by surprise and...
No. He's dangerous, Captain. He'd just as soon kill someone as talk to them.
Who's there?
Open up, Harry. It's me, Bert.
Come on in, quick. Look, I told you that we had to stay away from each other.
Hey, I see you got yourself all packed. Like you're going away. Shame to leave this gorgeous apartment.
Yeah. Orders from the boss.
What's up? Trouble?
Look, don't be worried about your cut, see? You'll get it as soon as they get the stuff in Frisco and dispose of it.
I'm not worried.
It all went off perfect. Look, I know how you feel about the bread. I can give you a kind of down payment on your share. Yeah, I got some cash right here.
Don't touch that drawer, Blast. Turn around. Nice and slow with your hands up.
What's the matter with you, Bert?
Mike Culligan came here. Not more than 10, 15 minutes ago.
Came here? Why?
Don't give me a performance, Blast. He came here to pick you up. What happened?
Look, Bert, you and me, we're partners.
Whatever gave you that idea, punk? You walked into a setup. We've got all of you, including your plant, your mole, at headquarters. Now, where's my colleague, Mike Culligan?
How should I know? A little while ago, somebody came to the door. He banged on it, but I didn't answer. He went away.
Yeah, he would have never gone away. He is in this apartment.
Oh, yeah? Well, go ahead. Look around. He isn't here.
What's in this other room?
Nothing. Take a look.
Don't move. I'll open the door.
Oh, Bert.
Mike.
I'm hit.
Mike.
Blast. He's going to get away. Get him, Bert.
Mike, I can't leave you like this. I'll call for an ambulance.
You're a cop, Bert. Get him for me. I'll be all right.
Okay, Mike. Blast! I see you. Down the stairwell. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop!
Come on in, Bert. I'm awake.
Doctor says I can only stay a few minutes.
Oh, boy, I owe you a big apology. Man, was I wrong. Captain Sullivan, well, he was in this morning. He told me you made detective.
Yeah, the slow way.
You got a big citation, too. Mayor's going to present it in front of City Hall with everyone watching.
Yeah, that's something I tried to get out of, but Helen said I gotta.
You know what the mayor's going to say to you?
Nothing's worse than a dirty cop.
No, Bert. He was here today and I talked to him. He's going to say, there's nothing better than a clean cop.
Detective Third Class Bert Gilbert stood on the steps of City Hall with his head slightly bowed while the mayor read the citation. He was embarrassed by all the ceremony. Then he glanced up and caught the look in Helen's eyes as she watched her husband being honored. And he knew then that the look was worth all the embarrassment and discomfort. I'll be back shortly. So ends our tale, The Blood Red Ink. Bert Gilbert and Mike Culligan had the fire and ambition in them to make something of their lives, to gain recognition from their fellow men. Their names were not to be found on the negative side, the blood-red side of the ledger. Their names in great block letters could be found on the positive side. They had achieved what most men want, the knowledge that they had received the recognition for a job well done. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Terry Keane, Lloyd Battista, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
She was going to paint the king. He was going to set it up. And they were going to split $10,000. How was all this to come about? Find out tomorrow night when the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents The Wedding Present on 1230 WCOL.
30 WCOL Columbus, 72 degrees downtown. It's 11 o'clock.
Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. From the very beginning, in almost every civilization, there has come a time when the troubles of a people become so great that in desperation, they seek just about any means to ease their hopelessness. So often in the past, they have turned to a single person to lead them out of their misery and confusion. Sometimes that man has acted for the good of his people. Almost as frequently, he's brought them to their own destruction.
Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song, what lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead son here in my arms. You gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Our mystery drama, On the Night of the Dead, is based on one of the most moving tragedies of the ancient Greeks, the Bacchae of Euripides. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars John Vickery and Marion Seldes. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
If parole is a reward for good behavior, why do some parolees return to lives of robbery, rape, and murder? In an eye-opening broadcast, CBS reports the problems of the parole system. You'll travel with dedicated, overworked parole officers whose jobs are as dangerous as they are thankless. In vivid detail, you'll view the attitudes and actions that are slowly strangling the parole system. CBS reports The Parole Game, Wednesday, June 30th at 10, 9 Central on the CBS television network.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Long, long ago, a tiny privateer sailing under the flag of no nation drops anchor and discharges its passengers on an uninhabited, desolate island lapped by the warm waters of the South Atlantic. The place becomes a sanctuary for some 100 wanderers seeking refuge from persecution. A place where they can practice without being molested their belief in more than a single God. 100 years go by. The island's population has found a way to tear a day-to-day existence out of the barren, unwilling earth. Until one particular summer, in his crude palace, the island's young governor, Pentheus, listens to the words of his old and trusted advisor, Cadmus.
Your Excellence, my governor, you must listen. Stop pacing like some wild and untamed beast.
I listen, Cadmus. For 2 months now I listen. The time for talk is ended. We now must act. What can we do that we have not yet done?
My thoughts exactly. But I dare not say, Your Honor.
Say, speak freely, Cadmus. You have my promise. I shall not punish you.
We know our island is dying. For all these months of summer, no single drop of water has fallen from the skies, not one.
We know.
And each morning when the sun lets loose its light to warm the earth, our grazing herds of cattle, they lie down. And in a final gasp, their tongues lick at the air, reaching for the water that is not there, for the grass that dried to nothing weeks ago.
You have a plan? Let's hear it.
We must leave this island. All of us.
Leave?
We must board our ships and seek another land, a gentler, kinder land, just as our fathers and their fathers did so many years ago.
And there lies madness. Our people's wanderings ended 100 years ago. After all this toil, to leave it to the seagulls once again? Never. Not while I still live. No, Cadmus. We stay.
And die. As you wish, my governor.
Look, Cadmus. I know the little water we have stored from heaven's bounty is undrinkable. I know the plants dry up and wither without the nourishment of rain. I know the cattle die of thirst. I know the people die of thirst. By all the gods who should preserve us, what can we do? Drink water from the sea? Dig deeper wells? We've scratched the earth until we've reached the bottom, and still no water.
Pentheus, my governor, look. Look at what I carry in my arms.
Who let you in here?
No one could keep me out. Look down at my poor son. This pitiful thing I cradle in my arms.
Take care of her. See, she's taken home.
Come, my poor woman. Follow me.
Don't touch me, you old fool. Look at my son. This baby. His breath, it comes no more.
We are sorry, sister. We grieve with you for your child's death.
You grieve with me. How kind of you. Then bring him back to life. What have you done to see that my child stayed alive?
The best we knew.
Not good enough. Look at his swollen belly, at his staring eyes, his ribs. Would you care to count them? It's so easy, Your Excellence. So easy. Here, fondle him in your arms. No, don't turn away from me.
Stay away, woman. Don't come near me.
With my long nails, I'll tear you.
Enough! I say enough. And now, go home. Bury your dead. Bury him deep. And know one thing.
What?
Unless the rains come soon, we're all as good as dead. As dead as your poor child. Cadmus here, and you, and I.
What must we do?
The one thing left to all of us.
Which is?
Lift our eyes to the skies above and pray. Please, leave us now. You gods who hold our destiny in your hands, who choose to smile upon us for the good we do, to punish us for our evil, spare your people and your land from this cruel, deadly drought.
Open the skies and let the cool rain fall.
Look down at the misery of your poor island and then weep for it.
Let your tears pour from the heavens above.
Let your tears soak into this parched earth. Show us your pity. Cadmus? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
A little shaken, but I'm well. But what was that?
A raging wind that seemed to come from nowhere, roaring its swift way over the land.
With the strength of 1,000 men.
As quickly as it came, so quickly has it gone.
Somewhere among the gods we worship, there must be one with pity in his heart for our poor, suffering land.
Pentheus, my son, I bring great news.
Agave, my mother, what is it?
We're saved. Our land is saved. At last our prayers are to be answered.
What are you saying, Mother?
The drought is about to end.
How can that be, Agave?
The sky's turned blue. No single drop of rain has fallen.
We'll no longer need the rain.
What nonsense are you speaking, Mother?
A god has come to our island. A god has seen our anguish and our heartache. A god has come to answer our prayers.
Nonsense. Who is this god? Or better, this one you call a god.
He is beautiful. He's so beautiful.
Who is he?
We do not trifle with divinity, Agave. We are the heirs of customs and traditions hallowed by age and handed down to us by our fathers.
What has he done, this god of yours, that makes you so sure this cursed drought will end?
First, he passed the goatskins out among us.
Goatskin?
Filled with wine. They were sweet wine. I touched the wine. I felt it on my lips. This was no trick.
By what name does this street magician call himself? From what city, from what land has he come here?
Xenos, he calls himself. Xenos, the stranger. What land? What city? My son. He has come to us from heaven.
I see. Cadmus?
Your Excellence.
Whoever this Xenos, this stranger is, we must get rid of him at once. He threatens trouble.
Great trouble for us all.
We've grief enough without this mischief maker. We'll stop this waving of his wand if it's the last thing that we do.
Come, young woman, join the rest of us. You too must celebrate the happy coming of a god.
I am too deep in sorrow, Agave.
No, put down that child of yours. Let the living comfort you. There, that's better. Now come and sing his praises with the rest of us. Blessed are those who know the mysteries of this God. Blessed are those who sanctify their lives in worshiping this God. Come now, you young woman.
Blessed are those whose heads are crowned with ivy.
Now together. Blessed are they. Hail, Zenos, hail, born of the gods on high.
Hail, Zenos.
Let the dance begin. Let our songs of praise ring loud.
Zenos, speak to us.
Women of this island, drink more of the wine I've given you. I am Zenos, the stranger, come to your suffering land in answer to your prayers, to a land whose people cry to me in anguish, whose people call to me for help.
I am Agave, mother of our governor, Pentheus.
Welcome, Mother.
We need you, Zenos. Now, you young woman, let him hear your voice.
How can you help us?
Tell us what we must do.
Believe in me. Believe.
We believe. We know you are a god whose pity reaches out to all of us. We believe.
You know that only I can end the drought that sucked this island dry. That only I can give you all the water you need.
We know, my lord.
Zenos, hear my voice. This bundle that I carried in my arms, that was my infant son. Go, take him. With your own mouth, breathe life into him again.
That, alas, I cannot do.
Well, how then can I have faith in you? How can I believe that you have powers greater than any other man who walks the earth?
I promise you that deaths like this will come no more to you.
How? How will you do that?
I lift my staff and strike it so against this rock. Flames burst from my staff, and see! A fountain of cool water comes bubbling from the earth. Have faith in me, and it will grow into a mighty stream, pouring its rich blessings from the mountaintops. Now I strike this other rock, and lo, a spring of wine, of good red wine, comes spratting from the ground. Come, all of you, drink of the wine, this holy wine. And last, I touch the soil here, gently with my staff. You young woman, scratch the sod with your bare fingers. Tell me what you see.
Milk. Sweet white milk comes welling from the ground.
Blessed is he who brings us all these wonders. Holiness, angel of heaven. Holiness, gliding on golden wings. There is no greater God than Zenos. Wait, out of the way, women, all of you. Scare yourselves. A wild and raging bull stands, glaring at us, his eyes aflame.
His hoofs tear up the earth beneath.
Run for your lives. We'll all be torn to pieces on his horns, or else trampled to death by his sharp hoofs.
Stay where you are, women. Stand your ground. He will not harm you.
Here he comes.
Heaven help us.
Stay, my friend, stay. You glare at me, do you? I strike you with my staff. So!
The bull has toppled to its knees. Its eyes are glazed. Its tongue hangs from its mouth.
The sweat drips off its body. It rolls on its back. The beast is dead.
Down on your knees, women of the island. Sing out with songs of thanks for your deliverance. Sing to the God who has rescued you.
Women of our island, I've come to order you back to your homes, each one of you. You're acting as if all of you were mad.
Oh, call it what you like, Pentheus, my son. The drought is over. I see water pouring down the mountainsides. I see the wine, the milk, the drops of honey.
Mother, listen. These are the crafty games of a trickster of the street. What you and all the other women think you see is some weird fantasy, a blinding of the brain brought on by all the wine he's fed you. There is no water, no drop of milk, no honey, only goat skins filled with wine. Leave here at once. Go to your homes. I order you.
Well, what have I done, my lord, that you should be so angry?
Good women of our island have gone lunatic, and you have driven them to this. You've corrupted their minds. You've poisoned their souls, and this I will permit no longer.
Well, what do you plan to do, my governor?
I've warned you.
Warn all you like. I am a god born in a stroke of lightning, carried here in a powerful wind.
Then let that wind carry you back to where you came. Make yourself to disappear.
If not, what will you do?
Don't press me, Xenos. I have a few tricks of my own.
As Pentheus confronts the stranger with an ultimatum, the powers of civilized order and routine are pitted against the most primitive and disruptive forces of nature. What can Pentheus do to re-establish his authority over the women of his island? And does this stranger, who claims to be a god, have the power to thwart him? What new and hidden magic has he in what Pentheus calls his bag of tricks? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves, in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Defending the existence of God, the French philosopher Voltaire once wrote, "If God did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent him." Is the Zenus of our story a true divinity among these people who believe in many gods? Or is it the invention of a fertile imagination, his own invention, for purposes of his own? Pentheus, governor of the island, is at his wit's end as he speaks once more with old Cadmus.
This man, this god, whatever he calls himself, has only added to our misery, Cadmus. The drought goes on. The cracked earth, dry as ever. And he's robbed our women of their senses.
Yes, he has them thinking that the water flows from mountaintops and that the drought is ended.
Cadmus, what's even worse, the women's brains are sodden with the wine he's brought them.
Pentheus, my lord, have you thought why he should want increase of our misfortunes? What could we have done to earn this added sorrow?
I've no idea.
Unless he...
Unless?
I hesitate to speak.
Go on, Cadmus, tell me.
Unless, Your Excellence, this Xenos is indeed a god.
What?
A god we've never heard of till this moment. A god who's come to pay us for some unknown wrong we may have done him.
You think that that's a possibility?
Why not?
Cadmus, I've known you since I was a tiny babe in swaddling clothes. All my life I've trusted you, relied on your good judgment, on your wisdom. True?
Yes, true, my lord.
But now you speak to me as if you, too, were mad.
Admit, there is the smallest chance...
Silence, old man.
Don't try to wipe your madness off on me.
He hasn't done all that much harm, at least not yet. He just talks more than he should.
A tongue without reins, defiance, stubborn pride, deception, they lead to sure disaster. This Xenos is a fraud, a dangerous clown who hunts a kind of glory.
His simple gift of wine, the innocent gladness of the grave.
Innocent indeed. I've heard enough. Go with your soldiers to where this prophet prophesies. Surprise him in the deadness of the night. Make him your prisoner, clap him tight in chains, and march him here in irons.
My son, what brings you to this part of the palace? You come so seldom to the women's quarters.
I must speak with you.
Well, it won't disturb you if I go on with my work. I'm almost finished.
Work?
Oh, I'm putting a new tight skin, the skin of a sheep, over the ring of this tambourine. I struck it hard last night when dancing on the mountaintops. So hard it split. Now, Pentheus, why have you come to see me?
I ask you what you think you're doing.
Your meaning isn't clear to me.
Dancing on mountaintops at midnight to the frenzied music of your drums and pipes.
What harm's in that?
Singing vulgar songs in praise of this conjurer of the streets who'd have you think that he's a god. Where is your sense of decency and shame?
I'm listening, Pentheus.
You forget you are the mother of the island's governor. You forget you are not some mindless child, a careless schoolgirl. You're an old lady, Mother. You should be serving as a model of restraint and dignity. Set an example to the other women. Instead, you drink this humbug's wine and act like a senile lunatic. Like some lascivious bawd. You swept me, Mother.
Have you finished speaking, child? No, you listen to me. This street magician, as you've called him, will bring life back to our island. You'll see how right we women are to worship him.
I can't believe you mean what you're saying. You call that worship?
Indeed. You and your cronies, all you men, you stand around in shadowy corners, pleading to the gods in gloomy prayer. Well, we do no less, but we pray to our god, Xenos, under the open sky. We pray with joy and gladness, and he makes the blood warm and tingle in our veins like the spring sap in the trees. And sooner or later, he will make the rain to fall. Give him the chance to prove himself.
I've ordered that he be placed in irons.
You'll make a prisoner of a god?
Unless this fraud, this libertine, agrees to leave our land, never to return, I shall destroy him. Have him stoned to death.
If you so much as harm one hair of Xenos' head, I will destroy myself. And you, Pentheus, my son, so jealous of your honor, you and you alone will take the blame. My own son's hand will plunge the dagger into his mother's breast. You understand me?
I understand. Be careful, Cadmus. Those stones are very sharp beneath the feet.
Yes, when I was young, my lord, I found few greater pleasures than playing in the sand along these shores, imagining myself the captain of some great sailing ship.
Oh, Cadmus, Cadmus, what must we do about this Xenos? I've had him bound in chains. What must I do next?
Let's prove to our women that he is no more than an impostor. That his promise of an end to drought is cruel and without truth.
Cadmus, look there. There, where the shoreline curves.
It's a wreck. The ship's been wrecked, smashed all to pieces on the jagged rock.
Its sails, they're torn to ribbons.
Its lines ripped to shreds.
It must have blown onto the rocks and crashed when the great wind came tearing out of nowhere.
And the crew, sailors.
No sign of living souls. They must have drowned, all of them, drowned beneath the waters of the roiling sea.
Wait. Pentheus, over there, the entrance leading to that grotto. One of the sailors, perhaps more than one, must have escaped the wreck. You see, there's a boat.
Let's look. If maybe we can find some little trace of life.
I don't believe it.
From stem to stern, from one end to the other, the boat is filled with goat skins. And filled, each one of them, with wine.
The very goat skins, the same one.
That supply the wine that Xenos is providing to our women. We now have all the proof we'll ever need.
I don't understand.
This rogue must be the sole survivor of the ship that foundered. He came ashore in this boat here. The goatskins floated on the water to the shore. He gathered them. And this is what he's using to persuade our ladies that he is a god. Hand me one of them, Cadmus. Now we have our proof.
But why, Lord Pentheus, would he do this?
We can only guess. He's an adventurer, albeit a very shrewd one. He saw this as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, to puff up his importance, to live in glory for an hour or two.
So now, you know what steps to take?
I do. Thank you, my soldiers. Remain where you are. I see the prisoner from here.
This way, Lord Pentheus.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. May I pass?
Young woman, I've seen you somewhere once before.
I came to you pleading with my dead child.
Why are you here? What brings you to this prison dungeon?
I came, Lord Pentheus, to see that this impostor, Xenos, was indeed in chains where he belongs. The soldiers at the door, they let me in to look.
Then there's one woman on this island who's not been hoodwinked by this fraud.
I leave, Your Excellency. Do what you must to help us all.
You're here where you belong, my friend. Behind cold bars of iron, shackles on your feet.
I do not plan to stay in here forever.
That's good. I, too, have other plans for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
A few last words before you leave this island forever.
Just as you please, my lord.
You claim you are a god.
I am a god.
A god? In mortal form?
The choice is mine.
What do you know about a boat laden with goatskins? Goatskins filled with wine.
Goatskins, my lord? Good. I know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Would you tell me why you hold your sacred rites by dark of night, or does the daylight frighten?
The darkness is well suited to devotion.
Or better suited to the foul corruption of impressionable women?
Pentheus, you imagine things are happening with your women that, for all you know, may not be happening at all. These well may be the fantasies of your poor, sick mind. The women of this land are fine and upright women. Such women cannot be corrupted by you, the island's men, even by me.
The time for words is over. Soldiers, come unlock the gate. Remove the shackles from the prisoner's feet. He's leaving us forever.
Spare yourself the trouble, my good lord. I leave this dungeon any time I wish, with or without your help. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. I touch this lock that hangs upon the door. The shackles that bind my ankles. I touch them with the tip of my ivy-covered staff. And lo, the locks click open. Without a key of any kind. My feet are free. The iron door swings open.
That girl, she found a way to get the keys. She found a way to open all these locks. Give me that staff of yours. I'll show you, Xenos, just how much magic lives within that staff.
No need to struggle for it. Here it is.
There! And there! It's splintered into a dozen pieces. Work your magic now.
If that is your wish, Your Excellency.
It's dark. The light is gone. Only the bolts of lightning. Help me! Someone! Xenos! Save me!
Faith was once described as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable, a firm trust that would seem to make no sense in the face of the impossible. Pentheus has refused to believe what he considers the irresponsible, corrupting credo of the stranger. Then why, when faced with circumstances beyond this comprehension, does he cry out to the same stranger for his help? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
Hello, this is Richard Thomas. The March of Dimes saves babies. Babies born too small, too soon, with tiny, frail bodies that could fit into the palm of your hand. 10 years ago, they might have died. But medical science has made giant strides since then, science supported by the March of Dimes. Today, high-risk babies are tended lovingly in intensive care nurseries, equipped with the most sophisticated machines that monitor every life sign. The March of Dimes helps equip these life-saving nurseries. They also support transport services for high-risk pregnant women so that they can have their babies at hospitals ready to handle any complicated emergency. The March of Dimes supports prenatal care clinics so that every mother-to-be may get the kind of care before birth that would increase her chances of having a healthy baby. Yes, the March of Dimes saves babies, and you can help. Please, give to the March of Dimes.
Today in our country, we are not unfamiliar with the growth of cultism, a sacred ideology and a set of rites around certain symbols. We have had instances of young women blindly following and killing for a man they call their leader, of hordes of young people slavishly beating the drum for a man who has convinced them that he is an important means for their salvation. Faith can sometimes be a curious thing. As Pentheus recovers from the shock of this last experience with Zenas, Zenas says to him,
"You are not hurt, Lord Pentheus?"
No, Zenos. I'm all right. I think. What happened? What was that? That shattering sound, that blinding light.
You splintered my good staff and challenged me. Work your magic, you commanded. And I did. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
When the earth seemed to burst from out its skin, and we were lost in darkness, was not that your voice I heard, crying desperately for my help, begging for me to save you?
It was?
Help from me? Me, whom you call a fraud, an impostor, a street magician, a master of hocus pocus? Or is it possible that you, along with the women you claim I have corrupted, are at last beginning to believe in my divinity?
I ask the questions. Tell me, how did you get free? The prison door was locked. The iron chains that fettered you were strong. It was that girl who helped you. Am I right?
The girl is innocent, Pentheus. A god can do such things.
My Lord Pentheus, I am so glad I found you.
What is it, Cadmus?
What is this one doing here? I thought he'd been arrested, put in chains.
He has been freed. Why are you here, Cadmus?
You're needed, Pentheus. Since this one was condemned to jail, the women have gone absolutely mad. They tear up trees, beat animals to death with sticks, pillage the villages, and successfully fight off anyone who dare oppose them.
Go down, Cadmus, to the city gates. Order the infantry to duty. The javelin throwers and the archers.
And this, I warn you, do not take arms against them. Your soldiers will be routed. The women's wands will even beat back shields of bronze. A god inspires them.
Can anything on earth make you to hold your tongue?
One thing, my lord.
And that is?
See for yourself what Cadmus calls the revelry on the mountaintop. Come with me tonight at midnight. See how innocent it is.
Innocent indeed.
Come, convince yourself. But you must come disguised.
Why so?
Well, if they discover someone spying on their sacred rites, great harm might come of it. There might be bloodshed.
What disguise?
I have a mountain lion skin, complete from head to tail. You'll fasten it about you. Then, even if you're seen, no one will know it's you.
Where do we meet?
At the foot of the mountain, just before midnight.
I shall be there. Come, Cadmus.
Young woman, you there, come out of the shadows.
Is it safe now? Have they gone?
Until 12 tonight, my little one. He's fallen for the trap and thrushes in the net I've thrown for him.
Blessed is he who escapes a storm at sea, who comes home to his harbor.
Blessed is he who gathers day by day the good things of his life.
Blessed is he. Blessed is Venus.
Do you see them, Pentheus?
Not very well, but I hear them.
There's Agave, your excellence mother.
I can hardly see her. From where I lie here in the grass, the brush obscures my vision.
Lower your voice or they'll discover you. No. Don't try to stand.
How then can I see?
I've an idea. It may be if you climb that towering fir tree that overhangs the banks, then you could see them better.
The tree is too high.
Watch what I'm about to do. I reach for a high branch of this tall fir, and I bend it down to the dark earth, quietly so no one can hear.
What are you up to?
Now hang on tightly to the highest tip. Hold fast as I release it slowly, inch by inch. Are you all right up there, Lord Pentheus? Do you see all?
I'm fine. I see everything.
That's good.
And I see that you lied. You told me they'd be winding stalks of ivy on the wands they carry, their hands busily moving in their quiet tasks. You lied, Zenos. Old Cadmus spoke the truth.
Women of the island, a wild, bloodthirsty beast sits cowering in the branches of this tree. Shower it with stones, hurl javelins, draw bows, and shoot your arrows straight into its heart.
Here, you Zenos, we do what you have asked.
More, shoot straight! Unless you kill this beast, he'll pounce upon you from the tree, and with sharp claws and pointed fangs, he'll tear you all to pieces. Good, you have found your mark. You've brought the evil creature to the ground, but it still breathes. It is still gasping for its life.
I'll stop that with my javelin, Xena.
Do it, Agave. Jab your spear between its bloody ribs.
Stop! Mother! Stop! Whose voice is that? The wine has confused me.
It's Pentheus, your son. Pity me. Spare me, Mother. Hold back your hand.
Since when have wild beasts learned to talk?
Strike! Strike with your javelin! Strike one last telling blow!
There! The creature's dead.
At your brave hands, Agave.
The mountain lion's dead, Agave. Slaughtered by you alone. How proud you must be.
I'll bring more wine so we can celebrate. I shan't be long.
Where's my son? I must tell him what I have done. Find me, Pentheus. Let Pentheus see. He'll be proud of me, won't he? He'll nail the head of this wild lion against a high wall somewhere as a trophy to my skill. He'll do that, won't he? Won't he do that?
What happened here, you women? Where is Pentheus?
It sounds like Cadmus' voice.
It is Cadmus. I fear for Pentheus' safety.
Cadmus, look at the mountain lion I just killed in the dark. With my own hands, I killed it.
What have you done, Agave? This body lying at your feet, bathed in its own blood. It is no mountain lion.
It is not?
See, I pulled the animal's skin away. And there lies...
Who is it, Cadmus? Let me look.
Your own son, Pentheus.
Oh.
Your own flesh and blood. He is what you've killed, Agave. You murdered your own son.
No. My own son? No. No. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. Let me lift you to my breast.
I weep with you, Agave.
What is this that I hold in my arms and clasp against my bosom? Oh, my son, my son. What happened to you? Why do I hold you so? Tell me, Cadmus, tell me.
Your son is dead. He cannot answer you.
The crime is mine, Cadmus, mine alone. I see it clearly now. The fumes have lifted from my brain. The prize I thought to carry home with such great pride is my destruction. Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song? What lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead child here in my arms? Oh, you gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Enough, no more. You cannot bring your dead son back to life.
Give me a shroud, a cover for his corpse. Oh, dearest face, oh, pretty boyish mouth, I place this last kiss on your dead lips. Now with this veil I shroud your head, gathering with loving care these mangled limbs. This flesh I brought to birth.
Here is the wine. The goat skins overflow. Now we can celebrate. What brings you here, old man?
I came to see what happened to my master.
He is dead.
I am old, but I am not blind. Dead in his mother's arms. Dead by his mother's hand, guided to its fatal mark by you. And God, oh no, God, you will pay for this. You'll not escape this time.
Go away, old man, before you come to that same fate. This man has found the death that he deserved. He defied a god.
I stay.
Then watch what happens next.
This is what happens next. False god! This!
You tried to kill me with the weapon that you used to spare your son? You're mad, old woman. No one can kill a god. A god is murdered only by himself and no one else. But I am not pitiless, not unforgiving. For all of you, one final draught of wine. For old time's sake, then I'll drink with you. Here, pass the goat skins out among you. Now, drink. Drink deep. Each one of you.
I do not drink with murderers.
The pleasure is theirs, old fool, and mine. To the living and the dead.
What is happening? What's happening to the women?
They're dying, Cadmus. In a moment, they'll be corpses.
Wine?
Shot through with a quick and deadly poison. But a kindly poison. Though they die peacefully, you can see without a bit of pain. Xenos! Oh, now my turn comes. I tell you that there is no pain. No pain at all. No pain.
Dead. All dead. Oh, pity on you, gods. Take pity on us all. Rain. Oh, gentle rain. The drought is ended. The gods have listened to our prayers.
As the blessed rains soak into the parched earth of the island, the men are left to weep for the tragic death of their young governor, of their wives, their mothers, their sisters, and their daughters. And you may ask, who is this Xenos? That depends upon your faith, on what you would like to believe. I'll be back shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bid you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
A god or not a god? As we said earlier, as far as faith is concerned, you pays your money and you takes your choice. The story you have just heard was based on the Bacchae, one of the most famous tragedies of Euripides, the great playwright of ancient Greece, who in his time took almost every prize ever given for dramatic writing. This, some 2,400 years ago. Our cast included John Vickery, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your news and information station, WWJ, and here are just a few of the many top stories we'll be following for you this morning. A Detroit fire official is out of a job because of an alleged conflict of interest. WWJ's Gary Baumgarten will have a report. Detroit police report an armed robbery at a Detroit gasoline station last night.
The big three automakers should pay a larger portion of Michigan's unemployment fund debt. That from a Democratic candidate for governor. I'm Tim Skubik, a report coming up.
Israel warns that the PLO must leave Beirut. That story coming up next from CBS News. Good morning, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Auto report with Al Fleming just ahead also. And Weather Command says cooler with highs in the mid-70s today. Right now it's 65 degrees.
News Radio 95. WWJ
CBS News, this is Rob Armstrong. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin has told his country's parliament that one way or another the PLO must leave Lebanon. In a speech Tuesday night, Begin said the PLO guerrillas trapped in West Beirut may take their personal weapons, their rifles and pistols with them, but they must leave Lebanon of their own volition or be forced to do so. There was talk in Lebanon that the PLO was trying to work out an honorable settlement, but Begin said there could be no PLO force, not even a token political arm left in Beirut. Tony Danina has more from the Lebanese capital.
The ceasefire between Israel, Syria, and the Palestine Liberation Organization is holding, but life is hardly normal in West Beirut. Thousands of people have fled the city, and more are leaving today. The Israelis say there are as many as 600,000 people in West Beirut. An Israeli officer estimated that 10,000 have left. The Israelis say that the ceasefire, which took effect Friday night, can't hold forever. Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Colonel Paul Kadar says the negotiations to get the PLO out of Beirut cannot go on for an unlimited time. Israel's aim is to get an estimated 6,000 Palestinian guerrillas out of West Beirut. The PLO has reportedly agreed to go along with an honorable surrender, but the two sides have not been able to agree on the terms of a Palestinian withdrawal. Tony Danina for CBS News, Beirut.
This could be the time to buy a new home or rent new office space. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the rate of inflation in real estate is beginning to slow down everywhere. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles reported on how a move in Congress threatens tax benefits for professionals who incorporate, which new mutual fund is getting plenty of attention on Wall Street, and why continued high unemployment so far has aroused relatively little public outcry. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 6 months of the Journal for $47, just 37 cents a day. That's $47 for 6 months of the Journal, just 37 cents a day. So, if you're serious about business, put the Wall Street Journal to work for you. Call toll-free in the continental U.S. 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600. Except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
President Reagan has signed a 25-year extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, saying there will never be a challenge to Americans' right to vote while he's president. Some civil rights leaders, while praising the fact that the bill was signed, say the Justice Department has not done enough to enforce the provisions of the act. Meanwhile, at the NAACP convention in Boston, much of the focus is on economics. Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas said it's time to turn around Mr. Reagan's economic policies. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield are asleep now after their busiest day yet aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. The two astronauts maneuvered the spaceship's huge robot arm, ran thermal and environmental tests, and got more secret instructions about their secret military experiment. A series of severe thunderstorms hit the North Atlantic coast Tuesday night. In the southern New Jersey village of Berkeley Township, many homes were damaged by high winds, possibly a tornado. Fred Fishkin, a reporter for New York station WCBS, went to the village and files this report.
Bent sheets of aluminum line the streets in the worst four-block area of the retirement communities. Some cars were turned over, and 5 homes could be classified as a total loss. About 60 or so others suffered varying degrees of damage. There were scraps of aluminum on Gus Frizz's front lawn.
I just was sitting on the back porch there listening to the TV and watching the TV program, and all of a sudden I heard this swish, and everything was crashing down. You can see the debris here, aluminum.
But miraculously, there were no serious injuries reported. Mayor Harry Morey says the job now...
You have been found guilty of treason.
But I'm innocent.
You were given a fair trial.
I'm not a traitor.
You were seen by witnesses. Do you challenge their honesty?
No, but...
But what, Gavri Karja? But what?
What year is this?
You know what year this is. 1943.
Then that proves I'm innocent. If this is the year 1943, I haven't been born yet.
Our mystery drama, The Old Country, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If there are chores or do-it-yourself projects you avoid because they seem like too much work, maybe it's because your tools don't do enough. Hi, Pat Summerall to say True Value Hardware stores offer hard-working tools like the rugged Homelight 16-inch gas chainsaw. Its powerful engine handles big cutting jobs with ease, and the safety tip prevents kickback. You don't have to avoid tough jobs like cutting trees or lumber when you have the Homelight gas chainsaw, now just $189.95 at participating True Value Hardware stores.
You're working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. So get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House to you. Get that good till it's got the feeling. The Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell.
It's a whole lot more than saving. It's a whole lot more than price. And it's more than friendly service that makes Kmart really nice. Oh, with everything all together in one great saving place. Your saving place makes saving nice with quality and a Kmart price.
It's that time again, time for the Kmart Colorful White Sale. You'll find big once-a-year savings on almost every item in the department. For example, no iron twin sheets in flat and fitted sizes, just $1.99 each. Blended of comfortable cotton polyester. They're available in your choice of soft pastel colors. Limit 2 while quantities last. Check your newspaper for other fabulous bargains during the big Kmart White Sale now through Saturday at Kmart.
Gabriel Carson is 32 years old and probably makes $2,000 or $3,000 for each year of his age. And for all I know, even more. What with stock options and bonuses and expense accounts, plus all the other perks of modern business. He is part of a new breed. Or maybe a contemporary aspect of an old one. Sharp, adaptable, perceptive, and predatory. And, of course, he holds today's charismatic passport to financial success, an MBA degree from a prestigious university. And no one at International Acceptance Corporation, perhaps the world's largest conglomerate, knows that he was born Gavri Karja, and that his mother still lives in what is described as an ethnic neighborhood.
For your information, I have never lied about my origins. If I never told anyone, it's because, quite simply, it never occurred to anyone to ask. And I visit my mother every Sunday.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, hi. I would have come earlier, Mama, but I knew you'd be at church.
Mm-hmm.
So, how are you feeling?
All right.
Good.
I'd feel better if I had a son who would come early on a Sunday and take his mother to Mass.
Mama, as soon as I get a chance, I'll do that.
So do it next Sunday.
Oh, sorry, I can't next Sunday.
Uh-huh. And this time, what's the excuse?
Well, they're sending me to Europe.
Why? What do you know about Europe?
The company has opened a branch in Trieste.
Trieste? Well, it's only 200 miles from your father's village. Oh, listen, Gavri, why don't
Mama,
you...
please, it's a business trip. I really have no time.
But it would have made your father so happy.
Mama, I have absolutely no interest in or curiosity about the old country.
Oh, Gavri, I wish I could tell you how wonderful...
If it was so wonderful, why did you leave it? Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe you never did leave it. I mean, this neighborhood, it's like part of the old country, and you married a young man who lived next door.
You're saying I shouldn't have married your papa?
I'm saying this neighborhood has been your whole life. You never left it.
And why should I leave it? All my friends, all the people from my old village are here. Here, come, sit down at the table. Look, I have your dinner almost ready.
Mama, when you eat at noon, it's called lunch. Besides, I'm not hungry. Just give me a glass of water so I can take this pill.
Ah, pills again. For what this time? First you take a pill that will make you sleep. Then you take a pill to keep you awake. In the old country, who ever heard of pills? A man was a man. He liked to eat, to drink, play music, dance, enjoy life. Tell me, Gavri, do you enjoy life?
Sure, I enjoy life.
So how can you enjoy life if you don't have a family?
Mama, please, I'm really too busy.
What do you do that you should be so busy? No, why can't I see the busy? Your papa, when he was busy, I could see it. He was building a house. What do you do?
I create situations.
Yes, but where is the house? The pair of shoes?
Mom, I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a shoemaker.
What are you?
I'm a strategic planner.
Well, whatever that is, you don't look happy. A mother knows, and the mother knows why. You don't have a woman of your own.
Mom, I could have a dozen women.
Ah, those are women who could belong to anybody. I mean a woman who belongs to you.
Modern women don't want to belong to a man.
I understand. Therefore, you should marry an old-fashioned woman.
Please, Mama.
A girl from the old country. And I found her for you.
Now, look.
Now, she came here a few years ago. She's even been to college, just like you.
Now, look, Mama.
And it hasn't spoiled her. She teaches school. And here she is now. Neda, come in, my child.
Uncle Milan said you wanted these shoes right away, so I... Oh.
And Neda, I want you to meet my son, Gavri. Gavri, this is Neda Benko.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Karja?
No, that is not his name. What is it you call yourself, Gavri?
Carson.
Mr. Carson.
Neda, come. Please, sit down. You have some dinner with us?
Oh, I have to prepare lunch for Uncle Milan. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Carson.
Miss Benko?
Goodbye.
Mama, did you tell that girl I would be here?
Why should I tell her? Did I tell you?
You placed both of us in an extremely embarrassing situation.
I did it for a reason. I wanted you to fall in love.
I simply don't understand you.
Sometimes when two people meet without warning, see each other for the first time, it's as if lightning strikes.
Mama,
She fell in love with you. I could tell by the way she turned color. Oh, and there was a look in her eyes. She has beautiful blue eyes, no? You see, she's very modest, and that is why she ran away. Did you fall in love with her?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Look, Ma, I objected to this old country custom of parents arranging a match.
You know a better way?
Oh, we've had this argument before. I am not going to marry Miss Benko, and that's the end of it.
Maybe. You say you're going to Trieste? Gavri, visit your papa's village.
I already told...
What, you're not proud of your papa?
Yes, Mama, but he was from another time, another world. Look, Mama, it's getting late.
All right. Before you go, eat something. Here, come on, give me your plate.
Hey, take it easy.
So, Gavri, do you think maybe you can find time to visit your papa's village?
Look, Mama, I really...
A pity. It might do you some good.
And that's how it would go each time I would visit my mother. There was usually a girl who she would have maneuvered into the apartment somehow on one pretext or another. Although, I must admit that Neda Benko was really the best looking of the lot. She did have the deepest, bluest eyes, but, I mean, she was so obviously wrong for me. Well, I had enough to do getting ready for my trip to Trieste, but finally I got squared away and got there ready to work. But the night I arrived, for some reason I can't explain, I found myself out walking near the docks. Clouds obscured the moon. There was a mist, a fine rain. It was hard to see anything. And then I heard the voice.
Gavri.
Yes, that's my name.
I can see you are Gavri Karja.
How did you know?
You look just like your picture.
What picture?
So, Gavri, tell me, where are you going?
Well, you tell me, why is it your affair?
It is my affair because my name is Vok. And I'm concerned with these things. Also because with this revolver, I can kill you in the blink of an eye.
Oh, is this a robbery?
The word came from Gorvan that you might be here.
Gorvan? What? That's the village. It's my father's village.
And his father's before him, and his father, and back for more than 1,000 years.
Yes, but what about Gorvan?
Walk in front of me quietly.
Yeah, but
carefully. Patrols are out.
Patrol? Perhaps you'd better explain.
Be still. You're making too much noise as it is. Turn here, to your left. Listen. A patrol.
What?
Silence. Flatten yourself against the wall. In this fog, they may not see us. Remember, make a single sound, and I'll be able to make sure of you.
Hans! Friedrich! Come here! Schnell!
What language was that?
What language do you think? German?
Yes, that's what it sounded like. But why would there be German soldiers here in Trieste?
Are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Vok.
Vok? And suddenly, I heard a loud burst of music. It blared at me from the open door of a waterfront cafe. The rain had stopped. The pavement was dry. The mist had disappeared as if by magic. All about me were bright lights and laughter, music, and crowds of people. I mean, where was the man who had somehow materialized out of the fog? The man who called himself Roke. He was nowhere to be seen. Who was he? Had I imagined it? Probably. Well, the next morning I was in our office with our local manager, Francesca Danilo.
I hope you're satisfied with our progress here, Mr. Carson.
And my report on the whole is favorable. I know that with the proper supervision, you could very well become our outstanding overseas branch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carson.
Yes, I must say I hadn't expected to find a woman branch manager.
It's probably due to the war, Mr. Carson.
The war? I mean, that was such a long time ago.
So many men were killed, especially in this part of the world. It became necessary and natural for women to take over.
Yes, of course. I'll be leaving for home the day after tomorrow.
Shall I have my secretary make the travel arrangement?
Oh, thank you.
It's no trouble at all.
Yeah. Tell me, Miss Danilo, have you ever heard of a town called Gorvan?
Gorvan? No.
I mean, it's in the Kastendil Valley.
Oh, yes. There was very heavy fighting there during the war.
Yes, and have you ever heard of a man called Gavri Karja?
Oh, yes. He was quite a legendary hero. Are you interested in the history of this part of the world, Mr. Carson?
Well, we're in business here. It's good to know as much as possible about the people, the customs, so forth. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. About this Gavri Karja.
The Germans set a trap for him, but he escaped somehow. He later went to the United States where he married and raised a family, I believe. I understand he died some years ago. I could find out more if you're interested.
No, thank you. I was just mildly curious. The next night was my last in Trieste. I had some reports to complete, and I was ready for bed before midnight. I had an early plane. I closed my eyes. I had just fallen asleep when... Where was I? Certainly not in a hotel room. It appeared to be a kind of cave.
Get down, Gaffney. What? Get down behind that rock.
Hey, you're that man, Volk.
Get down behind that rock or I'll shoot you here and now.
What are you saying?
What he's saying is clear as crystal and just as sharp. If Gabriel doesn't do as he's told, he's as good or as bad as dead. Something is happening to Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavrid Kaja. He seems to be moving in and out of an extremely strange situation. He's a strategic planner by profession, but he certainly hasn't planned on anything like this. The second act shortly.
I told the guy at the garage I wanted a wheel alignment. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it done right. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it guaranteed. He says, you don't got it. Took my car to Goodyear.
At Goodyear, we'll align your wheels and we'll guarantee the work for 90 days or 4,000 miles. Our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a wheel alignment now for $19, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
I am a smoker, and I smoke about a pack a day.
Sulamar, Antioch, Illinois.
And I thought, wow, my teeth are really getting yellow.
She used Topol Smoker's tooth polish with fluoride.
My teeth started getting whiter, and it gave like a shine to them that they hadn't had in a long time. I was very happy with it, and now I smile again all the time.
Topol Smoker's tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough so you can use it every day. Use only as directed.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So, if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
Life Begins at 40 was the title of a popular book of a generation ago. And why not? When life begins, there's always been a matter for speculation and debate. However, looking at it a certain way, it may be said that our lives began long, long before we were born. Our lives began when life itself appeared on this planet. In each of us, whether or not we may be aware of it, are racial memories that go back to the dim and long-forgotten dawning of mankind.
Where are we? Who are you?
Quiet. They'll hear you.
Who's going to hear me?
Shut up. You want to get us both killed?
Killed? By whom?
Now, crawl forward slowly.
Now, would you just wait a minute?
Do you want me to shoot you now?
What do you mean, shoot me now?
Crawl forward. Don't try to call out.
Where are we going?
You know where we're going.
No, I don't.
It won't help you to pretend.
Look, where are we going?
To Gorvan.
Gorvan. Suddenly, it seemed there was an explosion in my head, as if the very word had set off a charge of dynamite. Gorvan. But what was it? Just the name of some obscure mountain village? I closed my eyes. I tried to clear my mind. When I opened them again, the cave, or whatever it had been, was gone. And so was the man named Volk. I was sitting upright in the bed in my hotel room. Hello?
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
This is Mr. Nilo.
Oh, Mr. Nilo? Oh, yes, Mr. Nilo.
Are you all right, Mr. Carson?
Am I all right?
Well, you said you'd be by this morning to pick up the reports on your way to the airport.
Yes, that's right, I did.
Well, it's almost noon.
Noon?
You'll miss your plane.
How could it be noon?
Well, suppose I bring the reports to the hotel and then drive you out to the airport.
Oh, yeah, that's probably the only way to do it.
I'll be at the front entrance in half an hour.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nilo. I jumped out of bed, showered, and dressed quickly. A bellman arrived to pick up my luggage. I followed him out of the room into the corridor, but... No, it wasn't the corridor of a modern hotel. It was a dark alleyway, and I was sopping wet. A pelting rain was coming down all about me, and something hard was being jabbed into my spine. I turned around, and I saw the revolver.
Face the front.
Who are you?
Don't you know by this time I'm Volk?
Look, I won't move another step, not one more step, until you tell me what you want.
I'll shoot you.
Okay, go ahead, kill me, and then I'll wake up. This is only a dream.
You think it's a dream?
Sure, it's a dream.
And the rest of it, that was all a dream, too?
The rest of what?
Gorvan. That was all a dream, Gorvan?
Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan?
Mr. Carson, Mr. Carson.
What?
Mr. Carson, are you all right?
What happened? What am I doing back here in my hotel room?
Well, you were supposed to meet me at the front entrance.
Front? Yeah.
But you weren't there. I waited. I had them call your room, but there was no answer. So I came up to see it.
Yes. We'd better get to the airport, huh?
I'm afraid you've already missed your plane.
Mr.
Carson, you're obviously not feeling well.
Obviously.
You're quite pale. You're shaking. And you're standing there just muttering, Gorvan. What do I know about Gorvan?
Yes.
Gorvan. I seem to recall. That name came up the other day. Wasn't it the name of some remote village?
Yeah, that's right.
May I ask, what do you know about it?
Nothing.
Mr. Carson, why don't you see a doctor?
A doctor?
Something is bothering you.
No. I'm not sick.
Oh, but it doesn't necessarily have to be physical.
Oh, you mean that kind of doctor?
Well, perhaps you need a sedative of some kind.
No, I won't go to a psychiatrist. I don't know how these things are viewed in your country, but in America, for people in management positions, seeing a psychiatrist could be interpreted as a sign of weakness or incompetence.
I understand. Therefore, might it not be best for you to see a psychiatrist here, far from home?
Yes. Something is happening to me. I don't know. It began as soon as I arrived here.
Can you be sure of that?
Well, it never happened before.
Perhaps it was something that was bound to happen at any time. A very good friend of mine has his office not far from here. I'm sure you could see him at once.
I knew I was being handled, maneuvered, and, well, I don't take to that sort of thing, but it seemed as if I had no will to resist. And I was feeling terribly confused. So she telephoned her friend, and I went over to his office.
Mr. Carson, I am Dr. Zaro.
No, wait a minute. You're not. I know you. You're Volk.
Who?
Volk. A man named Volk.
Who is Volk?
That man with the gun.
Obviously, I am unarmed.
Yeah, but he waits for me in the dark.
But it's light in here.
There's gunfire going on all around us.
I don't hear the sound of shooting, do you?
No, but you are Volk.
Why do you insist?
Well, it's the same voice, the same face.
I am Dr. Zaro, Dr. Istvan Zaro. Who is Mr. Volk?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And what does he want of you?
Well, he wants me to go back with him to Gorvan.
Gorvan?
Yeah, it's a small village high in the hills.
And how would you, an American, know about it?
It was my father's village.
And his name was Carson?
No, it was Karja. Gavri Karja.
I see.
What do you see?
Your name is also Karja.
No, it isn't. Karja was the name that was given to me, but Carson is the name I took.
Why?
Well, because I wanted to get somewhere. It'd be easier, simpler if my name were Carson. And, well, that's all there is to it.
Continue.
With what?
Your story.
Well, I've told you the whole story. A man I don't know who calls himself Volk wants me to go back to Gorvan with him.
That's all he wants?
Yes.
Well, if that's all, why don't you go?
Because I don't have the time. I'm quite busy.
You don't have a day or two? When was the last time you were in Gorvan?
Well, I've never been there.
Well, then, how do you account for Mr. Volk?
I can't account for Mr. Volk. That's why I'm here, to see if you have the answer.
You're the one who has the answer. After all, you created him.
You're saying he's a creature of my imagination?
Are you saying he's real?
Well, he seems very real.
How many times have you seen him?
3, 4.
What are your plans now?
Well, I should be on a plane for home tomorrow morning.
And Mr. Volk?
Well, I hope I can just leave him here where he belongs.
What if you see him again?
Doctor, we seem to have lost sight of my purpose for this visit.
And what is that?
I had expected that you would tell me how I could avoid seeing him again.
But you will see him again.
Now, look, Doctor, I was hoping you could help me.
Well, unfortunately, there is no pill or medication. You will have to help yourself.
All right. Tell me how.
Go to Gorvan.
But why?
Because that's where the answer is. If there is an answer.
Have a most pleasant flight, Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Miss Danilo. You've been quite helpful.
I wish I could have been more helpful.
Miss Danilo.
What is it?
There he is.
Who?
Volk. Look, by the information booth. Don't you see him?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Don't you see that man? In a sheepskin coat.
A sheepskin coat? It's July.
And a fur hat.
Mr. Carson.
He has a rifle.
Mr. Carson, you'd better sit down.
Don't you see him?
No, I'm sorry.
He's coming towards us. Don't shoot! All at once, there was no information booth, but a huge rock. There was no waiting room, no airport, but a steep mountainside, and I was trying to climb it. I had a pain in my chest. My hands were bleeding, and he was right behind me with his rifle.
Move forward.
I can't.
Move.
Look, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I can't.
Move.
Is that the only word you know?
Move or be shot.
God, I wish you would. Shoot me. It would be a blessing.
Shooting is too good for you. Shooting is too sweet, too painless.
Why? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Mr. Carson.
What? Miss Danilo, something seemed to come over me. Just for a moment,
What is wrong, Mr. Carson? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Miss Danilo, could you hire a car for me, please? Gorvan was not on any map, but it overlooked the Castendil Valley. The roads were good. They wound through steep, jagged, mountainous country and reminded me of the Adirondacks or the Rockies. And to add to the back-home feeling was the American music on the radio. There wasn't a single soul in sight for miles. Now, where was Gorvan? Finally, I saw the sign. A small stone marker. It pointed directly up the side of the mountain. So I shifted into the lowest gear to start the climb. And then, did I hear voices?
Nach Ostenlicht! Bleib ruhig!
Germans. Yes, they are Germans. Be quiet. Soldiers. Yes, they are soldiers.
Volk, it's you. What are you doing here? Where's my car? What am I doing here? And those Germans, what are they doing here?
You know what they're doing here, Gavrikarja.
Look, I swear to you.
Gavrikarja, they're waiting for you.
For me? Why?
To show them the way.
The way? To where?
Govran.
Why?
So they can kill every man, woman, and child in the village.
And at this point, all of us will have to wait just a bit until the third act. Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavrik Kaja, has evidently blundered into a situation which he can neither understand nor control. Whether he will ever be able to do either or both shall be revealed shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
Going home is one of the great themes of literature. There are some writers who say you can't go home again. There are others who claim that none of us ever really leave. All we know so far is that our hero, Gabriel Carson, or Gavri Kaja, is going to his ancestral home for the first and what might very well be the last time.
The Germans are waiting for me?
Yes.
But why?
So that you can show them where the people of Govan are hiding.
No, look, believe me.
Believe you, a traitor? Now be silent. If you try to call out to your friends, you're a dead man.
My friends? You don't understand. If you would only let me explain, a mistake, a terrible mistake is being made.
Is your name Gavri Karja?
Yes, but
the discussion is over.
I can't believe it. Soldiers, German soldiers, why are they here?
You know why they are here. They invaded our country to enslave us.
All right, let's just keep our heads. There's a war, huh? What war, huh? What year is this?
You know full well what year this is.
Please tell me.
This is the year 1943.
No. No, that's impossible. No, I must be having a nightmare.
You think so?
What do I have to do to wake up?
Enough of this stupid conversation. Now move forward, quietly.
No, I won't do it. I'm bound to wake up.
You won't move?
No.
All right.
Suddenly, he raised the rifle butt over his head. I never saw it come down on mine, but a great white light seemed to burst through my head. And then everything became dark. After a while, I don't know how long, I was conscious of deep pains throughout my skull. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the ground. It seemed to be the floor of a tiny hut. I tried to sit up, but I thought the better of it. Where am I?
Where? In the mountains.
Who are you?
Well, you know who I am.
No, Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you. You're Neda Benka. What are you doing here?
I live here.
No. I mean, what are you doing here in my nightmare?
Your nightmare? The whole world has become a place of nightmare.
Yeah, I should have woken up when, what's his name? Avok hit me on the head, but evidently the blow only served to drive me deeper into this. Neda, why am I dreaming about you?
Why do you insist on calling me Neda? You know my name is Darinka. Oh, none of this will help you, this silly pretense.
Look, why don't you humor me?
You disgraced your village, your people.
Would you tell me what I did?
You have such an innocent look on your face. Oh, one could almost believe you.
No, would you tell me?
Dushan, your cousin, the man I was supposed to marry.
Dushan?
He killed the Nazi officer, and Dushan also died. But the Germans knew that he came from Govan, and they decided to destroy the village and kill everyone in it. Why do you make me recite this as if you don't know?
Because I don't know.
But we were warned. So all of us left for this hiding place. The Germans offered a reward to anyone who would lead them to us. You turned traitor. But we found out. And before you could do it, you had to run for your life. We traced you to Trieste and sent word to Volk, who was living there. Now, what else do you want me to tell you?
It isn't true.
It isn't true that you agreed to betray us to the Germans?
No, it isn't.
It isn't true that even now they're waiting for you at Sorbush Valley to show them the way?
Do you want to listen to me?
No.
Now, look, in all fairness...
You can talk at your trial.
But...
The people are gathering now. In an hour, it will be all over.
With that, she walked out of the hut. I tried to get up, but now I could feel the pains shooting into every part of my body. What was I going to do? With every passing minute, it seemed to be less and less of a nightmare, but if it wasn't a nightmare, what could it be?
Gavri Karja, your fellow villagers have asked me to preside as judge at your trial.
Wait, it's Miss Danilo.
As the mother of Dusan Brankovic, our martyr, I, Elena Brankovic, accept that honor.
No. You're Miss Danilo, Miss Francesca Danilo. You know me. Then tell these people who I am. Well, tell them.
Who brings the charge?
I do. I, Darinka.
State the charge.
He was seen entering the headquarters of the Nazi regiment in the town of Kaljus.
I never...
Silence! You shall have your chance.
He was seen by witnesses.
I listened to the charge. I was fascinated. The way a bird might be fascinated by a snake. I was seen entering the Nazi headquarters. I was seen leaving.
Gavri Karja, what do you have to say in your defense?
I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. It's a dream. It's gone on too long. All I want to do is end it. But how?
Since you won't speak in your own behalf, is there anyone who will speak for you?
I will.
Look.
Yes. It's been such a hard life for all of us.
We freeze in the winter, we starve all the year. And so sometimes the temptation to give up the fight is almost too much for our human strength to withstand. Let us not shoot him.
What are you saying, Vok?
Hasn't there been enough killing? Haven't they killed too many of us already?
If we don't kill him, how can he be punished?
He's already been given the greatest punishment a man can know. He has lost the friendship, the esteem of his village. From now on, he's an outcast. What woman will have him as a husband? What man will have him as a friend?
Let us vote.
There were about 100 people gathered around us. When she asked for those in favor of execution, practically every hand was raised. She nodded her head. 5 men armed with rifles approached. I was placed against a huge rock. The 5 men raised their rifles.
No! Don't shoot! You must give me a chance to say something.
You were given a chance. You didn't take it.
I'll take it now. Please listen. Look, everybody, I couldn't have committed this treason. You know why? If this is the year 1943, then I haven't even been born yet.
This is what you wish to tell us?
I was born in America. Gavri Karja was my father. Look at me. Yes, I resemble the Gavri Karja, you know, but only the way a son resembles a father. Look at me closely, all of you. Am I really that Gavri Karja? Am I exactly as tall? Is my face exactly the same?
The scar? Where is the scar? He fought with Dushan.
He fought with Dushan over you and lost, which is why he wants to betray us.
But where is the scar from Dushan's knife?
That's right. My father had that scar on his cheek. Is it on mine? No. Therefore, I am not my father. I am his son. And I have not yet been born.
We are mad. All of us are mad. We have been driven to madness by hunger and cold and fear.
Wait, Elena. Perhaps this is what we have prayed for. A miracle. Why is he here? Why?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Perhaps I do know. Now look, my father saved the village, right? Which means he wasn't killed here. He led the Germans into a trap.
What kind of trap?
An ambush. Yes. Yeah, that was the story. He told the Nazis he would lead them to the hiding place of the villagers, but instead he took them to a narrow pass.
I know of such a place where a few good riflemen could wipe out the regiment.
Yes, the ravine near Jalvara.
Exactly. Let me lead them there.
You?
That's right. They think I'll take them to where the villagers are hidden, but instead I will guide them to the Jalvara.
Good.
Yeah. Now look, if this is the year 1943, the tide of war has already turned against them. They have lost 250,000 soldiers at Stalingrad in Russia. The Americans have already landed in Africa, Sicily, Italy. Next year they will invade France.
Is that really true?
Believe me, yes.
Let the village vote.
They voted to believe me. The ambush was prepared. I made my way to where the German SS detachment was waiting, and I reported to the colonel.
What delayed you, Gavri Karja? They moved to a new place, sir. You know where it is? Yes, sir. Lead the way. Remember, at the first sign of treason, you'll be shot. Yes, Colonel. How much further? It's just beyond this ravine. Now, move quickly. I don't care for narrow places.
Down, Gavri! Behind the rock!
You are listening to the Yugoslav American Hour, bringing you the disco music of the 1980s. And now...
It was a dream. It couldn't have been a dream. It happened. It happened. I know it happened. managed to get up the mountain. There was a small, trim, neat-looking house. Beyond it, a few others, a church, a school, a few shops. This was Corval. I stopped the car, walked to the house, knocked on the door. A woman opened it. She was rather attractive, although no longer young. But there could be no mistake. You are Darinka?
Yes.
And, Elena, is she still alive?
Elena? No, she died last year. But who are you? How do you know me? Why do you ask for Elena?
Who am I?
Well, you seem familiar. I'm sure I know you.
Well, I have come to visit my father's village.
Oh, you are Gavri. Gavri Karja. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll tell everyone you're here. Oh, we will have a celebration tonight. Your father, he saved us all. You know about that, I'm sure.
Yes.
You look exactly like him, except for the scar. Oh, that scar, he got it because of me. He fought a man named Dushan. But the truth, I wasn't in love with either of them.
You don't look a day older.
Older than what? I'm 60.
Will Neda look like you at 60, I wonder?
Neda? Who is Neda?
Well, something tells me she is the girl I'm going to marry.
Good. And of course you will name the first boy Gavri.
Yes, of course.
Gavri Karja. Son of Gavri Karja. After all these years, you have finally come home.
Yes, Darinka. I have finally come home.
As Mr. Stevenson said, home is the sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hills. All things come home at eventide. There is no place like home. This is a theme that has entranced the poet since time began. Home, be it ever so humble, the magic is still there. And for all of us, it is the greatest magic in our lives. I shall return shortly.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building, don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
The old country. For everyone, there is an old country, a place that exists somewhere else. All of us are immigrants, no matter how long we have been in residence. And the memories of that old country, that other country, remain with us forever. Nothing, no one, remains fixed in one spot for eternity. One day, our descendants shall pick themselves up and leave, just as our ancestors did. And this country shall exist in fond recollection as the old country. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Court Benson, and Joan Shea. The entire production...
He was acquired by the Pistons last winter and averaged about 7.
Read and follow label directions.
Destroyed because of poor storage and transportation facilities. Frank Sedapani, CBS News.
Are you eating ice cream right now? If not, why not? Everyone knows.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I have a confession to make, which I admit is not the way to raise the curtain on a mystery theater presentation, where confessions are usually reserved for the end. All my life I have been intrigued with the Empress Josephine, not only because she manipulated Napoleon, but because of her addiction to reading the cards. I also love the way she dressed. It is said she actually directed her life according to what the playing cards foretold. So it's with a special interest and delight that I not only get to introduce today's 3 acts, but to play the part of Josephine myself.
Empress, may I join you?
I am counting a card for every year of my marriage. Star. Moon. Sun. 10. 11. 12. I am up to 12 here.
Josephine, you have been married for 13 years.
13. I don't think 13 is my lucky number. I don't dare turn over the last card.
Oh, my dear girl, what could the cards tell you?
That Napoleon and I'd rather not know. I want a few more hours of not knowing. The end. Our mystery drama, In the Cards, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I shall return shortly with Act 1.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drinks. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hello, control room. Do you know what's next?
Yeah, it's another Bob Sellers commercial reply.
Oh, man. Is there any way to get out of it?
We could write a letter and quit, but you better read the intro.
Well, here is a Bob Sellers commercial reply from an interested citizen.
Thank you. This reply is to all of the many people who want to know why there is a boat stuck out in front of Bob Sellers' Pontiac on the Grand River at 10 miles, 9 miles after 1 mile. The captain of this boat was afloat on the moat at Bob Sellers' Pontiac when the Grand River became a road again. This raises the question, Bob Sellers will sell Pontiacs that don't cost very much to everyone, even captains who don't have both oars in the water.
Did you write that letter?
Oh, yeah, come on in. We're all going to sign it. On the Grand River at 10 Mile Run.
It was the last day of the French Revolution. The wife of a viscount sat in a cell reading the cards. Suddenly she went white. On top lay the card of death. The guillotine fell, and with it the head of her husband. Today we might say the cards had nothing to do with it. The lady's husband happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But in 1794, Josephine believed the cards always foretold her fate.
Josephine, stop looking in the cards. There's nothing there but numbers and pictures.
Teresa, that's not true. On this table is the future, the present, and the past.
In the old days, when my husband was still alive, he'd say the future lies in your own hands. Certainly not in the cards.
Don't you understand? I need to be doing something. Make my fingers move. Let my thoughts follow the cards. Otherwise, I couldn't stand waiting in this cell here in the Bastille.
So far, we have escaped death.
But for how long? See? There it is again. The card of death. Who will be next? You or I? Oh, how can you be so calm, Teresa?
My dear, it is a tragedy to lose one's husband, as we both have. But we must believe for us there's a tomorrow.
Every time I shuffle and cut, there it is. The card of death, black and forbidding. Besides, I don't mourn for Alexandre. You know very well when he was in the cell next to ours, that was the closest we have ever been in years. Yes, I mourn for the death of a fine man who had his faults, but not for a husband. He was no husband to me.
Cards or no cards, I know we'll be spared. I do believe it. I believe the good Lord will stop this massacre.
That day, that night was the end of the revolution. Robespierre was dead. The doors were thrown wide, and in a daze we wandered through the blood-soaked garden into the streets to freedom. A year later, I was living in Paris with Teresa Tania, and we remembered.
Was it really a year ago today?
Teresa, I have a confession to make. Do you remember how you made me kneel and pray? Even as I was praying, I kept one hand of my cards in my pocket.
Oh, Josephine. You thought if the Lord wouldn't free you, the cards might.
And I'm not sure to this day.
You're a superstitious goose. Now, why aren't you dressed for this evening? My 2 guests will be here. I'd like you to make yourself presentable.
You treat me as if I was 16, and I'm twice that. Yes, I am, but don't tell anyone. Anyway, you're right. I shouldn't criticize your belief in the Savior.
And I won't make fun of your faith in the cards. We've plenty of time to philosophize about our escape, but only half an hour to prepare for this evening. Now, hurry. Oh, and Josephine, I have been through your closet and removed all the black dresses and all the black veils. A year of mourning for your late husband is enough. I've left 3 pretty bright silk dresses on your bed to choose from.
Ah, Teresa, I only make this mistake when I'm invited to your house. I arrive too early.
Pierre, it's all right. I was dressed. Josephine will join us when she's ready. I have my fingers crossed for this evening.
Ah, how so?
We can speak as old friends, you and I. We are both of that certain age when one can talk of anything.
Oh, I love gossip. Go on.
And I love Josephine. She has been living here for a year, and she's not getting any younger, but I simply cannot find a man who interests her. I have invited every personable single man, every army man, and every diplomat. When the evening is over and I say to her, Josephine, what did you think of so-and-so? Do you know what she says?
What do I say, Teresa?
Josephine, have you been listening to our conversation?
Of course. How else am I going to find out what you think? Good evening, Pierre.
Ah, my dear. Oh, I'm glad you've given up wearing those gloomy clothes.
Ah, you see, Josephine, what did I tell you?
Teresa, when the right man arrives, Josephine will know it.
What do they say? Once bitten, twice shy? My first marriage to Alexandra was a disaster. So now I'm being a little more careful. That's why, after an evening with a gentleman, I consult my cards. It is they who tell me this man is a fool, that man is a knave, the third a charlatan, and so on.
There is such a thing as being too particular. The man with no faults hasn't been born. And remember, you're not 16.
When I was, an old negress at home in Martinique looked in the cards and told me I will be Queen of France.
Oh, really? Did she?
But, she said, you must always listen to the cards. When I met Alexandra, I paid no attention to the cards. I wanted to leave our little island. I wanted to live in Paris.
So, now you trust the cards?
More than I trust myself.
It's hopeless. I don't know why I bother.
Because, dearest Teresa, you cannot abide this here woman without a man. Who have you invited this evening beside this flattering old painter?
Someday, my child, I will paint your soul, and you will no longer make fun of my age.
I have invited a general. His name is Bonaparte.
Oh, Lord. Another army man. They're all so exceptionally dull.
I sincerely hope to be the exception, Madame Dahlia.
Good of you to invite me to your soiree.
General Bonaparte, I am overcome with confusion.
Please, don't be, madame. The lady is quite right. We, who live by the sword, have forgotten how cutting the tongue can be.
I like that. That was well said.
General Bonaparte, the Vicomtesse Alexandra Beauharnais.
A pleasure.
And may I introduce Monsieur Pierre Proudhon?
An honor. I have seen your painting of Madame Tallien, and also that of Madame Récamier. They are as beautiful as the ladies themselves.
I take it all back. The General has the gift of words.
And, Monsieur Proudhon, if I ever marry, I shall most certainly hope to commission you to paint the portrait of my wife.
Eh bien, Josephine?
Eh bien, what?
You spent practically the whole evening talking to the General. Now I find you in your room dealing out the cards. What do they say?
So far, nothing against him. We're very alike, you know, he and I. In a way, I was born on an island, and so is he. Corsica.
Well, that's a beginning. What else do you have in common?
That's all so far. But who knows? Napoleon. Now, isn't that a terrible first name? Napoleon.
I like it. It's unusual.
He's a strange man. Absolutely impales you with his eyes.
Did he talk about himself?
Not much. I'm afraid I did most of the talking. I must have said some very amusing things. He laughed quite a lot at what I was saying.
He'd be an excellent catch.
He is handsome. Not as tall as I'd like a man, but I'd say commanding.
That is the exact word for him. He has just been named Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Now, what do the cards say?
Whatever it is, I'm too tired to understand. I had a lovely time this evening, Teresa, and I do thank you.
If I can in any way assist you to fulfill the prophecy that you will become the Queen of France, my dear, I couldn't be happier.
Your Bonaparte would need several promotions before he became king, don't you think?
Oh, Josie, go to bed. Argue with your dreams.
That night I did dream. There was Napoleon Bonaparte. We were being married. For some reason, I was crying. When I awoke in the morning and reached down for my slippers, there was the King of Hearts on the floor, face up. I knew it was true. It was a sign.
My darling Josephine, you are going to be the first lady of France to spend her honeymoon on the battlefield.
I am? Why am I?
I have kept a secret from you, my sweetheart, because I did not wish to give you any excuse for delaying our marriage. But now that I have carried you over the threshold and you are mine, how does the idea of a honeymoon in the midst of battle strike you?
Strike is the word. I haven't even taken off my wedding veil, and a honeymoon on what battlefield? Where?
Italy.
What would I do in Italy?
You would be with me. We leave in 2 days.
I can't leave Paris in 2 days. Husband, be reasonable. Give me time to think about it.
You don't love me.
What a thing to say the day of our marriage.
Then why don't you wish to be with me as much as I wish to be with you?
Don't you think it a little mad that I should follow you and be with you in the midst of fighting?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Do the other soldiers have their wives with them in battle?
No, of course not.
Would you approve of it?
It's not possible. There are thousands of troops.
So?
But there is only one general. Myself. I see nothing strange in a newly married commander-in-chief having his bride with him.
And suppose these Italians you are fighting should fight back?
Oh, they will.
And a bullet or a cannonball should hit me?
Ah. Oh, that's possible.
And if you put me so far away as to be out of danger, I might as well be comfortable here in Paris.
I hadn't thought of that.
Then think of it, my darling little Corsican, and help me off with my dress. It's about time we stopped talking and behaved as married people are expected to behave. Josephine had the answers before one could even put the questions to her. Napoleon was not just a good catch, a young general who would go far, but he was an ardent lover, a serious and demanding man, rapidly becoming a little too much for the cool, offhand, unserious, and superstitious Josephine. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
For summer work or summer fun, True Value Hardware Store's all-new Summer Value Day circular is packed with hundreds of sensibly priced items. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you enjoy the cooling breeze of the Galaxy 9-inch oscillating fan, now just $16.99. Then protect and beautify wood siding, fences, and more with True Test Select Latex Redwood Stain, now just $3.98 a gallon. Find these values and many more in the Summer Value Days circular and at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
What Josephine Bonaparte wanted most in the world was to be acknowledged the most fascinating and adorable creature of Paris. France, that had revolted against royalty, now took society to its bosom. The teas, the fancy dress balls, the elegant clothes. That, to Josephine, was life. And this silly man, this Bonaparte, whom she had unthinkingly married, he was getting to be a nuisance. Teresa, this is ridiculous. Every day he writes me from his tent in Italy. I answer him as often as I can, and still he complains. If I write him I'm trying to be gay, to forget how much I miss him, he won't have that. If I tell him I'm sad, he doesn't like that either.
Josie, you are married to power, a willful and strong man.
Listen to this. When I imagine you're sad, my heart is torn. When I think of you as gay and amusing yourself, I reproach you for having no profound emotion, for having forgotten our painful separation so soon.
Josie, you don't know how lucky you are. When my dear Jean was alive, he never wrote to me.
Teresa, a general or not, the conquest of Italy or not, I must make Napoleon realize that I'm not a slave and that we are equal.
What are you talking about?
And equality begins with friendship. My next letter will be warm but friendly. Instead of addressing him with the familiar tu, I shall write vous, just a wee bit more formal. I think you will get the drift of it.
I hope you're right.
His love letters are strangling me.
I wouldn't push him too far.
I'm not pushing. We hardly know one another. Courtship is not a marriage, and I can tell you this, Teresa. The sooner a man knows his place in a woman's life, the happier they will both be.
Joseph, come here.
Yes, brother.
What is this woman doing to me? 4 days with no word, and finally, this letter. And do you know how she addresses me?
I have no idea.
Vous. Vous. The way I would write to a politician or the army supply sergeant. Vous, she says. I've just read this. I'm ashamed to show it to you. It's a letter as cold as friendship.
Napoleon, you are capricious. Yes, you are. You've been saying that Josephine's letters oppressed you, or they were too giddy, or they were too sad, or too happy, and you wished something colder.
But not this cold. This gives me the icy chill of death. We were married so quickly, that's the trouble. I had no time but to fall head over heels in love with the woman. And then I had to leave her 48 hours later.
Well, when the Italian campaign is over, you will be back in Paris for as long as you like.
Who knows how long the Italians care to go on fighting. It could be months. It could be years. She makes it so difficult for me, Joseph. You have no idea. How can I concentrate on battle formations with that woman on my mind?
You'd give up now?
Leave Italy? I have no such intention. But she is putting me through torture.
Ah, you are doing that to yourself.
Life was so simple before I met her.
Why doesn't she say what I want her to say in her letters?
Because I couldn't. I hated to write letters. He wants an answer to every letter he writes. He oppresses me. Suddenly the fun is taken out of my life. I feel him standing there behind me, breathing down my back. And one card kept coming up every time I shuffled the deck. Justice. Yes, justice.
Josie, it's not that bad. If you want your own life and you don't happen to feel affectionate, write to him affectionately anyway.
He's there. He's always there. Like a gendarme who comes knocking at your door in the dead of night saying, "What are you doing?" All I want from Napoleon is justice.
Justice? Oh, Josie, you've been consulting the cards again.
Why not? When have they failed me?
Oh, we're going to the theater tonight. They're doing Molière.
Thank goodness. 2 big fat letters on my desk waiting to be answered. He's won 6 victories in 2 weeks. What have I been doing? At least I can tell him that I've gone to the theater to see something cultural.
He might say Molière is frivolous.
Let him. I'll say I went to improve my mind.
Will you look at the audience?
I am.
They're all looking up here at us in the box.
Isn't it lovely? I adore them.
Long live Our Lady of the Victory!
That's me, Josephine. Will you please stop bowing to them? They'll never stop applauding you.
I'm not going to disappoint my audience.
Please move back to the rear of the box where you can't be seen.
They simply won't go back to their seats and let the play begin. Mom!
We're just going to have to leave, that's all.
Leave the theater? The play hasn't begun yet. You see? They signal to begin the play, but the audience doesn't wish it. They want me.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. We have just received word the brother of General Bonaparte, our also beloved Joseph Bonaparte, has arrived in Paris with 22 flags captured in the Italian campaign.
Well, I'm next. 22 flags and they go berserk. What about me? I'm here in person, right up here in the box. Teresa, I don't wish to see Molière in the company of such an ignorant audience. Let's go home.
Madame Bonaparte, why we were never introduced before this, I can't imagine. However, I am here now. Napoleon charged me with delivering the captured flags to the Directorate and to urge you to come to Italy.
To come to Italy now?
Madame, preferably yesterday or the day before. He realizes it's a long trip, and he wishes you to take it in easy stages.
Joseph, I can't.
You're saying, I won't, but my brother will not accept I won't for an answer. He is a very jealous man, and your letters have not pleased him. So he had decided you must come to Italy. So don't say, I can't.
It's true. Joseph, you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me at all. When I say to you I cannot travel to Italy at this time, that is exactly what I mean. The doctors won't permit it.
You are ill?
I wouldn't say ill, but I'm in poor health.
Well, I am very sorry to hear that. My brother had no idea.
I haven't written him yet. The doctors have only just confirmed it.
Oh, have they said what was wrong?
Without being indelicate, I can say I am subject to certain discomforts. Come in, Teresa. You know Joseph Bonaparte?
Yes, we have met, but it was long ago.
Oh, as I think I remember your dear husband, Madame Tallien.
I was just telling Joseph about my condition.
You were?
Why, it is impossible for me to join Napoleon in Italy.
Oh, don't let me interrupt you.
You were telling me of the doctor's opinions?
I don't want to make much of it. After all, it happens to all married women at one time or another. I suffer from a certain nausea, which I understand all women suffer from at the beginning of a pregnancy.
Oh, of course, yes, I understand. When I return, I shall be delighted to give Napoleon the news. You will have made him supremely happy. Well, ladies, if you will forgive me, I must go. Tomorrow, when I leave Paris, I shall stop by Madame Bonaparte to take from you any special word or letters for the General. Good day. It was a pleasure, indeed a pleasure.
Josie, that is a wicked, wicked lie, isn't it? You're not pregnant, are you?
What else could I say when he said Napoleon wouldn't take no for an answer?
I am in my tent tonight, writing to you. Joseph will have arrived in Paris today. I have asked him to tell you to make the trip by easy stages. Lodgings await you in Mondavi. From there you will go to Nice and Genoa. I await you, my love. I will forgive you all the letters you did not write me when you arrive. Adieu, Josephine. You are, for me, a monster I cannot understand. I love you more each day.
So you are going back to Italy today, Joseph?
Without you, unfortunately.
What must be, must be.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I was to tell you to bring your personal maid, your cook, and your coachman. Napoleon has a beautiful coach for you.
How thoughtful.
I shall tell him you are with child.
His child.
May I say to you, if something were to go amiss, and you were not with child, he would be extremely disappointed.
So would I.
Are you sure you won't reconsider? He loves you very much, and he needs you with him.
I wish I could go, Joseph, but I must think of the baby. Weeks passed, months. April became May, and May turned into June. It was spring in Paris, then early summer. There were so many things to do, activities I knew Napoleon wouldn't approve of, so I wrote him less and less. He began to be suspicious. Was I really pregnant? I kept up the fiction as long as I could. It's so dark in your house, Teresa. Let's light some candles. Why is there no light?
Josie, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
The servants have better sense than to let candles burn all night.
Where are the matches?
We don't use matches, my dear. They're not safe.
Oh, I've run into the table, I think.
In the middle of the table are some sulfur splints. You can light the candles with those.
Didn't I look beautiful in the reception line with that crown of flowers? Everyone said I looked beautiful.
It was a long evening.
I love the way everyone kept offering to toast me in wine. Long live Our Lady of the Victories. I found the splints.
You really danced your feet off. It's a good thing no one asked you about your pregnancy.
People are polite enough not to ask. There's a candle number 1. Oh, there's a man sitting in the armchair.
Josie, light the other candle.
Good evening, Josephine.
Oh, it's Joseph. Joseph Bonaparte. You gave me such a fright.
Tell me, how goes your pregnancy?
What? Oh, let me sit down. I feel faint. Teresa, may I have some wine?
Have you been waiting here long, Joseph?
Well, I arrived in Paris this morning. I heard there was to be a reception at the Luxembourg Palace, so I went there this evening. I saw our little mother prancing about, doing the gavotte. Very lively for 4 months pregnant.
Teresa, please, some wine.
There isn't any, and it's too late to wake the servants.
So I came directly here to Teresa's to wait for you.
I'm very tired. We'll talk in the morning.
Don't you wish to inquire after your husband?
Of course. Please forgive me. But finding you here like this, so unexpected, I'm not myself.
What would you like me to tell you about Napoleon?
Nothing, really, because I know everything. I know which battles he has fought. We correspond a great deal.
He writes a great deal.
I write him all my doings.
In your last letter, you made my brother believe you were in some danger. Did you had 3 doctors constantly at your bedside? That is why he sent me to Paris. He is very worried. But I see no evidence of danger or illness.
Joseph, you're not going to tell him that.
Well, It wouldn't be news to him if I did. Other people write to him about you. But he gave me a letter and asked that I read it to you. My dear one, you have not written to me. You were too ill to write. The little child was staring so hard within you that he hurt you. Madam, if you detect a certain irony in those words, you are right. I have decided I shall no longer permit myself to be mocked. You will be in Turin on the 10th, and on the 12th you will be in Milan, where you will wait for me. Your loving husband, Napoleon.
The 10th? That's only days away. Teresa, what will I do?
Go to him. Tell him the truth, everything. Beg his forgiveness.
I cannot. He doesn't know me.
You don't know him, Josephine. My brother told me he will resign his commission and come straight to Paris to be with you. If you don't leave for Italy immediately, Napoleon will be here before the end of the week.
Josephine wept with despair, but managed to attend a farewell party the following day. Then, with a dog, her personal maid, and Joseph Bonaparte, she set forth by coach for Italy, and her husband she couldn't fool any longer. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
Today, we're talking to the official bullhorn operator for the recent Detroit Grand Prix.
Hello.
What exactly was your job at the Grand Prix?
Well, I got to shout important things to the drivers like,
"Gentlemen, start your engine!"
Or,
"Hey, stupid, your car's on fire!"
Well, now that the Grand Prix is over, what will you do?
I'm using my bullhorn to tell everyone about Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through the 30th, Harmony House is waving the checkered flag on their entire stock of $6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums. Pick up any one of them for just $5.94. Tapes $6.47.
Hey, that's a sale.
Yes, and there's comparable savings on higher-priced albums and tapes, too.
So, tune up with the music that made Detroit the rock and roll capital. Bob Seger, Ted Nugent, the Motown sound.
Thank you.
$6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums for just $5.94 at Harmony House.
Okay, that's enough.
Takes just $6.47.
Please.
I'm out.
Oh, will you knock it off?
Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through June 30th at all 14 Harmony House locations.
Who was it who wrote about loving not wisely, but too well? Byron? Shelley? It was Shakespeare, yes, describing Othello. The soldier who, as I think of it, was not unlike Napoleon. This is no everyday romance, but the love of a man who did more to change the face of Europe than anyone before or since. For a dozen years, Josephine's sweet talk tantalized and infuriated Napoleon, but gave him no son, no heir. For France, 12 years was too long to wait.
The unfortunate fact is, Pierre, Josephine is not able to have a child.
That is how the wheel turns. I remember many years ago when they were first married, how she used pregnancy as an excuse not to be with him. Oh, is he back from Vienna?
I'm told so.
Well, another victory. Complete over Austria. And Josephine, how is she?
I haven't seen her in months. She's in seclusion.
Yes.
She knows divorce is in the air. But Napoleon must have his line carried on.
Well, that's always the trouble with monarchy. When we were a republic, briefly, didn't matter what family you belonged to. It was the party. But the moment Napoleon crowned himself emperor and Josephine empress, Bonaparte had to be next on the throne. So, you haven't seen her?
I feel guilty about that. I'm told she spends more and more time consulting her cards, trying to see into the future.
Napoleon has ordered me to paint Josephine.
No.
Oh, yes, she knows about it. I'm to meet with her at Malmaison to get started. I think he wishes the portrait before he speaks to her formally about a divorce.
I understand there's a list of 18 marriageable princesses drawn up for consideration as Napoleon's second wife.
Oh, really?
Maria Louise of Austria and Anna Pavlovna of Russia seem to be in the lead.
Well, I shouldn't think Mary Louise would want to marry the man who just subjugated her country.
Nevertheless, I hear she's the favorite.
No, Teresa, forgive me. I used to enjoy gossip, but I just don't anymore. I go tomorrow to Malmaison. May I bring Josephine your affection?
I will write you a note to give her. How sad she must be that her reign as Empress of France was so short.
I don't think that's the tragedy. When they were first married, it was he who adored her. He worshipped her, loved her to distraction. Now, Cupid has turned about and aimed his arrows at Josephine, and it is she who loves him the more.
Fool, juggler, empress, emperor, devil, judgment.
Empress, may I join you?
Wheel, strength, lovers. Pierre, come in.
Thank you.
I'm counting a card for every year. Star, moon, sun. I'm up to 12 cards, one for each of my 12 married years, Pierre.
Yes, but you've been married for 13.
What have you heard from my husband?
Victory in Vienna.
It's true. 13. But I don't dare turn over the last card, even though, you know, I can almost see through the back of it.
Josephine, what games you play?
It's not a game. It's a warning of the future. So be it. I am not a coward. I've told a lot of untruths in my day, but I was never a coward. Of these 3 cards, the first one I will turn over will be either justice, the hanged man, or death.
Oh, then what would that mean to you?
Death is death. I have seen the card before, and people I've known have died before. Justice, to me, would mean, I suppose, what is just to me, in my eyes. That Napoleon will not insist on a divorce. And the third, the hanged man, that could very well be a hanged woman. Josephine, the former Empress of France.
Before you turn anything over, could we agree on something at a time, a place?
We certainly can. The painting.
I am ready to begin.
We will sit by my favorite brook as often as you like.
Your Highness, thank you. May I leave?
Aren't you going to stay while I turn over the 13th card to see what my 13th year has in store?
Yes, I'll stay.
The hanged man.
Oh, my darling Josephine, how wonderful to see you again. I can't tell you how delighted I was to receive your invitation to Fontainebleau.
It was selfish of me, but I'm glad you're here.
I saw the portrait Pierre did of you at Malmaison. It's fabulous.
I hope Napoleon liked it.
You haven't seen him, then?
No. But his handiwork is everywhere, even in this room. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the old days. Do you remember when we went to the theater in Paris to see Molière?
And how the audience got up and applauded and cheered.
Of course I do. I can see you throwing kisses to them.
Long live Our Lady of Victories. Long live Citizeness Bonaparte. She didn't live very long, did she? 13 years is not a very long life, is it, Teresa? I am so miserable.
Oh, Josephine.
I am disgraced. I am being punished.
There is no disgrace. The divorce is only a matter of state. France has an emperor, and the emperor must have a son.
I know that. I know what Napoleon wishes to avoid. I know all the good reasons why he must have a son. And Marie-Louise or Anna, whatever her name is, I can never pronounce those Russian names. They are young enough. They can both give him dozens of boys. But just the same, France or no France, my husband is punishing me.
I can't believe that. Napoleon loved you tremendously and will always love you.
Let me show you. Do you see this door?
Yes.
This door connects my apartment. There is a secret private staircase that connects his apartment to mine. We always used it. But it doesn't connect to anything anymore. It's been sealed up.
Have you asked why?
Did you hear what I said? I said it's been sealed up because he doesn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. Not even to look at me.
Napoleon?
Yes. Joseph.
Staring into space again? When are you going to set the date?
Joseph, I haven't even spoken to my wife yet. That comes first.
You haven't? But you are back in France for a month. Why do you wait?
It isn't an easy task. It's like cutting off an arm. Worse, for this arm has a life of its own.
Does putting off the day make it any easier?
No, it doesn't. I'm afraid this time her cards are betraying her. She is positive that her presence in my life protects me. And if I divorce her, I might be defeated in battle or even die in exile.
This is the age of reason and not superstition.
An heir is essential to give France peace and stability. Therefore, Josephine and I, who both love France more than we love each other, must part.
Excellent. Tell her that.
I'm afraid to. She'll be all tears, grief-stricken. I hate scenes. In front of armies and cannon, I stand up. But in front of Josephine, I tremble. You see, my darling wife,
Will you have some more coffee?
Yes. No, thank you. Not now. We must regard this
I have
act
so looked forward to the two of us having a little dinner alone, just like the old days. Do you remember the picnics at Malmaison?
Of course I remember them, dearest. Josephine, will you please let me say what I must?
By all means. I'll be quiet as a mouse.
Our divorce, what we are about to do, I regard as a kind of sacrifice. And you, my darling Josephine...
No, don't. Please don't. I can't listen to this. I know it will happen to me. Disgrace. All honors taken away. All my friends. Who will look at me? Who will care about an ex-empress?
Oh, but that is not so.
You may say what you like, but the cards have told me. In the end, I will have to leave France.
Josephine, listen to me. You will always be the Empress, Josephine. You will have Malmaison for yourself, an entire court for yourself. You will always be held in high regard by all of France. I promise you I shall see to that. That every Frenchman will hold you up as a noble victim to the needs of our country, to whom the greatest honors will always be shown.
Who is it to be?
What do you mean, who?
You know what I mean. Anna, the Russian, or Marie-Louise, the Austrian?
You won't tell anyone. It's not official, and I know I'll have problems with Vienna.
So it is Marie-Louise.
That's what I'm advised.
I hear she's a big fat cow. A blonde.
No.
You used to like them slender and dark-haired.
I still do, my darling.
Very well. I'll consent. The divorce is yours. I know you'll be generous.
You'll consent? You'll consent. Don't act as though you were doing me a favor. The divorce is the Emperor's edict, not a favor you are bestowing.
I hoped you'd be a gentleman to the end and let me have the last word.
I shall. In 2 weeks, we'll gather in the throne room at the Tuileries, and we shall both make our private decision public.
With the permission of my august and dear husband, I declare that having no hope of bearing children for the interests of France, I am glad to give him the greatest proof of my attachment and devotion. I'm sorry. I can't read any more of what I wish to say to you.
Joseph, pick up the page she dropped and read it.
I believe that by consenting to the dissolution of a marriage which deprives France of one day being governed by the descendants raised up by Providence to wipe out the evils of a terrible revolution.
Joseph, let me. I don't need to read what I have prepared. I can say it, straight out. The disillusion of my marriage can never change the feelings of my heart. In me, the Emperor will always have his best friend. 13 years. It's not very long, is it? But it was my whole lifetime. I know how much this act, demanded by politics, has wounded him. But we both glory in the sacrifice we make for the good of the country. I loved him. I did love him. But something in me always prevented me from showing my love to him the way he wanted to see it. The following day, the dissolution of our marriage was proclaimed to the Senate. I retired to my beautiful Malmaison, but I was never happy there again. Too many memories. I remember when he was in Italy and wrote to me not to be gay or sad, but he would prefer it if I were melancholy. I didn't know how to be melancholy then, but I do now. Josephine lived to see Napoleon retreat from Moscow. She lived to see him abdicate. She did not live to see his Waterloo. But to the end she consulted her cards every day. Strange. Because she found no happiness in what they foretold of the future. Her contentment lay only in remembering the past. I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power. Unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the checks clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
This graceful and extraordinary creature, Josephine, was strong and independent, and her bittersweet love affair with her husband is proof that Disraeli was right when he said, "Man is not a creature of circumstances. Circumstances are the creatures of men." So can you blame me? Now you know why I just had to portray the fascinating Josephine. And as time goes on, I hope to play for you many more of my favorite characters of history and fiction. Our cast included Terry Keane, Louis Turenne, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. All of us have seen, and perhaps many of us have hung, those little signs from the knobs of hotel room doors which say, "Do not disturb." Do not disturb, when you analyze its meaning, is a polite way of saying, "Don't bother me." And in context, it becomes an invisible sign that hangs from millions of doors all over the world. Don't bother me. I don't want to hear bad news. Please, don't rock the boat. How many times, and in how many ways, and to how many people, has each of us said, "Do not disturb"?
I promised her. I promised Vera Svetig I would find the killer.
I know. Now just rest.
But don't you see? I found him.
You have? Well, that's very good. Now you just need some sleep.
You must listen. I found the killer.
All right. I believe you.
Don't you want to know who the killer is?
Of course I do. Who is he?
Who do you think? Me.
Our mystery drama, I Am the Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Keir Delay. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test anniversary paint days now until July 11th. Hi, Pat Summerall to say Woodsman Solid Color Latex Stain for just $9.98 a gallon gives wood a solid coat of color without hiding rough-cut texture. And for a long-wearing economical house paint, choose True Test Select Latex. It's also just $9.98 a gallon until July the 11th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Here's a sale to outdo all others, and it comes at just the right time of the year. It's the Benjamin Moore House Paint Sale, a chance for you to purchase Benjamin Moore quality paints and save at the same time. If your house needs painting, stop by Paint Products in Detroit and save $3 a gallon on Benjamin Moore's best house paints. Their big sale features more guard, more house paint, more white primer, and more wood stains, all on sale through July 5th. Benjamin Moore features only top-quality house paints that give you long-lasting finishes. So if your house needs painting, don't waste time. Hurry to Paint Products in Detroit on East Warren and save $3 a gallon on America's top-quality paint. Paint Products in Detroit at 17539 East Warren is your Benjamin Moore dealer with the big house paint sale on now through July 5th.
When we think of mystery stories, we think of detectives like Sherlock Holmes, or Hercule Poirot, or Sam Spade, or whoever our favorite happens to be. But the fact is the greatest killers in history were not human beings at all, but tiny, mysterious, microscopic murderers. Therefore, the greatest detectives have been doctors and scientists. One of these was a most unlikely figure of a man who lived and worked almost 150 years ago. Everything about him seemed comical. His bald, bullet-like head, his excitable manner, and he even had a funny-sounding name, Ignash. The time is the early 1840s. We are in a Viennese dance hall. Johann Strauss, the elder, is leading the orchestra. One of the tables is filled with medical students trying to unwind and relax.
Excuse me, weren't you at the lecture today?
Yes.
That's right. You were the one who made a jackass of himself.
Me?
Why did you have to ask Professor Hockmeyer that stupid question?
If you don't ask questions, how can you learn?
You're not there to learn.
You're not?
You are there to pass the course. And thus you move another step forward toward that certificate which entitles you to be called Herr Doctor.
But it wasn't a stupid question. Why is Allodine the best treatment for influenza?
And you heard what he told you. Because that's the way it is. Period.
I still don't think it was a stupid question.
Maybe not, but you were stupid to ask it. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer. All you did was embarrass him in front of the class.
If he doesn't know the answer, why is he teaching?
How can a doctor afford to admit he doesn't know something? The medical establishment would crumble to its very foundations.
Our ignorance can kill people.
But don't say that. They would die anyhow.
Oh, well, forget it.
My name is Johann Chiari.
I'm Ignash Semmelweis.
Ignash. You must be Hungarian.
I'm proud of it.
All right. I won't hold it against you. Well, I believe we all came here to dance. You see those girls at the table near the window?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Average.
How about the one in the blue dress?
If you like that type. Bit thin for my taste.
She'll fatten up as she gets older.
And then she'll be too fat. That shouldn't bother you. You're not going to marry her.
Oh, but I am, Ignash. I am.
Well, then you know her.
Oh, I know who she is. Elizabeth Klein.
Klein?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Daughter of Herr Professor Klein, director of the hospital himself.
You're not going to marry her because her father's director of the hospital.
Can you think of a better reason?
People should marry because they're in love.
People should marry for sensible reasons. Then, because they have made the right marriage, and they're happy, at that time they fall in love. Well, I think I shall ask Elizabeth to dance.
Just like that?
That's how it's done. Incidentally, the one in red...
what about her?
She's related to Count Metternich himself.
Metternich? The butcher.
Let's not have any of that. Well, true, she's only a poor relation, but he could use his influence for her.
How could I possibly have anything to do with a girl who's a Metternich? Do you know what Metternich has done to Hungary? What he wants to do? Besides, she's ugly.
No, I would say she has a strong face, full of character.
She's fat.
Voluptuous.
She's so short.
Petite.
I'm not interested.
Here I was trying to put you next to a good thing. She could make your fortune.
I'll make my own fortune. Thank you.
That was my friend, Ignash Semmelweis. Caustic, abrasive, corrosive, like acid. A constant irritation to his professors.
But what causes the disease, Professor Klein?
That is not your concern, Herr Semmelweis.
What is my concern, Herr Professor?
Your concern is to show the proper respect to your teachers and your superiors.
But how am I being disrespectful?
By wasting the time of the class on foolish questions.
Excuse me, Herr Professor. Why are these questions foolish?
It is not the province of a doctor to determine the cause of a disease. His mission is to cure it.
But how can we cure it unless we...
Herr Semmelweis, we have already wasted enough time.
You could expect it in every class, at every lecture. He would always interrupt to ask,
how? Can this be proved? Why, Professor?
Hello, Ignash.
Johann.
Sit down.
You mean you're willing to be seen sitting in a cafe with me?
A man has to do something dangerous now and then to keep life from becoming too dull.
Johann, you're the only friend I have.
Well, that's your fault. You're a good fellow, Ignash, but you just...
I know.
Well, you're much too controversial. Why can't you be like everybody else and say, yes, Herr Professor. Of course, Herr Professor. How right you are, Herr Professor.
Because that would be telling a lie. Their stupidity and arrogance, Johann, at times, it's just too much. These quacks.
Not everyone at the hospital's a charlatan. You have men like Kolechka, Skoda.
But most of them...
Ignash, trim your sails, moderate your tongue. The most important thing is to become a doctor. And then, later...
There is no later. There's only now. And I refuse to develop bad habits.
What can I tell you? They despised him. But they couldn't deny his brilliance. He was the brightest one of us all. I was made a resident in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I like to think it was on merit, but the fact is I did marry Elizabeth Klein. Ignash was also appointed, simply because there was no way they could have kept him out. And so he reported to me for duty because I was, after all, his senior. Obstetrics was divided into Division 1 and Division 2. We, the doctors, work in Division 1.
And who works in Division 2?
Midwives.
Midwives?
Yes. Well, thousands of women still live in the Middle Ages. They believe devoutly that babies should be delivered by midwives.
But aren't we supposed to educate?
My dear Ignash, if my own Elizabeth was ever brought in here to deliver, I would insist on placing her in Division 2.
I don't believe you.
The fact is, Division 2 is a safer place.
I can't believe it.
Consider the figures. This month alone, 36 out of 200 mothers died of childbed fever in Division 1.
That's almost 1 in 5.
And in Division 2, where the midwives work, it's something like 1 in 20.
How is that possible?
And here comes the latest. Yes, the usual procession. It's headed by the lay brother, and now the priest. And now the poor dead woman. See, they come from Division 1.
This is terrible. Look at her. A young girl. She's come here to create another human being. To bestow the gift of life. Why did she have to die?
You know why she died. She developed childbed fever. It's what carries all of them off.
In which ward did she die?
You saw, she came from Division 1.
We have to do something about it, Johann. This simply cannot be allowed.
Bravo, but can it wait a few hours? At this time, we are due at the morgue to assist Dr. Kolechka in some postmortems. Jakob Kolechka, the greatest anatomist of his day. How we looked forward to the hours we spent with him. A most sweet and gentle person. Even Ignash could find no fault with him. After we had performed our dissections, Ignash paused to talk.
Professor, what is the cause of childbed fever?
Childbed fever. Ignash, this poor little thing we have just had her on the table. She died of it. See how we have searched through her body for traces of the killer. But like a thief in the night, he has eluded us.
But surely, Professor, there must be some clue.
Of course. And it is probably staring us in the face. But we simply cannot see it.
They come here, and they die by the hundreds. How can we stand by and do nothing?
We do what we can. We do what we can.
And what is that?
Ignash, progress comes slowly in medicine. Problems defy solutions for hundreds of years. And then suddenly, out of the clear blue, the answer is revealed.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, I can only refer you to the philosophy of Hippocrates, who said, life is short, the art is long, experience is treacherous, and judgment difficult.
Perhaps. But I have neither the time nor the temperament for philosophy.
Then you must find the time and develop the temperament. Otherwise, you will lose your sanity.
What causes childbed fever? What is killing all these women in our hospital?
Perhaps one day, Ignash.
And that day will not be today. We're due at Division 1 to deliver some babies. We walked along the corridors. As I look back at it now, how dim and dismal and dingy they were. Ignash was silent. His face was set, as if in stone.
And Kolechka's the best of them. How can he sleep at night?
You'll fall asleep at night too, Ignash, after a while.
Listen, another one.
You'll get used to that too.
I don't want to see it. Let's walk around the other way. It's coming from Division 1, isn't it?
Yes, Ignash. Look, if this is how you feel, perhaps you should not have chosen obstetrics.
If I hadn't, would that have changed anything? The killer disease would still exist. The women would still be murdered.
Where his patients were concerned, I had never seen such tenderness, such sympathy, such concern. She was a little more than a child, and she was ready to give birth to a child of her own. She was poor, ragged, dirty. After all, she was only a charity patient. As he stopped by her cot, she grasped his hand.
Herr Doctor. Herr Doctor.
Yes, my dear?
Oh, Doctor, please, help me.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Save me, Doctor.
I'll do everything I can for you, my
Oh,
child.
Doctor, please, please.
Don't be afraid. Millions of babies are born every day all over the world. It's a normal... It's natural.
Don't let them kill me.
No. No one's going to kill you.
Yes. This is the place where they killed the mothers, right in here.
Now, who's been telling you stories?
It's true, Doctor. I wanted to go into Division 2. That's the place for the mothers who are going to live. Division 1 is where they kill us.
Oh, no.
Ask anyone. My sister died here. My friend Liesel died here. Everyone here gets the fever after the baby is born. Oh, please, Doctor, take me away from here. Put me in Division 2, please.
My dear, you're here now. I'm your doctor. Now, look at me. Do you think I would let any harm come to you? I'm Dr. Semmelweis. What's your name?
Vera Svitek.
I promise you, Vera, everything will be all right.
But the pain, it's starting again. The baby.
Now, Vera, you can trust me. Say you trust me.
I trust you, Doctor. I trust you.
Of course, you probably know what has to happen now. Stories that are taken from life and reality must follow a real and lifelike logic. Sometimes there can be more fantastic than the most contrived tales of the most inventive writer's imagination. Our exploration of the human psyche and the human body continues shortly with Act 2.
There's no disguising the fact that some economy cars are just that, economical.
Hey, come on. It gets great gas mileage.
I'll bet it does. The Buick Skylark is one economy car that doesn't look like one. With its roomy interior and stylish exterior, it's hard to believe it offers 26 EPA estimated MPG. Use estimated MPG for comparisons. Actual mileage may be different. See Skylark at your Buick dealers today.
Won't you really rather have a Buick?
Are you serious, hon?
Chuck, that gray hair doesn't do a thing for you.
Colorex. Simple to use colorless cream and clear gel. The longer you leave the cream on, the more color your hair will develop. Whether you leave it on 3 minutes for a light brown, 5 minutes for a medium brown, or 10 minutes for a richer brown, your hair will have the highlights that make hair look natural, not a solid dark color.
Terrific.
You think I married you for your figure, but I really married you for your brain. Colorex lets you decide the color of your hair. Use only as directed.
And lumber is the store whenever you need more of anything there is to help you do that chore yourself. You can do it. You know you can. Just stop and see your Pine Lumberman.
Well, Dad just saw his Pine Lumberman, and he's back home now with one of the most economical packages ever offered. Now, the neighbors can't believe it, but the package is a compact 2-car garage. All the materials, only $799. Now, will the kids help Dad put this garage package together?
I don't even know him.
Looks like Dad will be doing it himself. It's a compact 2-car garage package, only $799. Dozens of other garage packages available, too, at every Pine Lumberyard. A garage is a great playhouse. It could even be used for Dad's car.
No.
There's really nothing in the world you can't do yourself. And our low prices help you make it. You get a lot of help from Pine Lumber.
You can't fight City Hall. How often have we heard it said? Actually, City Hall need not refer to the municipal building that houses the government administration. City Hall has come to stand for the establishment, the established way of doing business. and the established patterns of thought. After all, go back a few thousand years. It was City Hall that forced Socrates to drink the hemlock, and it has been pouring similar beverages for dissenters ever since.
Please, Doctor, don't let me die.
I promise you, Vera, I'll do everything I can. Now, don't be afraid. You're going to have a beautiful baby.
And she did. It was a classical textbook delivery. No complications at all. Everything smooth and regular as clockwork. Absolutely nothing went wrong.
Doctor?
Here's your son, Vera.
My son. Oh, then it's a boy.
Yes?
Heaven be praised.
You wanted a boy, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes. This world is no place for a girl, especially for the kind of girl she would have to become. A girl like me.
But you're a very nice girl, Vera.
Where else could she grow up if not where I grew up, on the streets? And where else could she earn her living but on the streets? It isn't as if she has a father who's a millionaire or a Grand Duke.
Who is her father?
I don't know.
Well, you get some sleep now. You had a hard morning.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you feel?
All right.
How does she look to you, Johann?
Well, pulse seems regular. Breathing appears normal. Color is fine.
Yes, I thank the good Lord. This one will survive.
The following day, Ignash asked for and received a short leave from his duties. He disappeared from sight. I was at a complete loss to account for it. I was his best friend, and he hadn't told me a word. Where had he gone? What was he up to? Some days later, as unexpectedly as he had vanished, he returned to the hospital.
Please, don't ask me where I've been, Johann. I can't tell you.
And here I thought we were such good friends.
We are. Believe me, we are, but
Maybe I can tell you. You were always so pale, but now your face, your hands are burned by the sun. It appears you've been outdoors quite a bit. Why?
I can't tell you.
Well, again, maybe I can tell you. You've been drilling.
Drilling? What are you saying?
With that crazy band of revolutionists. The Citizens' Army. Army? Rabble is more like it. Why have you worked so hard? So that you could throw your life and your career away on some barricade? We are doctors. We are above politics.
But we are not above humanity. We are not above freedom. We are not above justice.
I should have known better than to get you started.
All right, let's get to work. I've got a great deal of catching up to do. How are things in our maternity division?
No better.
They still die.
Yes.
And nobody does anything.
Nobody knows anything.
That young girl, how is she?
Well, which young girl?
You know, the one who begged me to transfer her to Division 2.
Well, I don't know. There are so many of them, and they come and go so quickly.
What was her name? I can't seem to remember. Oh, no. Not another one. Why? Why do they have to march like that through the hospital corridors?
Come now. You can't get angry at everything all the time.
Reverend Father, what is the name of the,
My son, we pray for the soul of Vera Svetic.
Vera Svetic. That was her name. I remember now. That was her name. No, she can't be dead. I promised her she would live. She cannot be dead.
But she was. From a living, breathing human being, she had become a statistic. The 37th victim claimed by childbed fever that month. We were well on our way to a record. We went to the morgue for our session with Dr. Kolechka. Ignash gave him no rest.
She came to you here?
Yes, Ignash.
You did the postmortem?
Yes, Ignash.
What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
The answer to all three questions. Nothing.
There is a killer running loose in our maternity division. We must find that killer.
And we will. We will search through the body. We will keep looking through the tissue. The murderer is in there. Right now, we cannot see him. But he cannot hide forever If we live long enough and work hard enough, in time, we will learn all the answers.
But we cannot expect to live forever.
In time, both Ignash and I were promoted. I became Dr. Klein's surgical assistant. True, I had married his daughter, but I liked to think it was on merit. And Klein surprised everyone by naming Ignash head of maternity, Division 1. Now the ward was his to run as he saw fit. He could tell the other doctors what to do and how to do it.
Why? Why has Klein given me this promotion?
Because you deserve it.
No, I don't believe that. No, he has some ulterior motive.
Ignash, sometimes you have to give even a man like Klein credit for a decent action.
Of course, it's obvious. Division 1 is a disgrace. All Vienna knows it's a death trap. And he's made me its chief to frustrate me, to destroy my reputation.
Why can't you believe he gave you the job because he knows you're the best man? If anyone can stop the deaths that take place there, you are the one.
You think so? Let's find out. I'll challenge him. I'll ask him for money, for personnel, so that I can experiment and do research. Yes, I'll throw down the gauntlet.
No, don't do that. Listen to me. Don't demand. Appeal to his vanity. Say to him, Dr. Klein, I have learned so much from you. You have been such an inspiration to me.
What?
I want to work under your wise, guiding hand.
Do you think he would swallow such bald-faced flattery?
Oh, he would eat it up. I know him.
I am not concerned with flattering the vanity of Herr Dr. Klein. I will save the women who are condemned to die of childbed fever.
Unless you do the first, you will have no chance to accomplish the second.
Yes, Dr. Semmelweis.
Dr. Klein, I sent you a letter proposing some experimental techniques that might be used in divining the causes of childbed fever.
Oh, yes, I looked at it.
What do you think?
I think we can put our time and our money to far better use, Doctor.
Better use? What can be better than discovering the killer of thousands of women each year? What can be more important than learning the cause of childbed fever?
We know the cause of childbed fever.
We do?
Of course. Dr. Semmelweis, you are a good physician, but you are always crusading and stirring up a fuss about one thing or another. So you neglect to listen to those who might be able to give you wise counsel.
What is the cause of childbed fever, Dr. Klein?
Miasmic caloric influences.
Dr. Klein, I'm serious.
Are you saying I am not?
Miasmic caloric influences?
You have never heard of them?
But it's
But what?
I thought it was a joke.
Why would it be a joke?
Miasmic caloric influences. What it says is that childbed fever is caused by a miasma, a kind of poisonous vapor that arises from decaying animal or vegetable matter.
You have stated it quite succinctly, Dr. Semmelweis. And when these vapors arise from a swamp, they cause malaria.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
How do you account for the fact that childbed fever only attacks the women in Division 1?
We are not required to account for it.
Why not the same fatalities in Division 2?
Luck, fate, predestination, take your pick.
But none of these have anything to do with medical science. This is superstitious nonsense.
Really, Dr. Semmelweis, this interview is over.
I've heard all about it, Ignash. You did everything you shouldn't have.
Oh, the man's an idiot.
True, but he's your idiot. You have to work with him.
Miasmic caloric influences.
Why don't you transfer to another service? I did, and my life is so much happier. No more childbed fever.
I broke my promise to Vera Svetic.
She's not the only one who died.
To me, she represents all of them. Every woman in that ward who looks up at me with hope and trust in her eyes. And I betray them all, just as I betrayed her. I'm going to find that killer, Johann, if it's the last thing I do.
It may well be. But what's the first thing you're going to do?
Klein says that those who are placed in Ward 1 are predestined, marked by fate to die. I'll make him eat those words.
But what are you going to do?
Come down to Division 2 and watch me.
Good morning, Dr. Semmelweis.
Good morning, Sister Margaret. How are things in Division 2 today?
Very fine, Dr. Semmelweis. They haven't had a single case of childbed fever here in over a week.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, how do you account for it?
How do I account for it? Is the doctor asking me?
Yes.
Since the doctor honors me, just an ignorant midwife with that question...
Never mind this nonsense. If you suspect anything at all, you must tell me.
Since the doctor is speaking frankly, I can only suspect that midwives are more successful at delivering babies than doctors.
Obviously. But why?
I cannot say, Doctor.
It has been suggested that the women who come to Division 1 are destined to die, while those who are sent to Division 2 are destined to live. Now, what do you think of that?
Who has suggested this ridiculous theory?
Dr. Klein, the director of the hospital.
Oh, well, then, in that case, it is probably quite valid.
Let's find out. We shall move all your Ward 2 patients into my Ward 1, and all my Ward 1 patients in here.
Oh, no.
No?
I am the head of Division 2. I refuse.
My good woman, you may be the head of this division, but I am the head of the entire department of obstetrics and gynecology. We will make the change. At once.
To move all the patients...
No. The patients will remain where they are. The staffs will move. All your women will go and work next door. All my doctors and medical students will come and work in here. And so, we shall see.
And so shall we, in Act 3. This is what's known as the scientific method. You prove something by doing it. Seeing is believing. That is, where logical, sensible people are concerned. The problem is we don't seem to have very many of those. At any rate, we shall see.
Hey, everybody, how can you top an Armour hot dog? Hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. What do kids put on Armour hot dogs?
Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, cheese, flowers, sauerkraut. I like mine with chili, please.
Oh, hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. The dog did like to fight. The dog did like to fight.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
All the things we never think about. All those things we take for granted. Freedom, justice, equality, beliefs. It's so hard to realize how even the most simple propositions, the earth is round, diseases are caused by germs, as I said. It's so hard to believe that all these things had to be one. People had to suffer and even die before society accepted them. Contrary to Mr. Emerson's belief, if a man builds a better mousetrap, the world does not beat a bath to his door. More often, it beats him to death.
Well, they changed the personnel, and thus changed the divisions. But this still did not stop the slaughter. The doctors kept losing a number of their patients to childbed fever. The midwives lost many fewer.
At least Klein has been proved wrong.
What good does it do to prove him wrong? You have to be proved right.
Those midwives, they know the answer.
I don't believe it. If they knew it, they would tell it.
That's just it, Johann. They don't know that they know the answer.
How is that possible?
I must simply spend my time there. I must observe how they work. I must ask questions.
And if you wanted to find Dr. Semmelweis, he was usually poking about Division 2, watching, asking questions. The poor midwives were really quite embarrassed. Sister Margaret actually complained to Dr. Klein. And once again, Ignash was treated to a lecture.
Do you wish to resign your position as Associate Head of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Semmelweis?
No, Dr. Klein. Who said that?
Obviously, you consider yourself unqualified. You ask the most basic questions of a midwife, of all people.
We can learn from anyone. From everyone.
Really? What can we learn?
Perhaps answers to those questions that are eluding us.
Such as?
Such as what causes childbed fever.
Again? We know what causes childbed fever. Miasmic caloric influences.
Then why doesn't it cause childbed fever in Division 2?
That is not your concern. You are required to deliver these women of their babies.
And kill them at the same time.
You are not the one who is killing them. No, Doctor. Now, we have had enough of this entire affair. Go back to your work, and do not let me hear another word about that infernal affliction.
Sister Margaret.
Yes, Doctor?
I've noticed something. In your division, you deliver the women while they are lying on their sides.
Yes, sir.
Now, in Division 1, they lie on their backs. Could this have some significance?
I don't know.
Well, why do you have them lie on their sides?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well, I don't know.
Well, surely there must be a reason.
We do it this way because it seems to me that we have always done it this way.
Can you think of any advantages?
No.
But how does it happen?
Doctor, some years ago, when the division was first formed, probably at the very beginning, whoever was head midwife said this is how women would be delivered. And that is how it's been ever since.
If you were the director of this hospital and had absolute powers, what would you do about this childbed fever epidemic?
Since you have asked me in confidence, I can only say this. I would do away with all obstetrics and gynecology. I would prohibit doctors from delivering babies. By law, I would restrict that function to midwives.
Surely you'll admit that there are certain births that are beyond the skill of a midwife. Certain deliveries that require cesarean surgery. Those women would die without doctors. Admit that.
Yes, but most births are simple. Yet more women die from childbed fever. What is obvious, sir, is that the doctors kill more than they save.
Are you saying that we doctors are killing these women?
Am I? No. I am only saying that more of them die when you deliver them.
Well, Ignash, what have you learned from the midwives?
We kill more mothers than they do.
You haven't found out why?
I need money, Johann. If only I could convince your father-in-law. Maybe you could say something to him.
Your name is taboo around the house, Ignash. And the fact that I'm your friend doesn't endear me to him either.
We cannot save the living, but we can learn from the dead. The doctors on my service will have to work closer in the morgue with Dr. Kolechka.
Poor Ignash. Maybe the answer is staring you in the face.
Probably.
And they did work, without let-up. It becomes a matter of pride. They were young doctors and students, and Ignash had fired them with his enthusiasm, or fanaticism. And day after day, they all studied with Kolechka in the morgue. And then, one morning, a seemingly trivial event occurred.
Gentlemen, on the table is a woman who has been killed by our nemesis, childbed fever. Dr. Kolechka will lead the study, and one of you shall assist him in the dissection. Let me see. Herr Schleuter, this will be your first time. Step forward. Dr. Kolechka.
Oh, yes. Young man, Herr Schleuter, is it? Pick up the scalpel and make a lateral incision here across. No. You cannot cut so deeply, young man. You're not slicing a melon. Gently. Here. No. Let me hold your hand. And now to get up. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Doctor.
No. It's all right. It's all right. It's just a cut.
Here, let me.
No. It's a hazard. All of us anatomy instructors must live with. See, it bleeds cleanly. It is not very deep. I'll dress it myself. Dr. Semmelweis, will you finish the demonstration?
Yes, of course, Herr Doctor.
Suddenly, things went badly in Division 1. The death rate, always high, went even higher. Ignash went without sleep. He spent days and nights at the hospital. I was afraid his health would be broken. Ignash, you must get some rest.
Does the killer ever take a rest?
The killer?
Yes, the killer. The killer that stalks my Division 1. The killer that strikes without mercy and at random. The killer that is never sated but needs more and more victims.
Ignash, I think I once said the answer might be staring you in the face.
Well, if it is, I don't see it. Do you see it? Do you see it, Johann?
Perhaps.
Then tell me. Tell me. Who killed my little Veresthetic?
Providence.
Providence? You've been infected by your father-in-law.
A kindly Providence.
Kindly.
Poor Veresthetic. First a child, and then a woman of the streets. But what did she have to look forward to? Cold, hunger, disease. How much longer did she have to live in any event?
I can't believe you're saying this, Johann.
All of the... Well, most of them. Who are they? The homeless, the waifs, the prostitutes, the dregs of society.
They're human beings.
Of course. But perhaps they're better off dead.
No one is better off dead.
Maybe this is nature's way.
Nature?
Yes, nature is cruel. Nature sends us wars and famines and pestilence. Why? So that we are not crowding one another off the face of the earth.
And that's why they die of childbed fever.
Well, it could be the reason.
I cannot accept it. I will not accept it. The killer will be caught. And I shall catch him in the morgue. I go now to work with Dr. Kolechka.
His eyes were so feverish. He seemed so excited, I was afraid to let him go alone. And just as well. When we arrived at the morgue, we were greeted by a shattering piece of news. The place was empty, except for the porter.
Where's Dr. Kolechka?
Oh, haven't you heard, sir?
Haven't I heard what? Why is there no class being held here?
Well, Dr. Kolechka is dead.
Dead? No, that's impossible. He can't...
I am sorry, Your Honor.
But I spoke to him just a few days ago. I tell you, he was in perfect health.
Yes, sir. They say he died of blood poisoning.
Yes, that is exactly what had happened to Jakob Kolechka, a great doctor, an even greater human being. Blood poisoning. That's what the diagnosis had been. And that's what the post-mortem had proved. How? How did he get it, Ignash?
How? It might have been... Wait. I know.
You know?
Yes, and you do too. Or you should.
Well, how would I know?
You were there when it happened. You saw it happen.
What?
Schleuter, that clumsy, heavy-handed medical student. He was assisting Kolechka at an autopsy.
Well, what does this have to do with...
Schleuter didn't know how to make the proper incision. Kolechka held his hand to give him a feel of the right pressure. The knife slipped in Schleuder's fingers and cut Kolechka. You saw it. That's how Kolechka became infected.
That's how?
And that's how they get it.
That's how... Who gets what?
The women. That's how they get childbed fever.
Now, wait. We were talking about blood poisoning.
Isn't that precisely what childbed fever is, Johann? Johann! I've been searching for the killer day and night without rest, and I found him. Do you know who he is? Me. I am the killer.
Ignash, you need some rest, some sleep.
I am the killer. I killed Vera Svetic. I came from the morgue with the infection on my hands, loaded with diseases. I came to Division 1 to deliver babies. I killed Vera Svetic. All of us killed her.
Ignash, you can't just blame yourself.
Why? Why don't they die in Division 2? It's so simple. Midwives do not perform autopsies. Midwives do not attend pregnant women with diseases on their hands. Why didn't we see it? Why couldn't we see it? Now listen to me. Here's what we're going to do. Every doctor, every student who comes into Division 1 will first wash his hands with soap and water and then rinse them in chlorine. Those are my orders.
Those were his orders, and the basins were supplied. And as you can well imagine, there was considerable complaining and grumbling. And Dr. Klein fairly exploded.
What is this nonsense, Dr. Semmelweis?
This nonsense has been in effect for almost 2 weeks. And in that time, we have had not one single death due to childbed fever. How do you account for that, Dr. Klein?
Very simple. The miasmic caloric influences are obviously on the wane.
The idiot. What does it take to make him admit his mistake?
Don't you understand, Ignash? He can't afford to admit that all these deaths could have been prevented by just a few basins of chlorine solution. He has to fight you to the end.
I am the killer, Johann. All this time, I was the killer.
It took years before everyone finally saw what should have been obvious in the first place. We say there are none so blind as those who will not see. It might be illuminating to find out why so many people prefer the darkness to the light. I shall return shortly.
Do you have cash you'd like to invest sensibly? Then you should know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, the money market fund that combines your money with that of other investors to earn the kind of high interest rates large investors enjoy. Start with as little as $2,500. Then make additional investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money, or as much of it as you need, is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, write a check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning till the check clears. No charge or penalty for withdrawal. No sales fee, not even a charge for the checks. Today you owe it to yourself to earn as much as you can on your money. Call today, 800-228-5000 for a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses, and a clear, concise explanation of how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's money market. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. Toll free. 800-228-5000.
What happened to Dr. Semmelweis afterward? He had to spend the rest of his short life defending his findings, even though you would think they spoke for themselves. In the end, the struggle broke his health and destroyed his mind. He had to be placed in a sanitarium for the insane. And the final irony, he died of blood poisoning. The knife slipped in his hand while he was performing an autopsy. And so even though he had defeated the killer, in the end, the killer had defeated him. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Lloyd Battista, Manuel Kramer, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now preview of our next tale.
Operate?
Psychically.
What does that mean?
My mind is being invaded by some sort of alien force, some psychic infection. Remove it.
How often do you get these attacks?
Now? Oh, several times a week.
Describe what happens.
I'm aware of sudden pains in my head, my fingers, and my knees. And then, slowly, I'm overwhelmed by anger, hatred. A name seems to explode in my brain. Spencer Whitlow. I have an irresistible desire to kill him. I try to fight it, but soon I black out.
You faint.
I disappear.
This is Tommy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is a reed, said the philosopher, the weakest reed in all of nature. But he is a thinking reed. And that, of course, is the beginning and the end of the problem. Thinking, man's most useful and also most dangerous talent. For some, thinking may lead to delight. For others, it may bring on disaster.
What do you do? Well, you can see what I do. What do you do? Who are you? I told you I'm a plumber. I got my truck outside. Once again. What do you do? Hey, for crying out loud, I'm telling you. A plumber. Hey! No, my friend. I will ask you again and again until finally you decide to tell me the truth. I told you the truth. I'm a plumber. Okay. Some people simply take longer to learn than others.
Our mystery drama, Golden Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Every story must have a hero, or, of course, a heroine. And who are the heroes and heroines of popular literature and entertainment? Generally, those men and women who can generate excitement, who are adventurous or glamorous or sexy. However, our hero is going to be a plumber. A plumber, you may well exclaim. Who even thinks about plumbers? Well, just consider this. A plumber is a person you never think about until you really need him. Then you don't think about anything else.
Slow down, Harvey.
Hey, this is pretty good chicken.
I got a bone to pick with you. Harvey.
Oh, I thought you were talking to the chicken. That's a pretty good joke, huh?
No.
Well, it's a pretty tasty chicken. Is this a new recipe?
I was talking to Jenny Lloyd this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. She wanted to know when you were going to Washington, D.C.
Now, why would I be going to Washington, D.C.?
Well, to get the Medal of Honor.
What Medal of Honor?
That big one. The one they should have given you 10 years ago when you was in Vietnam. But they somehow overlooked.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Jenny says her Jimmy was talking to Harvey Jr.
Oh.
Now, what kind of nonsense have you been telling your son this time?
Oh, you'd think the kid would be able to tell I was laying it on a little thick.
He is 12 years old. He wants to believe his father was a hero.
Well, that's why I did it, for him.
Oh, yeah. Here we go again.
No, really, I was reading this book on psychology, you see. And a kid needs to build up his what do you call it? His self-esteem, you see. Now, he can only do that if he has a powerful father figure to look up to.
These stories are yours. Harvey, you're becoming the laughing stock of the neighborhood.
Now, I'll tell you how it happened.
Oh, never mind.
Now, him and Jimmy Lloyd was playing up in the attic, and they found my old uniform, you see. So he asked me what I did in the Army. Now, could I tell him I put in a 3-year hitch as a maintenance plumber in Fort Bliss, Texas?
Why not?
Martha, don't you have any romance in your soul?
I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Please, speak slower. I can't. What kind of emergency? Oh, the cellar's flooding?
Tell him to turn off the valve from the main.
Turn off the valve from the... Oh, please, listen. Harvey, this woman's too excited. I can't understand a word. Where would that valve be?
In the basement.
In the basement. Now, just go downstairs. She's afraid she'll drown.
Where does she live, for crying out loud?
What's your address? Say that slowly, please. 28 Standish Place.
All right, tell her I'm on my way.
You realize this is overtime, after hours, and it's golden time because this is Saturday night. Ma'am, he is on his way.
I'll see you later, huh, Martha?
Take your time.
Hey, you're sore at me.
Why do you have to become the neighborhood character with these stories of yours?
Look, I'll be back as soon as I can. Hey, Martha, how do you know it's on the level? How can you be sure it's not a put-up job?
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe that phone call's a trick so I can get out of here to see some dame. Huh?
Who in her right mind would want you? Now get out of here, will you?
Why are you so anxious to get rid of me? Maybe you got a guy.
After 15 years of being married to you, who in his right mind would want me? Who is it?
The plumber.
The plumber?
That's what I said, lady, the plumber.
How do I know you're the plumber?
Lady, you're paying for my time. You want to pay me to stand out here on the doorstep?
Just a minute.
Harvey J. Stilson at your service.
Do you want to come in?
You? Just, show me where to go, huh?
This way.
Yeah. You know, years ago, if your name was Carpenter, it was because carpentry was your trade. And people who ground wheat into flour, they were called miller.
Down these steps.
Yeah, those things don't mean anything anymore. Even my name, Stilson. You know the Stilson wrench the plumbers use? Well, that's just a coincidence. Oh, hey. That's a good thing I'm wearing my boots. Look at that water.
Do something, please. Please do something.
Yeah, where's the shut-off valve? I see it.
Please do something.
Ah, lady, you know what they say. The more haste, the less speed. Now, the next time you get this kind of emergency...
Oh, there isn't going to be a next time.
Yeah, that's what you say. How little we know.
Oh, please hurry.
I'm trying to turn the shut-off valve. Boy, this thing hasn't been moved since the year 1. Okay. So, that should stop the flow from the main into the house. Now, where's the leak?
Will it stop flooding?
Well, as soon as what's in there now empties out, nothing more's coming in.
Then you better go.
Wait a minute. Don't you want me to fix the leak?
I don't care.
Well, you better care. You won't be able to use any water in this house. Kitchen, bathroom, nothing's going to work.
You better go.
Is that all you want me to do? Just shut off the supply? Lady, do you know what this is going to cost you?
It doesn't matter.
Well, you're going to pay for it anyhow, so at least get your hour's worth out of it.
I don't care.
Wait a minute. Is there something the matter?
No, nothing. It's just that
there it is. Yes, sirree. I can see where the water's coming from. It's behind the wall here. You got this wood paneling. Oh, boy, this is old stuff. You must have had a leak here for a long time. The water's been eating it away.
How much do I owe you?
Now, wait a minute. Yeah, this section of wood comes right off.
It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, there it is. Well, a blind man could see it now. That pipe is gone. Yes, sir, there's a hole worn right through. All right, all I gotta do is replace it. There's no big involvement. It'll all be done within the hour, lady. It won't cost you a nickel extra, just $2.50 maybe for material.
I don't think you really have...
You know how old this house must be? I'll bet you any amount George Washington must have slept here. This is a lead pipe. Lead.
Maybe we could call you another time.
Well, I'm here now. Lead. You know how long it's been since plumbers used lead pipes? That's how we got the name, from the Latin word plumbarius. That means a man who works with lead.
Really, let's just end it here. I'll give you your money.
No, we've gone way beyond lead. Even copper, brass, too. They're old hat. Plastic piping. That's the wave of the future.
Please, I don't want you to do any more work.
Oh, it'll take no time at all, lady. Let me just get my little wrench here. And... Oh. Hey, what is this? That's a big plastic bag, huh? What's this, white powdery stuff inside?
Stand still.
What?
Armand!
Don't move. Do not turn around. Just hand her that bag. Good. Who is he, Clara?
Well, who do I look like? I'm the plumber, for crying out loud.
As I have said, stand very steady, motionless, while I see if you are armed.
Armed? With what?
What is he doing here, Clara?
Hey, look, can I turn around?
He came to fix the leak.
What leak?
Well, can't you see the basement is knee-deep in water?
You shut up. What is he doing here, Clara?
The pipe had burst.
Yes?
I thought I'd better call a plumber.
But I told you were to permit no one to enter this house.
But the basement was filling with water.
You still had your instructions.
But I thought that...
You were told to allow no one into the premises.
I could have been drowned.
Hey, look, listen, why don't you two settle this between yourselves?
And you were told to stand still.
Right. Now, look, you want me to replace the pipe and I can be on my way?
And shut up.
Yeah, okay. It's just I get paid by the hour. We're in golden time as it is.
I said, be quiet. We shall all go upstairs while we decide exactly what to do with you. What is in his toolkit?
Just wrenches and things?
No, according to your identification here, you are Harvey J. Stilson, a plumber, huh?
Well, who else would I be?
Where did you get his name, Clara?
The telephone book. I just opened the page to plumbers, and his place was the nearest.
Now, look, folks, there's one thing I want you to know about me.
I told you to be quiet.
Yeah, I know, but this is important. I know how to keep my mouth shut.
Start now.
All right, I can see I walked into something here that, some kind of activity, maybe, right? And you don't want it known. Now, look, I'm a master plumber. I'm also a master at minding my own business. I can walk out of here, there won't be a peep at it.
I am telling you to keep your mouth shut.
I won't even charge you for the call. How about that? You know how much money you're ahead?
For the last time, not another word.
Okay. What do we do now?
This is not humorous, my friend.
Don't get him angry, please.
And you be quiet too, Clara.
No, you didn't answer my question. What do we do now? How do you top this? Where can you go for an ending?
You know, if I have to tell you another time...
I just got wise to it. It's a gag. Clara and Armand. Smooth and slick. You stash the plastic bag of sugar downstairs, so I think it's some kind of dope, right? Armand. That's just the right kind of foreign touch. And Clara, the good-looking gangster's girlfriend.
And that's what you think this is, huh? A joke.
Oh, that's what I know it is. Sure, my old buddy, Jack Lloyd, and a couple of the other guys. It's a practical joke. I wouldn't put anything past that bunch.
You wouldn't?
Yeah, they got together, they rented this old house, busted a pipe, hired the two of you, she calls me, you walk in and act real smooth, real tough. So, what are you going to do? Try to scare me? Get me real nervous, real frightened. Maybe beg you not to kill me, huh? I'm going to fall down on my knees,
This
baby?
isn't a joke.
It isn't, Come on, how much you want to bet that Jack Lloyd and Jerry Davis and the rest of them aren't watching this from somewhere in this house? Hey, Jack! Jerry!
That is enough out of you.
I'll even bet you that they're getting it all down on videotape. Hey, fellas, all right, the show is over. Must have cost you a bundle of dough, and it was all for nothing. I'm going home.
Don't move.
Come on, that gun doesn't scare me.
Please.
Come on, that's empty, or it's just got blank cartridges inside it.
Do not take another step.
Look, don't you know when the joke is over, pal? You a professional actor or something? You're not bad.
You asked for it.
Hey, are you crazy? I heard that one go right past my ear.
And if I have to fire another one, I promise you, you will not hear it at all.
Hey, what is this?
A very good question. I think we can all safely assume that whatever it is, it's not a joke. Clara and Armand, particularly Armand, appear to be very serious people. Now then, here we have a man who leads a rather humdrum, prosaic existence. He yearns for high adventure. He may get enough to last him a lifetime, although it could turn out to be a rather short lifetime. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. What does the average man know about adventure? Our lives are carefully planned and strictly scheduled. We perform our daily task to earn our allotted portion of daily bread. When is there time or opportunity to face and conquer danger? And this is how most of us really want it. Of course, there is always the unforeseen, the random chance. And this is also a part of life, not to mention death.
Hey, you could have killed me.
Yes.
Well, what's the big idea?
Sit down in the chair and shut up.
Armand?
What is it?
What are we going to do with him?
That does not concern you, Sherry.
What do you mean it doesn't concern me? You promised me there wouldn't be any killing.
It was a promise I made in good faith.
If I had known it could go this way, I'd never...
One cannot mortgage the actions of the future to the promises made in the past.
Oh, that's all fancy talk. The net result is you're going to kill him.
Hey. We shall have to postpone the final decision until Frankie arrives.
Since when is Frankie the one who decides?
Frankie is entitled to express an opinion.
Just answer this one question. Are we going to kill him?
You, be quiet. Clara, look through the peephole.
Oh, it's Frankie.
Well, let her in. Good evening, Frankie.
And who's this?
This one is a plumber by the name of Stilson.
And what's he doing here?
She called him.
Why?
What do you think? The cellar was flooding.
And so you called him? Where did you get his name?
In the phone book. Where else would I find a plumber?
You could have called me.
Why? Could you have fixed the leak?
I could have sent someone reliable.
Hey, listen, I'm reliable.
You be quiet. You've got more trouble than you can handle now.
He took away the wood paneling to get at the pipe.
And that's where the stash was. Sure.
Well, the question is what to do now, huh? Well, what do you suggest?
Why are you asking her?
What would be the point of asking you?
Look, let us not let this degenerate into pointless bickering, huh?
I know what you two want to do. You want to kill him.
That's not true. We don't want to kill him.
But you're going to. I can tell.
All right, Clara, dear. Tell me why we shouldn't.
Because killing isn't our style.
Our style?
Mine and Armand's.
Oh, Armand, honey, you and I, we're strictly confidence operators. We set up a mark. We work a hustle or a scam. We get away clean. We don't need rough stuff. Oh, honey, just let's not start now. Don't let her talk you into it.
I think Armand is old enough to make up his own mind.
Armand, she said to us she knew how we could make a lot of money.
And it's true. You'll make more with this one stash than with 10 years' worth of swindles.
But we never had to kill anybody.
Sooner or later, that day has to come for everybody.
No. Armand, don't listen.
Let him go? What happens? He'll run to the cops.
Oh, no, not me. I'll give you my word of honor.
Are we supposed to bet our lives on his word of honor? It has to be done.
Now, wait a minute. The three of us are supposed to be partners, aren't we? I say we take a vote.
You can't beat democracy. I vote we get rid of him.
I vote we let him go.
That leaves it up to you, Armand.
Armand and I have always been a team.
Yeah, well, I think that team is breaking up, Clara.
You'd better be quiet.
Or else you'll what? Shoot me? Huh? I got that to look forward to anyway. You got a gun anywhere on you, Clara? Maybe you better shoot both of them. You and Armand are finished.
That isn't true.
Oh, no, he goes for her now. Frankie. Anyone can see that.
That's a lie.
Listen, I saw him smack you pretty hard before. Did he ever lay a hand on you before she came along?
We better get rid of him quick.
Yeah, that's right, before Clara really gets wise. First me, Clara, then you. He goes for her, and then you become odd one out.
Clara, don't open your purse.
Well, if that's where you got your gun, Clara, open it fast. You think the two of them will want his jealous ex-girlfriend running around? You'll be in trouble.
Now, Clara, be careful with that.
Don't you see what he's trying to do? It's an old trick. He's trying to drive a wedge between us.
Now, just let's slow down. Everything's just going too fast for me. Armand, I'm telling you this much right now. I don't like the way you look at her sometimes.
Oh, Clara, Cherie, there could never be another woman in my life.
We've got $2 million worth of this stuff. Let's not get bogged down into something stupid.
I love you, Clara. Only you.
Let's get out of here, Armand. Right now. Let her have the powder.
What are you saying?
We don't need it. It's too much trouble. We don't need her either.
Darling, it's $2 million.
But we'll have to kill somebody for it.
Isn't it worth it?
No.
Armand, why do you keep talking about it? You've got the gun. Take care of him.
The second he shoots that man, I'm going to shoot you, Frankie.
Clara, darling, put the pistol away.
I'll shoot her. I mean it. You, plumber, walk out the door.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Happy to oblige.
Take one step and I'll kill you.
What do you say, Frankie?
Why do you and I quarrel, huh?
We never used to quarrel till she showed up.
Darling, we're just business partners. There's nothing between Frankie and me.
Don't you believe him?
Can't you see what's happening? You and I are starting to fight.
You're the one that got us into this thing, and you're the one that called him here. It's all your fault.
Tell her not to say another word.
I'll say whatever has to be said, my angel. I thought you loved me.
I do.
How can you love me if you don't trust me?
I feel terrible about this.
But everything is going to be all right. You'll see. You just let me take care of it, huh?
Well, just tell me that you love me.
Of course I love you, my darling. How could you ever doubt me?
Well, but this man, do we still have to?
Yes.
When?
Just before we leave.
When are we going to leave?
As soon as they get here with the money for the powder.
And when will that be?
At any moment, my darling. So, meanwhile, why don't we all sit down and relax, huh?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stilson. I'm really very sorry. But I told you to leave, didn't I?
What time is it?
10:30.
I got 10:29. Would you believe I've been here almost 4 hours? What a bill you'll be running up.
I do not like this waiting, Frankie.
They'll be here, don't worry.
Yes, well, with the money, I hope.
Armand, I know these people.
Oh, yeah, she knows these people, Armand, but you don't. How do you know they'll walk in here with money, huh? Maybe they'll walk in here with guns and just take the powder, huh?
Have a good time, but it won't work.
What do you think, Armand? Is this the kind of double-cross you would pull if they were friends of yours?
Armand, I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of, Clara.
This is a kind of new business for us. We know nothing about it.
What's to know? You hand over the stuff and you take the money. That's all.
Yeah, but how can you be sure?
Okay, let's put a stop to it. This plumber here is going to ruin the whole business. He keeps talking and he gets on everybody's nerves. He's going to have us killing each other. What I say is we're going to have to get rid of him sooner or later. So let's make it sooner. Let's take him down to the cellar. Get it over with.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right, Frankie.
Why is she always right?
There is no alternative. On your feet, Mr. Stilson.
Just a minute.
I'm afraid there is nothing more you can say.
Why don't you wait?
For what?
Well, to see how it goes. Suppose those people never show up.
Why shouldn't they show up?
Well, maybe they don't exist. Yeah, maybe you're in this alone, Frankie. Sure, you're looking for a chance to get the drop on the two of them and walk away with the powder yourself.
That's a lie.
Is it? Armand? How well do you know her?
How well do you know her, Armand?
Don't you see why we have to kill him?
If she's going to double-cross you, you'll have killed me for nothing.
You shut up. I tell you, a man can't even think.
Well, what's there to think about?
Frankie, there really is no hurry. We can wait.
No, we can't.
Well, why not?
Because it means you don't trust me.
And why should they trust you?
I'll shoot you myself.
I bet you don't, Frankie. I bet you're working so one of them has to do it. You don't look like a girl who takes chances.
They're here. I'll open it.
What is it?
I can see through the people. It's the police.
The police?
Mr. Stilson, do not open your mouth. Say one word and I shoot.
How do we do this, Armand? You and I will take the plumber downstairs to the cellar.
Yes, but we have to open the door. They can see the lights are on.
Why are the police here?
The police are here because they're looking for me.
Why should they be looking for you?
Because my wife is worried. She knows I'm at this address.
We'll take him downstairs, Armand. You, Clara, open the front door. Tell him he's gone. No, you can't do that. His truck is still outside. Tell him he's still working in the basement. And one word out of you, mister, and you're gone. Keep the gun on him, Armand. Let's go. Downstairs.
Clara, remember, if you try to save him, the police will capture us all. We'll spend the rest of our lives in jail. Clara, I
love you. Move. One sound out of you and you're gone.
Through there.
Oh.
Well, good evening, ma'am. I'm sorry to bother you, but is the plumber still here?
The plumber?
Yes, ma'am. He left home a long time ago, and his wife is worried about him. She knew he'd gone to this address. Is he still here?
Well, now, how do you suppose Clara will answer that question? These things are never really simple for those who are under the gun. And this is one of those stories where people live from minute to minute. Therefore, let us relax for just a bit. And
are you an unpublished author? Do you have...
What is an adventure? Something that you see in the movies or read about in books. At any rate, it almost always happens to other people. How would we behave in a life or death situation where our fate would be determined by our wits? You never know till you're tested. And by that time, it may be too late.
You see, the plumber generally calls in after he's been away for an hour, and she hasn't heard from him. His wife, you know. Well, naturally, she's nervous.
Yes.
But, well, I guess he's still here, huh? His truck's outside.
His?
So I guess he's still working, huh?
Yeah.
Must be some leak, huh? An old house like this. Yeah, when the plumbing goes, it can sure be one big headache.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, of all times for a thing like that to happen. Saturday night, huh?
Yes.
Well, all right, tell the plumber to check in with his wife, huh?
Oh, yes.
And I'm sorry we bothered you, ma'am. Good night.
Yeah. They've gone.
Yes, we heard. You did a splendid job, Clara.
Oh, but the police know he's here.
It changes nothing.
Look, Clara, we've got $2 million staring us in the face.
And that is what you should be thinking of.
Just as soon as my friends get here.
If she's got any friends, and if they ever get here.
You're still in there pitching, plumber. I don't blame you, but you're finished.
Let us leave him here and go upstairs.
Listen, I understand you're on golden time. Why don't you fix the leak?
It's a splendid idea. And right on the bill, huh? We'll see that your wife gets the money.
We wouldn't want to cheat a working man. What do you think we are? Bunch of crooks?
Hello?
Oh, it's you.
I made some coffee for everybody.
You made some coffee. Sure, that figures.
What figures?
Yeah, she wouldn't make the coffee.
I thought you'd like to have a cup. It's damp down here.
Yeah, thanks. I love coffee. You know, Martha says I drink too much.
Martha?
Martha, my wife.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's the lady I spoke to on the phone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's all right. She puts up with a lot.
Oh, that means she loves you. Women who love a man have to put up with plenty. Too much, if you ask me.
Oh, men put up with an awful lot, too, if you know what I mean.
Does she give you a hard time?
I don't know. Not really, nah. Maybe I asked for it, but then, I don't know.
Well, what don't you know?
Well, maybe she's disappointed in me.
Why?
Well, I'm just a plumber.
And what's wrong with that?
Well, I never went to college.
Well, neither did Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, he must have. He was a lawyer.
Well, I think he became a lawyer by reading books.
Well, anyway, they're mostly college guys in the neighborhood, professional men, businessmen. But I make as much dough as most of them. Can you believe that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. That's how we could afford to buy the house there. Of course, we bought it years ago before things went crazy, you know.
I know. That's why I held still for this one big score. So Armand and I can buy a house somewhere and settle down.
You know, Martha, she feels, I guess it's self-conscious. That's what she feels. But we're the only family that's got a truck parked in a driveway.
Oh, I can understand that.
I mean, it's not exactly a truck. It's more like a van. I keep it looking great. But it's what it is. It's a plumber's truck.
Drink your coffee before it gets cold.
So, maybe...
Maybe what?
So maybe I tell the neighbors things I shouldn't, you know, making myself seem important. It's just that I'm trying to fit in.
You want to drink that coffee?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
What's the matter?
This is how you're gonna do it, huh?
Do what?
Yeah, with the coffee. Instead of a bullet, this is quieter. It's easier. And you don't have to worry. Maybe I'll fight back and somebody else can get hurt. Now, come on, tell me, what did you put in here? Huh?
Cream and sugar. Oh, I should have asked. Maybe you like it black, huh?
No, I like lots of cream and sugar.
Maybe I didn't put in enough. Go ahead. Go on, taste it. I swear I didn't put anything in the coffee. I wouldn't do a thing like that. I really don't want to kill you.
You're going to let the other two do it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, too. For you.
Nobody has to be sorry for me.
Okay, so they kill me. The cops are going to know what happened here. They will, won't they?
Yeah, but we'll be long gone.
You'll be gone. But your description stays.
What description?
Your dear friend, what's her name? Frankie. Frankie and Johnny were sweethearts. I should say Frankie and Armand were sweethearts.
I know Armand.
Yeah, famous last words.
I know who he goes for. She's not his type.
Yeah, you sure?
Yes. He always comes back to Clara.
But suppose there's no Clara to come back to.
Well, I'll always be waiting for him.
Well, what good is that if you're waiting in jail? Because that's where you're going to go. You may even get the death penalty, thanks to Frankie.
What's Frankie got to do with it?
Well, if you can't see it, why should I tell you?
Oh, you're bluffing again. Trying to get me scared and nervous.
Am I?
Armand loves me. Do you understand? He loves me.
Armand's got nothing more to do with this thing.
I don't care how you think it looks. Armand's the boss. Oh, I know Armand. He has to deal the cards or there's no game.
Okay, I'm dead. Follow this now. Who killed me? You did, and the cops know it.
How do the cops know it?
Well, that's how she staged it. Here, let me refresh your memory. The bell rings. She goes to the peephole. It's the cops. Clara, you open the door, huh? Now, Frankie and Armand hustle me downstairs. Clara opens the door and talks to the cops. Clara is the only one the cops can identify. Frankie, Armand, they're out of it.
But that's...
It's a fact. Frankie set you up. So, the cops have your description. It's a pretty good one, too. I was listening. Those two cops had a long talk with you, didn't they? And so they'll remember you very well. Now, tell me something. You have a record? You ever been arrested?
They'll never trace me.
So, now they got your description. Blonde?
I was brunette at the time.
Ah, come on. You can change your hair. But they're looking for a pretty girl of, 29?
I'm only 26.
All right. Your height, your weight, all this stuff gets fed into a computer. They press the right buttons and zap, 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 out comes the name Clara Smith or Jones or whatever you're using. But they know who you are.
Oh, you're bluffing.
Oh, you'd like it to be a bluff, wouldn't you? Tell me something. What's the split?
The split?
Yeah, the $2 million. How does it split? 3 ways? Or $1 million for her and $1 million for you and Armand, seeing that you're a team?
Well, we hadn't decided on that exactly.
Ah, that's your first mistake.
Armand has never double-crossed me.
Oh, well, Armand never played for such high stakes either. Now, tell me, are you worth, $500,000 to him? Huh? Are you? How about her? Why shouldn't she want to keep the dough for herself? All of it. Because what? Because she's so generous? She's so fair and square? Listen, kid, make a deal for yourself.
A deal?
Yeah, the best deal you can get. With me. Now, listen. You know who I am.
You're the plumber.
Oh, no. That's my cover.
Cover?
Yeah, you know what a cover is. Did you ever go to the movies? Now, listen, I've been following Frankie all on my own, you see. And I was staking out this house, waiting to go in and make the pinch when everybody showed up. Now, I see this plumber pull up in his truck. Ah, what a great way to get in. I tell him who I am, and I have him wait in the truck. And I take his tools, and I come inside.
You're a cop?
Sure, I'm a cop. What do you think?
But you knew how to fix the pipe.
Oh, well, listen, that's easy. Undercover cops, they get training. They get training in all the trades. You know, plumbing, carpentry, electricity, TV repairs even. So they have an excuse to enter suspicious premises. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, now, look, I have to get out of here and establish contact with my superiors.
Oh, but...
Now, here's the deal. You will not be prosecuted.
Oh, but Armand...
Okay, Armand gets off, too. We only want Frankie.
Oh, you can have her. Don't drink the coffee.
Yeah, sure. That's poisoned, huh?
No. Just some stuff to knock you out so that you could be handled easier.
All right. Now, the deal. You and Armand walk away. I only want Frankie.
Oh, you've got her.
And the powder.
But it's worth...
It's worth your life, your freedom. Huh? Is that a deal? Remember, this way you're really rid of Frankie. Now, that should be worth something.
It's worth a fortune to me.
You'll see, it's for the best. Now, you and Armand go back to those little con games of yours where no one really gets hurt. Now, that's what you want, isn't it?
I guess so.
All right. Now, let's figure out a way to get out of here.
I already know it.
When are your friends going to be here, Frankie, huh?
I told you. Don't worry.
But they're 3 hours late now.
They're flying in from Europe. You have to expect delays.
It's 2 in the morning. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Why don't we all take a nap?
No. I think we all better stay awake.
Why don't we all have some strong coffee?
Why don't you make some?
They're fast asleep.
Are you sure?
I know when Armand is dead to the world. And the other one, you should hear her snore.
Snoring. That's the most unsexy thing a woman can do.
You promised me Armand and I would get away.
Would I break my promise?
Well, you'll have to help me get Armand into the car.
I give my word, I keep my word. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Stilson, you can go home now.
Did you get the Frankie woman?
Oh, she was there, just as you said. Now, about the other two.
Look, Captain, they just blundered into it, you see, almost like I did. They'll never fool with that stuff again.
Still, it's your duty to tell us.
Captain, I had to make a deal. Now, you got Frankie. She's the one you want, and you got the powder.
$2 million worth. There's, quite a reward. It belongs to you.
Reward?
But you'll have to accept it quietly.
Quietly? You mean it won't appear in the papers, on the radio, or the TV?
Oh, no.
What's oh, no?
This whole business has to be kept secret.
Why?
For your own protection.
You mean I won't be able to tell anybody?
Not a soul.
Not even my wife?
Not even your wife.
Why?
Suppose one day you have a serious fight, or she decides to divorce you.
Oh, but
you
Captain...
did your duty as a citizen. You're getting thousands of dollars as a reward. Shouldn't that be enough?
No, it isn't enough. Not really.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stilson, but that's the way it has to be.
Is that you, Harvey?
Don't tell me you were expecting somebody else.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Did you just get through?
Yep.
You left the house at 6:30. That's almost 10 and a half. 12 hours on golden time. You realize how much money that is?
Of course.
It must have been a tough job.
Yeah, sure was.
Want to tell me about it? What happened?
What happened was, you see, I found a big plastic bag of cocaine behind the pipes.
Harvey.
Yeah, they were a gang of pushers. They wanted to kill me, but I outsmarted them and turned them into the police.
All right, Harvey. Now, you just cut that out. Now, don't you dare tell stories like that, especially to Junior. And from now on, no more of this nonsense. You know why you do it. You want to prove something to the neighbors. But believe me, you're as good a man as any one of them.
You know something, Martha? Tonight, for the very first time, I think so. I really think so.
And why not? You must admit he carried it off brilliantly. He was forced to live from minute to minute, improvising every difficult and dangerous step of the way. How many of us could have brought it off? Think about it, and I shall return shortly.
You've had a bad time. You lost everything. You gave up everything. You became a drifter.
Look, Frank.
Something inside you said, no, this can't go on. Joe Driscoll is not going to be a bum for the rest of his days. Joe Driscoll is going to make a comeback. I'm so glad you feel it, and you're going to make good. I know it. So this woman, you don't need her anymore.
How can you say that?
Well, you needed her in the beginning. You needed her, the idea of her to wake you up. But you're all right now. You can make it on your own.
Frank, are you trying to tell me this girl is only in my imagination?
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The longer I am associated with the Mystery Theater, the more I realize there is nothing ordinary about ordinary people. There is no end to the variations, the kaleidoscope of the cursed and the blessed. What a piece of work is man. How infinite in faculty. In action, how like an angel, was one man's opinion. Today, you will experience someone quite different. Less like an angel and more like a devil.
Remember me? I'm Charlie Ingalls from next door.
You met me yesterday?
I did. You're not so easy to forget.
You met Jane. I'm Vanity.
Oh, Jane never told me she had a twin sister.
We're not exactly twins. Jane and I are two separate and distinct people who happen both to inhabit the same body.
Our mystery drama, Vanity and Jane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Marion Seldes. Radio Mystery. As I was saying earlier, with an assist from Mr. Shakespeare, man, and by that I certainly include woman, is of infinite variety, surprising, pleasing, and sometimes horrifying. My authority is Charlie Ingalls, a longtime friend who you no doubt know as a famous sculptor. This story, which he asked me to share with you, happened before he became so well known, and is about the two women in his life. This is how Charlie told it to me.
I was up on the roof of my studio on the beach, nailing down some shingles which had sprung loose during last night's storm.
Hey, you up there? Are you very busy?
Yeah, I'd say I was.
Or could you come down off your roof for a minute?
Well, just as soon as I get the shingles around my skylight fixed. This is the storm season. I prefer to keep the rain outside.
Oh, okay. If you don't mind, I'll climb up to you.
Which the girl did. Got right up the ladder and plunked herself down on the roof where I was nailing. A beautiful girl, I might add.
Hey, this is some view from up here. I've been crazy about the sea all my life. I guess that's because I was born inland.
This your first visit to Driftwood?
My first day. I just got here on the 1 o'clock ferry.
Hey, here for the summer.
Hope to be. My name's Jane. Jane Wilson.
Charlie Ingalls, pleased to know you.
How do you do? Listen, that house next door to yours over there?
The gray one?
Yeah, that one that's all boarded up. Do you know if it's been rented for the summer?
I don't, but I could send you to the man who could tell you.
Oh, could you?
Glad to. You know your way back to our little town of Driftwood?
Just follow the road I came out on.
Yeah, when you hit town past the luncheonette and go down Main Street, on the right-hand side, you'll come to a store window that says on it, Driftwood News. You go inside, you ask for Dan Kirkpatrick. He's the editor and publisher of the weekly. He owns the gray house.
Oh, Mr. Ingalls, I'm much obliged. I'm going to walk over there right now.
Okay, you can tell Dan that Charlie sent you. You sure you can get off this roof all right?
Don't worry about me. I could get down off Everest. I'm in great shape.
I had to agree with her there. And a face to match the body. About 23, I'd say. That afternoon, I phoned Dan Kirkpatrick at his office. I guess I really wanted to know if Jane Wilson got his beach cottage.
Charlie, you been trying to get me?
No, Dan,
I've been on the phone checking out the references of that girl you sent me.
Oh, yes, Miss Wilson.
Anyway, she checks out okay. Gave me a month's security and a month's rent, and I told her the old shack is hers right up to Labor Day.
No kidding. Well, I'm glad to help.
I want to thank you, old buddy. I had about given up renting this summer, what with the high price of gas. There's not too many folks coming out this way.
Yeah, well, anytime, Danny. Anytime.
Yes?
I just came over to find out if you needed anything. I mean, since we're neighbors, you know.
Who are you?
Charlie Ingalls from next door.
You are?
Yeah, yesterday. The man on the roof, remember? I was fixing my skylight. You climbed up on my roof and talked to me.
I don't remember anything like that. I've never climbed up onto a roof in my life.
Okay. Okay, have it your way. So long, neighbor.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you met me yesterday?
Well, you're not easy to forget.
That wasn't me. You met Jane. I'm Vanity.
Oh. Jane never told me she had a twin sister.
Well, we're not exactly twins. You see, Jane and I, we're both separate and distinct people who happen both to inhabit the same body.
You do?
You don't believe me?
Well, I believe you,
Well,
but...
that's generally the reaction, so I don't tell many people.
Well, it's not the kind of thing one hears every day of the week.
Well, Mr. Ingalls, I'm not going to stand here in the open doorway, so if you don't mind, good night.
Look, how about you coming over to my place? I'll cook up some supper. You know, we bachelors are very resourceful.
If that's your delicate way of informing me you're not married, I'll say thanks. No thanks.
Just one thing before I go. You are Vanity Wilson, is that right?
Yes, we've just been over this. Now, please go, Mr. Ingalls.
No, I will. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Vanity objects to people barging in, people she doesn't know, hasn't met, or expects, huh? I mean, Vanity doesn't accept spur-of-the-moment dinner invitations, even from a new neighbor, so I know what she doesn't like. Can you tell me what she does like?
I like to paint, to write. I love music.
Well, isn't it possible I could like the same thing?
Well, of course it's possible, but Mr. Ingalls, the fact that you live next door doesn't mean you can waltz in here and intrude on my life.
And she closed the door in my face. I won't say she was downright rude, but she sure wasn't friendly. And the next day I was working on a clay model of a head, and I see her way down on the beach jogging my way. I wondered, was she kidding me with this routine of having two separate personalities? I had to find out.
Hi there!
Hey, good morning. You taking advantage of the good weather while it lasts?
Oh, I'll run in any weather.
I didn't think you were interested in sports.
Are you kidding? That's my middle name. Any form of exercise is all I care about.
Or what about writing, music, and painting?
Oh, so that's what it is. You met Vanity, haven't you? I'm Jane. We met first. How'd you meet her?
Well, I stopped by last night with the proverbial cup of sugar.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Well, now you've rattled the family skeleton.
Well, I can accept it, but it must be hard on you.
Oh, well, I don't have any control when she takes over. She was, abrupt with you. She's abrupt.
She showed me the door.
I guess we're about as different as two personalities could be. Vanity is into deep thinking. I'm not. I like to do.
Hey, you're pretty calm about this dual personality thing.
Oh, I've lived with it for 10 years.
And Vanity knows you exist.
Well, didn't she talk about me? Of course, she knows. You're frowning. What is it?
Oh, no, I always frown when a sudden idea strikes me. I'm just wondering, if I did a head of you, how would I show both Jane and Vanity?
Oh, that's right. You're a sculptor. Well, how about giving us two faces?
On one head.
Why not? One facing front and the other facing the other way.
Yeah, that's a thought. I mean, if I get to know the two of you better, 10 years, you said? Is that how long you've been split?
Yes, it started when I was 13, the year my mother died.
There must have been some problem in school.
No, not really. Well, I was the one who used to goof off, and Vanity, she was the grind. She always pulled us through. Worked pretty well when we were in school.
So you lived with it? Nobody did anything about it?
Well, my father did. We went to a special kind of psychotherapy institute where they deal with multiple personalities, or they try to. It just didn't work.
Oh, that's too bad.
In fact, I'd say, and I'll bet Vanity would agree with me, it's one of the few things about which we agree. But instead of making one of our egos disappear, we seem to become each more entrenched than before and more separate.
Look, Jane, I'm sorry, but I better get back to my work. It's a commission, so I've got a delivery day.
Oh, yes. Charlie?
Yeah.
It's Charlie, isn't it? Not Charles.
Oh, take your pick.
I'm glad we're neighbors. You seem like such a nice man. What I was going to say was, if you're really interested in the one Miss Wilson with the two heads, why don't you come over for dinner tonight?
Thanks, I will.
Do you like spaghetti?
Anytime, anywhere, any amount.
Oh, well, you taste mine. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. Are there any public tennis courts around? I've been working on my serve. I hate to get rusty.
Yeah, there's one right outside of town. I'll take you there tomorrow.
Oh, great. Then 7:30 tonight, okay? I just want to run a couple of miles on the beach. See ya.
7:30 on the button. Here I am.
I see you are.
Hey, let me in quick before that fog rolls in after me. Hey, I brought you a bottle of Chianti. Can't eat spaghetti without red wine. Where'll I put it?
You're not putting it anywhere, Mr. Ingalls.
Oh, no. You're not... you are. You're Vanity, eh? Where's Jane?
She's not here. I am.
Vanity, do you think you could just go? Please?
Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could.
Look, it's not fair. Twice I've been over in the evening and you're here instead of her, and tonight I've come to have dinner with her.
I know that. I was here when she asked you over.
You heard her say that?
No, not exactly, but I know she did. Good night, Mr. Ingalls.
Look, I am trying to understand you both, particularly you, Vanity Wilson. I mean, why are you so unfriendly to me?
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Ingalls. I'm just much more shy with people than Jane. I don't take up with strangers that quickly.
Vanity, if you keep on doing that, everyone will remain a stranger. There's no way of you bringing Jane back?
No way.
How long before you two switch personalities again?
How long?
Yeah, I mean, is there a time limit or something so I can know when she'll reappear?
Neither of us knows that, or has ever known.
Are you holding something behind your back?
You mean this?
That's a pretty lethal-looking kitchen knife.
You think so?
Yeah, what's in your other hand behind your back?
Just a tennis racket.
Lord in heaven.
Yes. It's a little cut up, isn't it? And it's Jane's favorite racket, too.
You did that to it? Why? Why?
It's her fault. Jane was in the kitchen, you know, cooking up the spaghetti. And I said to her, "What are you doing?" "Company's coming," she said. Well, she knows I don't eat spaghetti. I don't like spaghetti. And she knows I don't invite strangers to dinner. So I went into the closet and I took out her tennis racket and I have been cutting the strings one by one. And I've almost finished. I had to teach her a lesson.
I warned you, didn't I, of the unpredictability of the human species? I said to my friend Charlie, if it were if I discovered I was dealing with a dual personality, one of whom disliked me, I would have put an end to the friendship. He said, it wasn't that easy. I had to put up with Vanity because I'd already fallen in love with Jane. I shall return shortly with more of Charlie's story in Act 2. An artist, a sculptor like my friend Charlie Ingalls, deals in known quantities, the planes of a face, the texture of skin, the movement of the body, the thrust of motion. But dear old Charlie had no experience whatsoever with the texture or movement of the mind. This made his comprehension of Jane and Vanity Wilson so elusive and mysterious.
I tell you, Dan, what I mean is, if I did tell you what I know about this girl, you wouldn't believe me.
Have you come into my little office to cry on my shoulder or to give me an exclusive for the Driftwood News gossip column?
Dan, I'm serious. I really came to ask you what you knew about her. It's your house she rented. You must know something about her.
I do.
So you wouldn't have rented her the cottage if she had a record or something.
Whatever she tells you, why don't you believe it?
Because it's almost unbelievable, and I can't believe she's putting me on.
What I know, Well, there's not much to tell. Don't go away, Charlie. Let me get this. Driftwood News, Dan Kirkpatrick at your service. Oh, hi, Mrs. Stratton. Sure, news is news. It did? Well, we don't have a photographer on the staff, but if you can get someone to take a picture of it, sure, we'll print it. If it's what you tell me, sure. Oh, that's news, all right. We'll get it into this week's paper. Goodbye. That's the stuff a local weekly gets to print. After the Monday storm, a rowboat was washed up on Mrs. Stratton's beach.
And that's what she called you about? We're going to have storms till the end of the month?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Get this. On the prow of the rowboat, she says you can see distinctly the name Titanic.
Come on.
When I told her to send me a picture, it's some yacht owner's idea of being cute. Oh, now about Jane. She told me that she's been in a kind of psychiatric hospital or institute. She gave me the name of her doctor. I called him. He told me she was okay. A very nice person. Had her own money. Her father died recently. And he was all for her having a nice summer out here, the doctor.
Yeah, well, I knew her mother died 10 years ago, but her father, too?
Yes, a month ago. She wrote me a check, security in the first month. I called her bank. They said, yep. I like the girl, and why shouldn't she have the cottage?
Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Oh, Jane Wilson. How nice to see you. You been shopping? You, know this gentleman?
Hello, Jane.
Oh, I certainly do. My neighbor.
Guess who we were talking about just now?
Jane. It is you this time, isn't it?
It's me. Oh, you were talking about me?
Well, I was trying to I don't know.
Why don't you ask me, Charlie? I would have told you.
I'm not always sure of finding you at home.
I wondered if you'd come for dinner last night. Oh, well, anyway, the reason I'm here, Mr. Kirkpatrick, is there anywhere in town I could... Oh, I'd better show you. I wrapped it up so carefully. Is there a place where I could get this restrung?
What happened to your tennis racket?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Dan, isn't there a tennis pro who runs a sports shop on Windmill Road?
Looks like you tried to net a shark with that racket, and the shark got away.
Dan, you've made your amazement quite graphic. Now, how about answering Jane's question?
Yes, Howie's sports shop, but he doesn't open till after lunch. Oh, excuse me. Driftwood News. Yes, Mrs. Stratton. It has? Oh, that's a shame. Well, better luck next time. Bye. The high tide just washed the Titanic off her beach.
Hey, Jane, let's get out of here. How about lunch?
Oh, I don't think I deserve it after last night, but I'm famished.
Well, it wasn't your fault at all, Jane. I did feel sort of foolish arriving right on time and having Vanity tell me to get lost and go home.
But that's the terrible part about this. And it's getting worse. Sometimes I just know what Vanity's doing, as she sometimes knows what I'm doing. But last night, all I remember now is that I'm getting the spaghetti ready for our dinner. I look up, and there she is, with a kitchen knife in her hand.
Jane, that was you holding that knife.
No, it wasn't. I didn't pick it up. It wasn't my hand. And that's all I knew until this morning.
Didn't you put two and two together when you found your tennis racket slashed like that?
It's just getting worse. It's
Look, I mean, do you want to talk about it?
Yes, but let's eat first. It'll help me calm down.
Your hand is shaking. Are you all right?
I could do with a glass of something.
Well, that's what this wine is for. I'll pour, you talk.
I don't know how to explain this because on the face of it, it's impossible.
Well, do you think maybe a quick trip back to the Institute might help?
No, that wouldn't. So this morning, I knew I had to get out of the cottage as fast as I could.
But you can't escape Vanity that way. She's inside you. She wears the same skin.
It's such a strange thing. 1 minute, I'm Jane Wilson. I'm completely in control of my life. And the next, without warning, I'm Vanity Wilson. I'm hidden inside and almost conscious in a peculiar way that she has taken over. And what she says and does is very clear to me. But I never knew she'd taken a kitchen knife and cut the strings of my racket. That I didn't know.
Is there nothing that can be done so that you have some control over her?
We're good friends. Sometimes we talk back and forth. Sometimes, as if we were actually two separate people in two separate bodies.
I would hardly call you good friends.
Well, we were when we were growing up.
And now?
Well, do I have to tell you? You've seen, she hates me. I have this premonition, this feeling Vanity's she's going to kill me.
What?
I mean it, Charlie. I mean, don't you see? The way she cut up the tennis racket, she could cut me up, too.
No. Hold it. You're talking about a second personality that lives inside your own body, Jane. I mean, she has your arms, your hands. Whatever Vanity might do to physically hurt you would hurt her as well.
Yes, you know that, and I know that. But I'm not sure Vanity realizes that I don't exist outside of her.
Of course she must know. Think of yourself as a many-sided person, but one person. Jane loves the out-of-doors sports. She has an open nature. Vanity is shy, retreated, prefers artistic
I'm
things.
going to stop you. Vanity is not the artistic side of my nature. Vanity is a rival. I'll go further. I'd say she's sinister, perhaps even evil. I know it. And I'm frightened for the both of us.
You said sometimes you talk like separate people. Now, have you tried reasoning with her?
Well, I heard what she said to you when you came to dinner. Or rather, I knew that she'd said it. Jane knows I don't like strangers, so I have to punish her.
And she's never been so overtly antagonistic before.
Well, I've never been threatened like that.
And you don't know why?
Oh, I can guess. It's you, Charlie. I think she's jealous. Oh, there's someone at the door there who's waving at us.
Oh, it's Dan. Well, come on over, Dan.
No, he's shaking his head.
Oh, I guess he doesn't want to join us. He's being diplomatic. Excuse me a sec. I'll just go and see what he wants.
And see if you can get someone to take our order.
Yeah, I'll do what I can. What is it, Dan? We waved to you. You could have come over.
You were asking me about Jane. Started me thinking, and I put in a corner I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh?
I don't want to talk about it here in front of her, so would you stop by my office before you go home?
Oh, that's all you came here to tell me?
Take it easy. It could be important. I'll see you in a bit.
Sorry, Jane. Dan didn't want to interrupt us. That's why he didn't come over.
I'm not interested in him.
Yeah, there wasn't a waitress in sight. I could get to come over to our table.
I'm not interested in food either.
Well, a minute ago you were starving.
A minute ago, I heard Jane tell you I was jealous of you and her.
Oh. You're not Jane.
Let's get out of this dismal place.
You heard what Jane said to me. That means you could talk to her and she could talk to you.
Well, we did when we were kids. I'm going.
Vanity, please.
This cheap luncheonette may be good enough to satisfy Jane. It is not good enough for me.
Vanity? Vanity, what's bothering you?
I don't like the insinuations she makes.
Well, can I talk sensibly to you? I mean, the two of you are one person. You're together. You're stuck with each other. Now, why can't you treat each other like sisters and try to understand each other?
Mr. Ingalls, you're trying to be fair, but you don't know anything about Jane, and I know too much.
And you don't like what you know.
I'll never forgive her. Where are we?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You've never been into Driftwood, have you? Well, I'll show you the way and take you back to the beach road and to hell. I've got it. You want me to be honest with you, Vanity?
I wish everyone would be honest with me.
Would you give me an honest opinion?
It's the only one I have.
Good. Now, I'll tell you something. Every year, we have a street art exhibit. Now, you're interested in art and in painting, and it might interest you. Besides, there's a piece of abstract sculpture of mine, and I'd like your opinion.
Where is it?
It's down this street and around the corner. Come on.
Well, I don't claim to be a professional art critic.
No, it's all right. I don't need that. I make my living doing heads of people. I've never tried an abstract expression in stone before, and I'd be interested in your reaction.
Why do you want my reaction?
Well, I guess I'm trying to get to know you better, to know why there's such a bad feeling between you and Jane, why neither has control when the other takes over.
Wait a minute.
What? Oh, yeah, he's cute, isn't he, eh? Little boy. He's much bigger than the flute he's playing. I wonder why he's playing here on the street.
Don't say anything, please. Don't speak, please.
It was very strange. Vanity looked around like a frightened doe, wanting to run, yet unsure which way to go. The little boy stopped playing. Vanity pulled the child to her and held him tightly in her arms.
Don't ever stop playing. Promise me you'll always play.
Vanity, come on. You're scaring that child. Let him go.
I will. Yeah. There, now. See? Now, will you play for me again, little boy? Please?
Okay, now, look, would you come along now, Vanity? Tell me, what is it? What is it that's bothering you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that I don't want you just to be a friend of Jane's.
Well, I don't either. If I am, does that mean I can't also be a friend of yours?
I was upset. That won't happen again. So you'll be my friend, too, will you?
Sure. If you want me to, of course I will. I said I would.
That little boy. You see, my mother was a musician, and at home she used to practice, and it was the flute.
Of course, that would be disturbing.
10 years. That's how long it's been since she died.
Now, there's an example of what I've been saying, Vanity. You say that you and Jane are so different, that
I hate her? Well, yes, I do.
Well, don't you think Jane misses her mother, too?
Jane? Miss her? Jane killed her.
In effect, if Vanity Wilson manages to do away with her alter ego Jane, since they are one and the same person, the result would not be murder, but suicide. Under no circumstances can that action be justified. A man is a prisoner of his life, said wise Socrates. He has no right to open the door and run away until the gods summon him. How this looming tragedy is resolved, I shall tell you when I return shortly with Act 3. My old friend Charlie Ingalls, the sculptor, was a bachelor. And then one day a girl moved into the house on the beach next to his, and he fell in love with her. Can you imagine how he felt when he discovered he'd lost his heart to two different existences, one of them capable of the ultimate violence?
Dan, what's happening? I mean, why doesn't that Dr. Condon come to the phone?
Don't get yourself so worked up, Charlie. They've gone to get him. He's somewhere in the institute.
What do you mean, don't get worked up? You act as if I could just walk away from
Charlie, easy, huh? When did I say that?
Even if I didn't care for Jane, how could I leave her alone with this second identity, this vanity character? Jane thinks she's dangerous and threatening. I mean, that's why we're putting in this call to Dr. Condon. He treated her.
Hold it. Dr. Condon? This is Dan Kirkpatrick. I published the Driftwood News on the island. Remember, we talked last week about my renting to Jane Wilson.
Here, would you give me that telephone?
All right, here.
Doctor. Hello, Doctor. This is Charles Ingalls. I live next door to Jane, and she is afraid that her second personality, the one she calls Vanity, is going to kill her. Yeah, there was an incident last night with a kitchen knife. Yeah, Vanity got hold of a kitchen knife. You can? Yeah, I'd really appreciate that, Doctor. Yeah, we all would. I'm going to put Dan back on the phone now. He knows exactly how to get here. Jane, come on, I think we should go inside. That tin roof Dan's got over this porch is starting to leak.
No, let's stay. I love the wildness of the storm over the ocean.
Yeah, it's nice. I think this one will blow over pretty soon.
Well, that's too bad. I'd just be walking on the beach this very minute, but I just didn't think you'd approve, Charlie.
Does that matter to you, my approval?
Yes, it does. It really does.
Jane, I might as well tell you, I spoke to Dr. Condon at the Institute. What you told me about feeling your life was threatened worried me so much I couldn't let another day go by without asking for some help.
I don't know that he can do anything. The last time I saw him, he said I should try to lead a normal life, and perhaps in time, Vanity would go away.
Yeah, but I couldn't wait for that. He's coming out here. I didn't know what to do.
There's nothing you can do, Mr. Ingalls. I have no intention of harming Jane. Not at this time.
Jane? Well, have you become Vanity? Is that you?
Yes, it's me. When I think about what Jane has done, something comes over me and I can't contain myself. I want her punished. I want her dead.
You just said you wouldn't harm Jane.
That was a minute ago before I started thinking about what she's done. Now, if you don't mind, I don't like this storm. It makes me uneasy to be out here. I'm going inside.
No, you're not. You're sitting with me right here on this porch until you explain yourself.
Mr. Ingalls, will you let go of my arm?
I will not let go, Vanity. You stay right in that chair.
You're hurting me.
You stay where you are and your arm won't hurt.
Why are you so cruel? Don't you understand these noises, the thunder and lightning? I'm afraid of storms. Now let me go.
No. What is it you said to me this afternoon about Jane and your mother? I want you to say it again.
It has nothing to do with you. Oh, stop. Stop that thunder. Let me go. I can't stand it.
As suddenly as Vanity had taken the place of Jane, the personality of Vanity disappeared, and Jane returned. How did I know it was Jane? She just looked at my hand on her arm, then at me.
You don't have to do that, Charlie. I won't run away.
You're Jane now, aren't you?
Well, you know I am.
Yeah. Look, Jane, have you any idea what's behind Vanity's anger? What is she accusing you of? Try to remember. It's about your mother. I mean, can you think back? But concentrate. Can you remember?
Of course she can. Jane killed Mother. Yes, you did. There was only you and her in that car, and only you lived.
Vanity?
Yes, it's me, Vanity. Now listen, Mr. Ingalls, none of this has anything to do with you. It is between Jane and me.
What is it you want?
I want to make her pay for Mother's death.
How?
What would be just? The same price as Mother paid. Death. What do you think?
Now, Vanity, please listen to me. You are not a separate entity from Jane. You have the same body, the same head. I'll grant you not the same mind or thoughts, but the same beating heart. Anything you do to Jane, you do to yourself. If you hurt her, you will feel the pain. If you try to rid yourself of her forever, it is your heart that will stop. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it. But what you don't see is how unbearable it is to be forced to share an existence with a murderer.
You saw a murder take place?
No, I wasn't there.
Did you ever ask Jane what happened in the car?
Why should I? I know.
How can you? You just said you weren't there and you've never asked Jane directly. Wouldn't her word mean something?
She was 13. When you're 13, you do a lot of lying.
I don't understand you. A clever, sensitive, rational being like you, devoured by anger, yet unwilling to put the question and listen for the answer. Is that asking too much of Vanity Wilson? Ask her. Talk to Jane.
We never talk to one another just like that. Like you and I are doing now. There are times when we know what the others thought or said, like the time Jane invited you for dinner, and I knew it.
It's never happened to exchange ideas back and forth?
No, not since we were 13. Since then, either she takes over or I do.
Yes, it's a big responsibility being two people in one body.
I hate it. I've always hated it.
Jane knows that. She knows you wish her dead. Vanity, if I sat here between the two of you, would you agree to listen to her side of it so that both of you could speak up?
If it's possible.
Well, couldn't we just try?
Well, it's never happened. She and I have never talked directly.
I know. I'm not sure if we can do it either. I don't know how one brings about those things, but let's try, Jane. Okay? Jane, can you come forward?
I'm here.
Is that you, Jane? Yes. It is you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me, Charlie. Me, Jane.
Do you know what I was just saying to Vanity?
You'd like us to face each other and talk directly. I was aware of every word.
Jane, Vanity tells me she blames you for the death of your mother.
Jane, I remember that morning very well. You left the house with Mother. You driving, and she sitting next to you. You backed the car out of the driveway, and suddenly you came to a screeching halt. Somebody was driving down our street.
Jane, is that true, what Vanity says? I mean, you backed away from the house, your mother next to you, and somebody cut you off.
It's true, Charlie. Somebody almost hit us. I stopped just in time.
Jane, 10 years ago, you were only 13. Why were you driving? I mean, did you have a license?
Mother was giving me a driving lesson. I was at the wheel. I drove down our street and then onto the highway. But all of a sudden, Mother didn't feel very well, and I wanted to turn the car around. But I didn't know how. And I kept asking her, how do I back up? How do I turn? And she just didn't answer, so I slowed up, and somebody came up behind us real fast, just the way it was when I was backing out of the driveway. There was a crash, and that's all I remember.
Say, what's with you nature lovers?
Hi, Dad.
It's pouring. You two are sitting here with the rain dribbling down your necks. Don't you notice you're all wet?
What are you doing here?
Well, the storm's got a ways to go before it lets up. I don't want everything ruined in the cottage. Will you two give me a hand fastening down the storm shutters?
You heard her, Mr. Ingalls. You heard what she said. She admitted it. She's guilty. She is.
Jane, what's the matter with you?
It's not Jane.
It's the other one?
Now you know the truth, don't you, Mr. Ingalls? She told us so herself. Murderer!
Where are you going? Vanity?
You killed her, Jane! You killed her!
What is the girl saying, Charlie? What's she running out in the storm for?
It would take too long to explain.
She'll get good and soaked out there. Well, Charlie, you're going to give me a hand. I'll close the storm shutters from the outside. You fasten them from the inside. Come on, let's move.
An hour went by. The storm cleared. Jane didn't return. The moon was out. Dan and I walked along the beach to find her. The ocean was still very rough.
That girl is sick. I hope that doctor gets here soon. Charlie, I understand what you tell me, but I don't think all the well-meaning effort in the world is helping.
There she is. I see her.
Look at her running into the water. Can that girl swim?
Well, it depends on which one she is. One of them is a good swimmer.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Here, hold my jacket. I'm going in after her.
Charlie, now don't do that. Come back. That undertow's a killer.
The sea dragged me out, tumbled me over, and threw me back on the beach like a wet rag.
Charlie, you hurt?
Everywhere. I feel like I've swallowed the ocean.
That Whistler, she's still out there.
You'd have to be an Olympic champion to get through that.
Now, hold it. Here she comes. She's swimming in.
How does she do it? Hey, this way. Over here.
Will you look at her? Look at that. She's made it.
Hi there, you two.
And you thought she'd be in trouble.
I didn't expect to see you. Are you looking for me?
You gave us quite a time, young lady, running out into the storm like that.
Oh, I did?
Let's get back to the house before the weather changes its mind and starts up again. Besides, you two look like you could use dry clothes.
That friend of yours, Dan Kirkpatrick, he really is a friend when you need him, isn't he?
He came out during that storm to make sure the house was battened down.
Well, I'm just as glad he's gone home now. Because I'm not sure I want him to hear what I'm going to tell you.
Well, he kind of half believes there are two personalities, and then again, he doesn't.
Charlie, Vanity ran out of the house, you know that. And it was Vanity who ran into the water. I don't know what she wanted to do to me or what she would have done. But the moment she hit the waves, I could hear her. And she was saying, "Help me. Help me." I tried to save her, but I couldn't. And by that time, she had become me.
Are you trying to tell me that Vanity drowned?
Well, I'm not naive enough to believe that, but I wonder what happened to Vanity at that moment. And I have this strange presentiment that she'll never, ever come to the surface again.
Jane was right. I've rationalized that what happened that night was a kind of baptism, a cleansing in the sea. Vanity never again did come into our lives. I say that without fear of contradiction. You see, Jane and I married at the end of that summer, and this week we celebrated our 5th anniversary without Vanity.
That's it, from start to finish. I'm thinking it over. I hope Charlie and Jane don't mind, invasion of privacy. But Charlie and I could tell this to my Mystery Theater friends. The ending, I'm pleased to report, was happy. But what a circuitous, roundabout road had to be followed to get there. I shall return shortly. It's a habit easy to acquire on the Mystery Theater, poking one's nose into other people's lives. But it's not a failing to be curious. I have that on no less an authority than the great Albert Einstein, who said, "One cannot help but be in awe of the marvelous structure of reality." Try to comprehend a little of this mystery every day. Never lose your curiosity. Which I don't think, Mr. Einstein, I ever will. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Paul Hecht, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
The theater presents army crimes. Project yourself many hundreds of years into the future. Earth has been invaded by creatures from a land lost thousands of years ago, Atlantis. Not exactly lost or disappeared, but we Earth people simply lost track of Atlantis. The Atlanteans have reappeared and are trying to rule Earth. Our story takes place in one small part of the United States, but we like to think it could have happened anywhere.
Mother, everyone in town has agreed. We have got to get rid of Mr. Gorgon permanently.
How can you? Atlanteans don't die like we do.
We have to try everything, anything. There's got to be a way to kill them.
In all my born days, I never dreamed I'd actually be wanting to murder somebody.
It's the only way, Mother. Otherwise, our whole town will die.
Our mystery drama, Invaders from Atlantis, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Arnold Moss and Don Scardino. I shall return shortly with... Even though it is the year 2300, Parsons Corner hasn't changed that much in 300 years. Partly because it was selected as a town worth preserving, as it was back in 1900. And partly because folks like to keep it that way. But now with everything being run from a satellite, hovering over Washington, what's to become of the old-fashioned town? It's a question that's been bothering the town druggist, Seth Cook. So I'll let him give you the answers. Seth?
There's been 5 generations of cooks minding the store here in Parsons Corner. My wife, Emma, does the prescriptions. My boy, Jason, helps out. Thank the Lord he was too young to be called up when the invaders come. But he was old enough to be angry when they sent Mr. Gorgon to our town to run it. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What happened was this. Emma, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Seth. I brought you today's paper.
Well, it's hardly worth reading if you want real news.
Well, you better read page 1. It tells us what we have to do.
I was just sitting here thinking about freedom, Emma. You needn't shush me. They haven't taken over Parsons Corner yet.
Oh, yes, they have. I saw Catherine this morning. Orders from that Central Committee on the satellite. But they closed the school where she teaches. Going to revise all the subjects.
Oh, she must be boiling. Catherine's a good girl. Well, I hope she and Jason can get married soon. Any word about their license?
Oh, it hasn't been cleared by the invaders yet. I understand there's a long waiting list. You heard what Jason said last night?
No, he must have said it when I went out for a walk.
It's not only marriage applications. He said sooner or later they're going to take over everything.
Oh, that's Jason.
Hi, Dad. No customers? Hello, Mother.
Business isn't anymore, you know that. This time of year when you were a little boy, why, I remember we'd make big money. But not anymore.
I came straight here from town hall. Dad, we're in for it. Like everyone else, they're sending someone to our town.
You sure?
Mayor Randall showed me a codegram.
What do they want with Parsons Corner? We're a dot on the map.
I've been expecting it. Now that they've got the big cities like Washington and New York and Chicago and San Francisco, they're turning to us small fry.
They want everybody obeying and praying to them.
Well, everybody won't. We won't. Not in this town. Catherine and I were talking about it. Let them just try.
You think people in this town are braver than anybody else,
They're awful independent, Seth.
If anyone reared up on their haunches, Emma, they'd be struck down just like our army was.
Dad, we never got a chance to fight off the invaders. There wasn't any warning, no intelligence reports. I know. I've studied history. They launched the first strike from Galaxy headquarters, and that was it.
And we caved in, Jason. You were a baby. We just caved in.
Could we do anything else? There was nothing left for the president to do but surrender.
The man the invaders sent, his name was Mr. Gorgon. Well, that day I closed the store and rushed over to the town hall. The whole town was there. Mr. Gorgon was standing on the green. His clothes were a little different, made out of some synthetic, galactic material. He was hammering something on the bulletin board.
May I ask, sir, what you're doing?
I am nailing up requirements. Duties of inhabitants of Parsons Corner for all to see. Give me, please, those 2 sheets of paper there on the ground. I suddenly realized Mr. Gorgon hadn't turned around to talk to Sheriff Barnaby, standing right behind him. But he was looking at the sheriff out of a third eye, smack dab in the back of Mr. Gorgon's head. Usually, Sheriff Barnaby, our directives are transmitted directly to people's brains from our satellite. But here I am instructed to use paper, hammer, and nails.
What are we supposed to do with those?
Read and obey.
And who are you, sir?
I am Mr. Gorgon. You are Sheriff Barnaby. This town of Parsons Corner is my responsibility. I will not need your services or that of Mayor Randall. The whole town was standing around and staring. Sheriff Barnaby wasn't a bit fazed by that third eye in the back of Mr. Gorgon's head. He looked right into it and he said,
I'd like to ask you by what authority you are taking control of our town. I am the duly elected sheriff here.
By what authority?
Do you have some identification?
Only this. Let me show it to you.
What is that? A flute?
Not quite. Mr. Gorgon had pointed a small silver-like tube at the sheriff, and poof, old Barnaby just disappeared. Word spread fast, and no one questioned Mr. Gorgon's authority after that.
They keep coming into the store. I'm glad Jason is here to help out.
Emma, they're not buying anything. Can't you see? They've come here to talk. I bet there isn't one bottle of cough syrup in the whole bunch.
Jason must be up to something.
Jason, can you come here a minute?
Sure, Dad. What is it?
Hey, Jason, you got any vanilla ice cream?
Sorry, pal. We're all out.
I'll take strawberry.
Haven't any of that either. Dad, we're running low on everything.
Don't shout it around. If people get to find out everything's in short supply, there'll be a panic. Mr. Gorgon has cut our supplies of medicines, cosmetics, ice cream, everything. Jack Terry told me that his milk and meat deliveries were getting fewer and further between.
Hey, Jason, when are we getting started?
Jason, did you call a town meeting here in the store?
You guessed it, Dad. Folks, let's make it quiet so a few of us can talk one at a time. I don't have to tell you that there's been a big change in our town. There's nothing to panic about because I think we can deal with it. My dad was telling me supplies he's ordered are being held up. Jack Terry's getting low on meat and dairy products. We all have to think about sharing what we have.
I'll second that.
And what's just as important, we have to try to find a way to get rid of that chain around our necks. I'm speaking of the new government. So I'd like to tell everyone to leave now before word gets to the wrong people. And for all of us to meet here next week at this time with good ideas and pitchforks. Okay?
Well, here's your girlfriend, Jason.
Hi, Catherine.
Oh, I am so angry. Can I sit at the counter a minute?
For as long as you like. What is it, Catherine?
That Mr. Gorgon and all those regulations from the satellite. They make me furious.
What is it now?
They still haven't opened the school, and I can't find out if they ever will. All our children wandering around town, nothing to do. You know what that Mr. Gorgon has organized for tonight?
I heard that he's got a big picnic on the green for all the kids.
He calls it the Young People's Club. He's laid out enough food to tempt every youngster in town.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Real hot dogs, hamburgers, potato chips, milk, candy. Things I haven't seen for months.
I don't think that's a crime.
But don't you know why he's doing it?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Gorgon himself. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen customers. Mr. Seth Cook, Mr. Jason Cook, Mrs. Emma Cook. I have intended to visit your pharmacy for some time. I have had much to do. May I sit next to you, miss?
It's a free country. Or it was.
Everyone may continue talking, please. Mr. Jason Cook, can you explain why everyone is suddenly so silent?
I guess they have nothing to say.
Parsnip Corner is not very friendly to visitors.
Mr. Gorgon, the name of our town is Parsons Corner.
You are Miss Catherine. I wish to talk to you about the school.
There's nothing to talk about. Just have the doors unlocked and the teachers reinstated so we can all get on with our work.
I beg pardon for correction. There is much to discuss. Did I say that clearly, Miss Catherine? When the new government decides what is permissible to teach, the doors will be opened. Yes? Miss Catherine? Mr. Jason Cook, why is Miss Catherine not talking to me?
I guess she's got nothing to say, like none of us.
I have plenty to say. To begin with, I do not wish to be in the same room with this man. Sorry, but I'm leaving.
Jason Cook, how have I offended Miss Catherine?
You didn't offend her, friend. You didn't even get up to bat.
Up to bat? What does that mean?
Haven't you discovered there are some people on Earth who will not bow down and simply obey you? Some folks have got to be treated a little differently.
I am beginning to understand. I value your instruction. I am a summa superba graduate of our highest institute. I am not what Earth people call dense or thick or stupid.
Where is your institute?
On Atlantis, of course. Where did you think?
But Atlantis, that civilization disappeared many thousands of years ago.
Let me assure you it is very much in existence. Atlantis is at the very center of the universe. But to return to Miss Catherine, she has a strange effect upon me. I do not wish to compel her to do anything, but I do wish she would try to understand and like me.
I'll be darned.
What does that mean?
We know so little about you, the Atlanteans. It never occurred to me it mattered whether an Earth person liked you or not.
I tell you candidly, Jason Cook, until now, it did not matter to me either.
It appears that one of these galactic aggressors has emotions similar to ours beneath that strange fabricated skin. Could that be his Achilles heel? How vulnerable is this highly programmed Mr. Gorgon? Are there limits to his super brain from Atlantis? Can he figure out how to deal with humans? We may find out when I return shortly with Act 2. A number of stars, the moon, the sun, as well as man-inhabited satellites, are now, in this year 2300, under the control of the invaders. Here on Earth, to a New England town, isolated from the mainstream of America and therefore unchanged for 3 centuries, a certain Mr. Gorgon has been sent to keep the new government. He looks somewhat like a man, except for a third eye in the back of his head. He is law, he is justice, and he is also instant death to anyone who defies him.
Mom, that girl I'm going to marry, Catherine, she's got no fear whatsoever.
Catherine's a wonder.
an example to the rest of us.
Well, I'd say she'd better watch her step. Talk to her, Jason. Tell her to go easy.
Dad, she won't listen to me.
I heard Gorgon's taken with her. Yeah, but that'll wear off. He's not a human, so we can't expect him to have the same feelings about her that you would. Get his dander up and poof, where's Catherine? Gone like Sheriff Barnaby.
I hadn't thought of it that way. You're right. Why antagonize him?
He's a puppet of their system. He's programmed.
I'll go, Dad. It's Catherine.
Hello, Jason. Who were you expecting?
I was expecting the girl I'm going to marry.
Sit down, Catherine. Might as well come right out with it. I wasn't too happy about the way you spoke up to Mr. Gorgon in the store.
I can't stand creeps, especially creeps from outer space.
You've got to be more diplomatic, child, for everybody's good.
How important is it to you that the school is opened and classes begin?
The most important thing in the world.
Right. And what would you do to win over Mr. Gorgon so he'd permit it?
Anything. Practically anything.
Well, you won't get anywhere by acting the way you did.
Cathy, these are dangerous times for us. Not only in this town, but everywhere. The invaders want it all their way, but they're smart enough to realize that if they blow on everyone, millions of us might disappear. So they keep us in line by making examples, like Gorgon did with poor Sheriff Barnaby. Vaporized him.
I was standing right next to him. It was awful. He just pointed that tube at him and... I'll never forget it.
Cathy, we have to use our ingenuity to get around creatures like Gorgon by being smart and not stubborn.
What can I do?
Well, for starters, don't make him angry at us.
I have an idea. Gorgon is really keen on you, Catherine. If you're nice to him, maybe he'll get the school opened and maybe he'll close that third eye and leave us alone.
You don't know what you're asking. I should be nice to that ugly brute.
No, there are degrees, child. If he wants to talk to you, why shouldn't you talk to him? Just talk.
Sweetheart, be civil to him. Who knows? As I say, he might just get up and go and leave us alone.
Are you telling me to actually date this Gorgon?
He likes you. What harm could it do?
And it could do a lot of good.
I think I'll go now. Good night, gentlemen.
Can you blame the girl? I suppose not. But at the time, I thought Catherine was short-sighted. The next crack out of the barrel was Gorgon's clever way of getting to all the youngsters in town. One afternoon, there he was in some kind of yellow, hovering saucer right overhead, talking to every single boy and girl in Parsons Corner.
My young friend, this is Mr. Gorgon. If you look up into the sky, you will see me in a round yellow object. I am inside here. Wouldn't it be fun to be flying up here with me over your town? Come tonight to the school gymnasium. I have a big surprise for all of you and prizes. No grown-ups allowed. I will be there and we will have great fun.
Jason and Emma and I wanted to know what kind of a wingding he was throwing in the gymnasium, so we snuck up the back stairs to the balcony over the gym, and we watched.
Kids, I have met some of you. I want us all to be friends. Probably you have heard about the invaders. A new government and the best for everyone. I know some of your parents and other grown-ups say differently, but we know grown-ups can be wrong, don't we?
This palaver went on for 5 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, the real purpose of getting all the youngsters together come out. And you can help us make sure everyone believes in the invaders. If you ever hear any grown-up, an older friend, even a brother, or a mother, or a father, who says in your own home he doesn't think Mr. Gorgon is doing the right thing, you come to see me privately. If you do, the boy or girl tells me will be rewarded. Every boy or girl who gives such information will receive a 2-seater hovercraft, just like the one you saw me fly in this afternoon. Pandemonium, but it worked, I'm sad to report. In the days that followed, more than a few parents and adults were accused by their young ones, taken to the town hall for questioning, and, whoosh, they were made to disappear with a silver tube. But after 3 weeks of that, things seemed to calm down.
Have you noticed, Seth, how everything's sort of more normal these days?
Well, I sure noticed it Monday when my supplier showed up with 24 gallons of ice cream in 8 different flavors. Emma, I just may have to enlarge the counter.
And those medicines and drugs I had on order for the last 6 months? Seth, they were delivered at the old price.
I wonder how things are up the street. Jason, have you talked to Jack Terry at the grocery store lately?
Yeah, I have, Dad. He's okay. He says he's getting all the produce he needs.
Somebody's relaxed the regulations. Maybe it's Mr. Gorgon.
That's funny. What's happened to old Three Eyes? I don't see him around town nearly as much as I used to.
Dad, I can't work in the store anymore.
Why not?
How can I serve some kids at the soda fountain and not others?
Oh, why would you do that?
Dish up ice cream to a boy who ratted on his parents, and they've been liquidated?
Oh.
And I don't know which kid did what, or to whom. Sure, it's wrong to suspect all children, but how do you know?
Jason, we're trying to forget all that.
But they were our kids, from this town. They had their friends or relatives destroyed for a hovercraft. I've had it with this town. When I know where to go, I'm leaving.
But how are you going to get an exit visa?
I don't need an exit visa, just an overcast sky and a dark night.
It isn't the children that are making you unhappy. It's Catherine, isn't it?
I guess so.
Have you talked to her?
No, I haven't even seen her.
She hasn't been to the house, I know, but I thought maybe you two...
She hasn't been anywhere. Not with me.
With him?
Yes.
Mr. Gorgon? With him?
How long has she been doing that? When did you see Catherine last?
A month ago. It'll be 4 weeks tonight. You were saying how things have quieted down? It's because of Catherine. I could kick myself from here to Saturn and back because it was I who gave her the idea to date that creature.
But things were not as normal as they seemed on the surface. I'm sorry to say the only businesses that made money sold flowers and caskets and cemetery plots. More and more people would meet at the back of the store or in my house at night. Everyone agreed we had to get rid of Mr. Gorgon somehow.
There's only one sure way. He has got to die.
Jason, I don't think those invader people die like we do.
Oh, we've got to try everything, anything. A bullet, a knife, poison. Maybe all three.
Well, I never thought I'd actually think of killing someone.
I'm for trying the easiest way first. Poison. We've got to get him into the store, see? And I'll serve him a concoction of ice cream, cherries, nuts, whipped cream, and what have you, the like of which he'll never, ever be able to eat again.
Mayor Randall,
I was just going to turn out the porch light. Now, come on in.
Mayor, what brings you here so late?
I want to see your father, Jason.
Oh, he was so tired he went up to bed an hour ago.
Is it something I could help you with?
Well, I was going to show him this piece of paper. Mr. Gorgon gave it to me.
That's unbelievable. He can't get away with this.
I'm afraid he can, Jason, and he will.
Get away with what?
Emma, take a look. I'm supposed to have 1,000 handbills made by tomorrow morning with this written on it.
I don't want to see what it says.
If it weren't so awful, it'd be funny. Every man and woman residing in Parsons Corner is requisitioned to make up a workforce to build a new large town jail.
He said to me the old jail isn't going to be big enough to accommodate the lucky ones.
What did he mean, the lucky ones?
Well, I took it to mean that those whose infractions are not serious enough to warrant that metal tube and disappearance.
Mayor, what would happen if every single person in this town just went on strike? Refused to build that new jail?
He'd get it built. Outside help from the Central Committee. I'll tell your dad about this in the morning, will you? Fortunately, the only printing press in town's on the blink, and it'll be a while before we get new parts.
All right, everybody. Back to your classes. Come on, Jimmy. Put that football back in the locker. Go on, everybody. Run inside.
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Jason. What brings you to our playground?
I see they opened up your school again.
Oh, just for the little ones. They haven't got a curriculum for the older children yet.
My father and mother were asking about you.
Oh? Are they pleased with the way things are easing up?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people are pleased. The ones who aren't in jail or dead. You've been busy?
Oh, pretty much. I've been learning a lot about the invaders. What planet they came from, their beliefs.
Who's your teacher?
Mr. Golden.
How nice for you.
Jason, I know what I'm doing.
I hope so. So, you're learning about the master space race. And what are you teaching Gorgon in return? Anything about those old-fashioned, outmoded beliefs of Tom Jefferson or Abe Lincoln?
He's interested in our history. He wants to know everything, right up to the present.
Has a real taste for America, has he?
That's true. Wants to know what we like and what we dislike.
You ought to bring him into the store, Catherine. I don't think he's been there since that first time.
No, he hasn't.
I bet he's never tasted a good old American hot fudge sundae. Or one of my special 3-flavor delights. Why don't you bring him around sometime?
Oh, you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
We know what's at the back of Jason's mind. We don't know where he's hidden the poison or how he plans to submerge its distinctive cyanide almond flavor. But we'll find out. It takes a lot of nerve when your intended victim has an eye in the back of his head. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Return to the town of Parsons Corner in the year 2300. The world has been conquered by a civilization that never died. Atlantis. So highly developed it could skip through time and space. Emissaries have been sent to various cities and towns in America to intimidate and rule. Mr. Gorgon is particularly good at that, for he has an atomic means of making the recalcitrant disappear. Jason Cook has a more primitive approach and is trying for a combination of ingredients he hopes will be a deadly dessert.
Mr. Gorgon, you and Catherine sit yourselves comfortably at the counter, and you can watch me whip up what we're famous for in Cook's Ice Cream Parlor.
Thank you.
You'll enjoy watching him. Jason's a real artist.
I am looking forward to this experience of a great American delicacy.
This dish is sweet. It has many flavors, and it is cold.
Cold?
Ah, it's very cold. The colder, the better.
What Jason is doing now is slicing the banana, chopping the walnuts,
all the essential ingredients of his Galaxy Special.
Yes, special.
He uses chocolate ice cream, representing the Earth, vanilla ice cream for the Sun, and strawberry for Mars. Now he lays the sliced bananas at the bottom of your dish. Well, what's that there, Jason? Pineapple? Something new?
The rings of Saturn.
Well, there goes the chocolate ice cream. And a scoop of vanilla.
You notice I use a Big Dipper.
And the strawberry.
And now a few squirts of fruit syrup, Palmyra fig, passion fruit.
Passion fruit? We do not have that on our planet.
I didn't think so.
What is that you're pointing at me? A gun?
Calm down, old buddy. All it's loaded with is whipped cream. That we call our Milky Way. A few cherries for meteors and a final fallout of chopped walnuts.
Jason, that is beautiful.
And a dab of marshmallow and a few chocolate kisses. Mr. Gorgon, it's all yours. You got a spoon, a napkin, and a glass of water? Enjoy yourself.
Well, what about mine, Jason? I want exactly the same.
You wait your turn. I want to watch our friend discover one of the great pleasures of our planet.
I will proceed. I don't know what to expect, but I am certain it will pleasure me.
Oh, it will be an experience unlike anything you have ever had before. Bear in mind, Mr. Gorgon, many of the flavors we Americans enjoy may seem a little strange to you. A mixture of sweet and sour, bitter and sugar, and a faint undertaste of almond. Dig in, and believe me, I'm going to enjoy watching something happen to you that has never happened before. I hope.
Do you like the ice cream?
It's good, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not the taste I expected. What is wrong? I feel... What is it?
Mr. Gorgon, I was told later, had swallowed a few sizable mouthfuls of Jason's specialty. He got down from his stool, his hand to his throat, and he stood up, holding on to the counter. The third eye on the back of his head started blinking very fast.
Mr. Gorgon, what's the matter?
Oh, foolish, childish, stupid. What did you think you were doing to me?
Are you all right? Would you like me to get you a doctor?
Your human doctors are no help. You have made me very angry, Jason Cook. Anger is an emotion we invaders reject categorically.
Well, I thought you would enjoy it. I had no idea this would happen.
You knew nothing, Catherine? Am I to believe that?
Well, I'm sorry it didn't agree with you.
Catherine, will you finish this for me?
Of course. I love Jason's concoction.
No, don't.
You see, there is some painful substance in there from which perhaps a mortal would not recover.
Well, you saw everything that went in that dish.
Did I?
Is that true? Jason put something in the ice cream?
I would not let you taste it and perhaps die. I wish you to remain alive, Catherine.
You're out of your head, Gorgon.
Only humans are out of their heads. In my planet, computations do not permit errors. None can malfunction. No, we are never unbalanced. It is you, Jason Cook, who malfunctions, and so you must be destroyed.
No, please don't. I beg you, don't do it.
Jason Cook is an aberration who will always be out of step with me. Catherine, stand away from him.
Gorgon pointed his laser tube at Jason, and my son just disappeared. I didn't feel right for a long time after that, and Emma, well, I won't go into that. After Jason had gone, we never saw Catherine again, until one day we learned why. announcement to make to the people of Parsons Corner. As before, when you heard a voice coming at you from the sky, you looked up and sure enough, there was Mr. Gorgon's hovercraft spinning over the village green. I am getting married this coming Saturday to Catherine, your favorite school teacher. To celebrate our union, the village green will be filled with food and music. All free. Come one, come all. Nobody came. Not a soul. The ceremony was at noon, and the whole town stayed home. The married couple, Catherine, who we loved as a daughter, and the creature with 3 eyes who had terrorized the town, they come out of the town hall with the mayor behind them. The streets in the village green remained empty, so they got into the yellow hovercraft and took off, making one low pass over the town. As an added inducement to brighten this already happy day, we now release all those who have been imprisoned. They are made free. The jail doors swung wide. Those who had been put there silently went home. There was no celebrating. Everyone was too frightened of Mr. Gorgon and his ultimate powers. So this is what you call a motel. Do I say it correctly, Catherine? My English...
It gets better every day.
After the ceremony, man and wife, they go to a place like this. These little one-story boxes all attached. And spend their first night together?
Some do. Some travel on a space shuttle or some underwater to one of the sea cities. After all, in the year 2300, one must do something up to date.
I look around this room and everything is very well organized and equipped. I have never taken a water shower, and I see there is one. I will do it now. I must say, the application of small streams of water has a refresh... Catherine? Where are you? Catherine? Why are all the room lights turned off? Catherine, are you outside this door, I wonder? There you are. Why are you standing here outside our room? Are you perhaps saying goodbye to your old life in Parsons Corner? Catherine, what are you doing?
Giving you a taste of your own terror.
Don't point at. You'll invalidate me.
Don't move. Goodbye, Mr. Gorgon.
We were sitting down to dinner, Emma and I, not hungry at all. Our hearts filled with sadness, knowing this should have been the day of our Jason's marriage to Catherine. And then suddenly we heard voices on the porch. It was Catherine talking to someone.
It's really you, Jason? You're alive? You're here? I'm not dreaming.
Darling Catherine, yes, I'm very much here.
Where have you been? We all thought you were destroyed.
I'm going to ask you to try to believe something Earth people have been wondering about for thousands of years. Talk about a dream. I've visited a dream world and have come back.
Jason, it's you.
Yes, it is, Dad.
Oh, you're not dead. Oh, my boy, it's so good to see you.
You too, Dad.
Emma, it's all right. Prayers do come true. It's Jason. He's here. Come on inside. I couldn't get your mother to leave the table. We heard you talking to Catherine, and Emma thought she was hearing a ghost.
Well, we don't have ghosts in the 23rd century. to begin? That's the problem.
Jason, why don't you start when Mr. Gorgon pointed his destruct tube at you?
I didn't feel anything at all, but I found myself transported to Atlantis. Yes, the real, actual Atlantis, Mr. Gorgon's own civilization.
Where is that? On another planet?
Dad, I have no idea where it is, in space or time. I know Atlanteans have the power to move backwards or forwards in time as we know it, but that's all I know.
What did you see?
I was suddenly standing in a large hall in front of 3 judges. An interesting thing about that place. Not only does time telescope, but so does knowledge. I didn't have to be told anything. I just knew.
You knew what?
There's no question the invaders who are here on Earth are Atlanteans who, after thousands of years, are reclaiming the universe as their own. And who do you think I saw from down here?
I don't know. Who?
Sheriff Barnaby and all the others from Parsons Corner who'd been shot there with that destruct gun. Almost every day, more people from town kept showing up. And then Mr. Gorgon himself is there. He's apologizing to the judges. They tell him that he's failed in his mission. I didn't understand that at all.
I did that. Pointed his own ray gun at him. I'll tell you all about it, Jason.
Gorgon was taken away, and the 3 judges decided all of us from Parsons Corner were to return to Earth. So it's not only me. We're all back.
But for how long? There'll be other invaders.
Well, there may be, but they'll have to change a lot of their concepts. You see, that tube thing Mr. Gorgon used, it's still here. Gorgon left it when he was liquidated. So for the present, the Atlanteans are just watching and waiting to see what we'll do.
Well, you know what that means. We can go from town to town wherever there's a Mr. Gorgon making life miserable, point this at him, and poof, we've shot the invader back to Atlantis.
Well, can we risk it?
Risk? Well, how do you think this country got started anyway? Somebody wanted to take us over, and we sent them back right where they come from.
Dad is right, Catherine. Let's do it.
This much is history. In the year 2300, Parsons Corner spread the word from town to town and state to state how to deal with the invaders. In the old days, pioneers built stockades to keep the bad out and the good in. We all may have to do that again. Build a stockade of true beliefs against those who would destroy us. I shall return shortly. We have turned the clock forward. Now let us turn it back to 1775 and hear from a man who knew a lot about those who would rob you of freedom. He left these words in our safekeeping. He said, "I know not what course others may take, but give me liberty or give me death." Thank you for the warning, Mr. Patrick Henry. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Don Scardino, Evie Juster, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Were they dreamers or were they killers? Find out tomorrow night at 10:07 p.m. on the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on 1230 WCOL.
Your life is on 1230 WCOL Columbus, 66 degrees downtown, at the tone, 11 o'clock.
CBS News, the latest Falklands fighting triggers high-level talks in Washington. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Secretary of State Haig met for 3 hours this evening at the State Department with Britain's ambassador to Washington, Nicholas Henderson. The British diplomat, grim-faced, emerged with no comment for waiting reporters. Haig rushed back to Washington for the meeting just before he was due to take off for an appearance tonight in New York. That appearance canceled. The event that likely sparked the hastily called session, the sinking today of the British destroyer Sheffield. It took a direct hit from an Argentine air-to-sea missile fired at a range of 20 miles. Britain says at least 30 seamen are missing. The act was apparent retaliation for Britain's sinking of the Argentine cruiser Belgrano, and it brought the battles home to some residents of London.
I think we'd hoped that it wouldn't be a reality, but I think, unfortunately, it's part of war, and we're making our own stand, and this is the only way we can do it. But I think it's terrible that this has happened now. I think we thought we were on the...
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. When you read mystery fiction, often as not, the author has given his detective protagonist such humor, cleverness, even foibles, that we believe the man or woman existed. You'd go a long way to meet a Nero Wolfe, a Charlie Chan, a Hercule Poirot, or a Bertha Cool. Forgive me, all you super sleuths not mentioned. Our story today happened to a neophyte detective who also happened to be one of the best fiction writers of his time. Mystery Theater takes great pleasure to introduce to you Detective Charles Dickens, the new man at Scotland Yard.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid of something that you fear for your life. Is it anyone you know?
Yes, it is, Mr. Dickens.
The same person who inflicted those bruises on you?
No.
Constance, why won't you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know. Everything that's happened these last few days is so horrible. I don't know whether to keep silent or what to do.
Our mystery drama, The New Man at the Yard, was based on the true history of Scotland Yard and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Murder, as Shakespeare tells us, though it have no tongue, will speak. And indeed, such was the case ultimately solved by the new man at the yard, Charles Dickens. He became a rookie detective. His assigned partner, Inspector Thomas Witcher. The trail begins in a farmhouse in Somersetshire in June of 1860. It's early morning. Constance Kent and his stepbrother Francis are rising, but hardly shining.
How many times have I told you that's not the way to shake down ashes in a stove? You take the handle and give it a violent rattle. You'll never get any ashes out that way.
Francis, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I like. I've as much right here as you.
Francis! Constance! Can't you two start one morning off without squabbling? Every morning we hear the same bickering and backbiting. One would think you were children, not two adults 20 years old.
I'm sorry, Father.
I'm sorry, Father. Oh, I wish you and your father had never come into our lives.
That is one thing we agree on. He should never have married a farm woman with an uncouth son like you. You are certainly the last person I'd have chosen for a brother.
And you're the last creature on earth I'd want for a stepsister. You people from London have no idea about farm life.
Why don't you sing another tune? Every morning it's the same. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do the farm duties with such an unpleasant, nasty boy.
Boy! Get out of my way, creature!
I will move when I choose to move.
Stand away from that door, or I'll take a hand to you.
Oh, you do that, Francis, and you'll get this broom right across your face.
We'll soon see about that. This is my farm, my home. I was born here. My mother and father and their parents before them owned this farm. It was a sad day when my father died, but a still sadder one when my mother married your father. You hellcat! Hit me with that broom, will you?
You come one step closer. I'll run these scissors right through you. You say one more bad thing about my father, you just see if I don't.
Come along, Sally. Come along, Neil. Into the barn with you. Francis. Constance. Where are you? Why weren't the cows brought in from pasture this evening? Constance. Lord in heaven. What happened to your face?
I'm all right, Father.
Well, I've been worried about you all day. You didn't come back to the house. You didn't make breakfast. Look at you. What happened? Where's Francis?
I don't know.
Well, how can you not know? Didn't you go out to the barn together this morning?
Father, please, help me tomorrow.
Where is he?
I don't know. I milked both cows, put the pails in the dairy, let the cows into the pasture. I'm sorry.
Constance, you're bleeding, girl. Here, let me help you to the door. Let me look.
The Michigan-based Kellogg Company is threatening to build a new...
Your arms are a mass of bruises. Child, what did you do? Did you fall down from the hayloft up there?
No, I'm all right now, Father.
I want to know what happened to you.
I fell. Yes, I fell. I must have hit my head. I feel so woozy.
Constance, where have you been all day?
Please, Father. I don't know what happened.
Well, hold on to me, child. Now I can see your cheeks are cut. Your left eye is closed. I don't know what I'm going to tell Agatha.
You can tell her. I made a mistake I won't ever make again.
It was about then that I entered the case. Charles Dickens. You know my trade. Written Tale of Two Cities. Finished it last year. I was doing my usual research for a new book, Great Expectations, when I had a visitor. Friend of mine, Inspector Witcher. That's Whicher. Dropped by my flat at Great Dunstan Street and told me he could use me down at the yard. Scotland Yard, me, a policeman. I only write about them. No, said Tommy Witcher, I could use you as a detective. Come on down, and I'll explain.
It's entirely a question of analysis of motives, Charles. Would the suspect have robbed or killed? Is it in his or her character to do such?
Tommy, you're talking about real criminals, robbers and murderers. I only deal in fictional inventions.
And what makes them sound so authentic? Your ears, your eyes, your observation. I've persuaded the chief. We need new brains at the yard.
Tommy, I'm in the middle of a lot of work. I'm not sure I can spare the time.
I am convinced you could bring a fresh mind, a new look at the old problems because of the way you think. Charles, will you give the yard a few weeks, a month?
Well...
Say just one case, as a favor to me.
As a matter of fact, I do like the idea. Visiting the scene of the crime and all that. You know, back when I started, when I was a law reporter, I always envied the men the excitement of dealing directly with crime.
Is it a yes, then?
A qualified yes. What do I do?
Well, there's an interesting case that's been puzzling us. And even though it's in Somersetshire, out of our jurisdiction, the chief said to get cracking.
Somersetshire? You're pulling my leg. That's where my house is, when I'm out of London.
Oh, well, the coroner cannot decide whether the victim committed suicide or was murdered.
Murder? Suicide? Up there? I know every soul in the area. It's the quietest, most out-of-the-way spot in England.
It's not a coincidence. I knew you had a house there. What intrigues me, Charles, the victim might even be someone you know. A young man named Francis Kent. He was found strung up in a barn, his head bashed in.
Francis, that's John Kent's stepson, Agatha's boy. I know them.
I believe it is.
Yes, Francis' father died last year. Cholera, terrible thing. Then Agatha, his mother, remarried a man from London, John Kent. Yes, he thought he'd like to try country life. I don't know him very well. Has a daughter, Constance. Very pretty girl, strong, spirited. Think she was brought up in Africa. Yes, there's also a farmhand who's always worked that farm and lives nearby. What is his name?
That's it. That's your first assignment. Go there, make a preliminary survey, talk to people, and report to me what you find.
Right, I'll do it. Try my hand.
The farmhand's name is Oliver Wattle.
Wattle, that's it, yes. About 50, works all the neighborhood farms.
Yes.
Devil take it. I'm just beginning to realize the enormity of this thing. Agatha must be broken-hearted. Francis was all she had left.
Well, the farmhand Wattle, according to the report from the local constable, has disappeared.
Oliver disappeared?
Vanished. That's something for you to look into.
Yeah, so I'm to examine the terrain.
Particularly the barn. The yard never takes anyone else's reports.
Talk to everyone?
Anyone.
Connected with the tragedy.
Stay up there as long as you have to. I'll be here at the yard.
Yes. I wish it were not a family I knew so well.
It should make it easier for you. They'll be candid, perhaps even truthful. We'll be looking for your report.
Well, Tommy, I'm flattered you feel I'm equal to the task.
Oh, more than equal. Your eye on crime has great value because, as your own Mr. Pickwick once said, you are an observer of human nature.
As I said, that was the beginning. Once in Somersetshire, I walked over to Agatha and John Kent's farm. It was the most normal thing in the world for a neighbor to come by to pay respects and offer condolences.
Mr. Dickens, we're grateful.
John, my sorrows go with you.
I appreciate the gesture, no end, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, now, if I call you John, you must call me Charles. I've known Agatha for years. How is she?
Badly shaken.
Yes. I would have thought Agatha's boy hadn't an enemy in the world.
He was a very likable young man. His mother is inconsolable. Have you given up London, and are you coming back here to live?
Well, John, I'll be frank with you. Scotland Yard has some doubts about this case, and, they've asked me to look into it.
Oh, I didn't know you were also with the police.
No, only briefly, and only recently. It's, by way of an experiment. I've an old friend at the Yard, and he thinks I might be useful. John, tell me, is it true Oliver Wattle has disappeared?
Hasn't been seen since the day of that horrible accident.
You're positive?
Certainly.
John, a moment ago, you called it that horrible accident. Now, I'm not questioning it was horrible, but, an accident?
Francis, I was told, mind you, I wasn't here. Francis was found hanging from one of the crossbeams in the barn. I cannot bring myself to believe he hanged himself, and I don't see how anyone else could have strung him up on a rope against his will. Hanging is not the kind of murder one can accomplish if the victim objects. And that's why I hold, and Agatha does too, it must have been an accident.
Charles Dickens is getting his first taste of investigative procedure, and he doesn't seem to be doing too badly. Murder or suicide in the 1860s was not an easy case to crack. Scotland Yard had to depend more on intuition than science or forensic medicine. Was this death intentional, or was it, as Dickens himself had written in David Copperfield, one of those accidents which will occur in the best regulated families? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
You're working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. Just get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House in you. Get that good to the let's stop feeling. Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's a season people caring, helping others, time for sharing. Everyone's warming up with the taste of a Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last drop feeling with Maxwell House. Only Maxwell House gives you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Charles Dickens, novelist, has embarked upon a new career, temporarily, we assure you. He is attached to Scotland Yard and partnered with the best-known detective of his day, Inspector Tommy Whicher. Assigned to a mysterious case, murder or suicide, Dickens visits the place where the young man died and talks to his stepfather, John Kent.
Are you saying you were not in this house when Francis was found, John?
No. I'd taken Agatha to her doctor in Ashburn. She's not been well for a few months, hasn't been able to shake whatever it is, mystifying. Anyway, when we returned, the poor boy's body had already been discovered in the barn and cut down and taken off to the coroner.
Well, who did find him?
My daughter, Constance.
Oh, dear, that must have been a shock. I remember her well. How is she?
Well, bearing up. But it's been astray.
Yes, I can imagine.
Not only walking into the barn, and there he was, but the police questions and the coroner's questions afterwards.
Well, would you tell her I was asking after her?
You can tell me yourself, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, my dear young lady. What a frightful occasion has brought us together again.
Constance, you said you didn't feel well enough to get up today, and here you are.
I heard Mr. Dickens' voice, and I wouldn't miss an occasion to talk to him for anything.
John, do you mind if I stroll about the farm?
Well, go anywhere you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, may I walk with you?
Are you sure you're up to it, dear?
Oh, yes. Fresh air might benefit the child.
Oh, it will?
Yes, don't worry, John. I shall have her back here at the house very shortly.
Mr. Dickens, you cannot know how glad I am to see you. I fear for my life on this farm.
You are exaggerating, aren't you, my dear? Just a bit.
Look at me. You were kind and gentlemanly enough not to ask what these bruises are on my face, these bandages on my arms.
Well, it wouldn't occur to me to intrude.
I have to tell someone. I haven't told the police.
Why? Why on earth not?
It would make everything so much more complicated.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid. Is it someone you know?
Yes.
The same person who inflicted those marks on you?
No.
Do you mind if I step inside the barn and have a look around?
No, go ahead. But do you...
No. Of course, I understand. Indelicate of me. It was you who found Francis in there. You avoid the place, I'm sure.
I've tried to. But I had to show the Somerset police. You understand? Where? I will go into the barn with you, if you like.
Here. Let me help you with that big door.
Oh, you don't have to. Many's the morning when I've been the first one here. Milked the cows, opened the barn door, led them out, and closed the barn door. I've become very strong for a city girl.
You did all the farm work alone?
Oh, no. We shared it. Oliver and Francis did the heavy work and the planting. But I fed the pigs, the chickens, milked, cleaned the house, put on the porridge at night, made tea and bread, made all the meals.
And your stepmother, Agatha?
She's been ailing since winter.
Yes.
Oliver, he showed me everything. He was nice. I'm sorry he's gone.
You've no idea where?
No, I haven't.
You're telling me that you and Francis did not get along.
Francis thought everything I did was wrong.
Unfortunate living under the same roof.
I didn't like Francis. He hated me.
Jealousy?
In a way. He hated that his mother married my father so soon after his own father's death. And he took his hate out on me. Oh, Mr. Dickens, you don't have to pretend any longer that you don't notice these black and blue marks on my face and arms. There are also welts across my back. Or he hit me with a rope. No, I can't say I mourned a great deal when he was dead.
Constance, is this where they found Francis? That rope cut off up there?
This is where he was?
Yes, now look, I don't think I'm quite clear on this. I thought that he'd been done in by some unknown person, but he hanged himself?
When I saw him hanging up there, I climbed onto the loft and cut him down.
And you think it was Oliver? I mean, that's why he ran away.
No, I don't. Oh, not that he had much use for Francis. He knew him for a long time. Keep away from that bully, he'd tell me.
Do you think he disliked him enough to kill him?
Mr. Dickens, do you mind if we leave the barn now? I can't even do the milking in the morning anymore. It makes me ill just to be here.
So it's your view, Charles, the finger does not point directly at any one person?
No, Tommy. No, not yet, anyway. I told you about the young man's treatment of the girl, so it is possible that someone, let's say a friend, knew of this and strung him up. But how it was done, no, I wouldn't venture to say. I questioned everyone I could find who knew Francis, except Agatha, his mother.
Well, we'll have to do that.
But she was too wrought up to talk, even though I've known her for years. No, Tommy, my suspicions this far rest upon Oliver Wattle.
I agree. He certainly had a hand in it. So you rule out accidental death?
Not possible.
Then why doesn't their coroner make a determination?
Well, I don't know. I'm going back Monday. I'll have a talk with him. He's been ill. Now, are you allowing me to continue on this case alone?
You're making progress. The department will be satisfied. Why do you ask?
Well, from my point of view, I'd feel more valuable if I could be 2 steps behind an expert, rather than falling over my own feet.
Well, good enough. My desk can be cleared. We'll tackle this one together. Monday, the Somersetshire coroner. You are the coroner, Mr. Bradfield, am I correct?
Correct, Inspector.
Mr. Bradfield, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my associate at Scotland Yard, Mr. Charles Dickens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Bradfield?
Inspector, I didn't quite catch your name.
Witcher. I'm sure you're surprised the Yard is employing a man of Mr. Dickens' reputation.
I understand you used to live around here, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I still do. I have a house on Cricket Lane.
Coroner, we came out from London to find out your verdict. Murder or suicide?
Oh, no question. Suicide.
Oh? What evidence do you have?
Well, not as much as I'd like. The constable said there was something about ropes that had been cut down to get the body down, but I went by the marks on the neck and evidence by the young lady who found him hanging.
What evidence was that?
Well, she said she found the body of Francis Kent. Let me consult my notes. Yes. I climbed up to the hayloft and took a knife and cut the rope. And then he fell to the ground, and I tried to revive him, but he was dead, and I couldn't.
May I see your report? Thank you. What is this? About one ankle broken?
Well, it was indeed one ankle. So I concluded that when the body was released for the young lady cutting the rope, it fell straight down, feet first, upon the barn floor, with sufficient force to break that one ankle bone. You see, I've also made note of several contusions about the back of the head.
Caused by the rope?
Well, I can't be sure. The noose end had disappeared. But there are contusions behind the cranial cavity. Again, I concluded the head must have encountered a rafter, hence the abrasions, etc.
Have you performed an autopsy?
Well, I thought about it and suggested it in passing to Agatha. Well, she wouldn't permit it.
You are recommending a verdict of suicide?
Oh, no question.
Now, Coroner, we're not asking you to change your opinion, which is, after all, based on your medical expertise, but couldn't you perhaps delay convening the jury until Inspector Witcher and I have done a bit more investigating?
There may be conflicting aspects.
Any I should know about?
Oliver Wattle, for one. A possible suspect.
Yes, and neither of us have talked to Agatha. She may shed some light.
The entire Kent family may know more than they have reported so far. Certainly, Oliver Wattle should be found and questioned.
Oh, you both you gentlemen, suspect it may not be suicide at all, but murder.
Coroner Bradfield, how can we close our eyes to the remotest possibility?
Inspector Charles, I've prevailed upon Agatha to join us. I hope you'll be careful in what you say.
Have no worries. Since Charles here is a friend of long standing, I shall let him do most of the talking.
Good. Well, I'll go and fetch her.
It occurs to me, Charles, wouldn't it be better if you saw Mrs. Kent alone?
Yes, it might, Tommy. An inspector from Scotland Yard does have an ominous ring.
And you know her, have known her. She's bound to speak more freely alone with you.
Yes, all right, I'll do my best.
When John Kent brings her in, I shall leave with him. We'll be outside somewhere.
Gentlemen, I hope you won't detain my wife very long. Agatha, this is Inspector Witcher.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Mr. Kent, I suggest you and I retire and leave these good friends alone.
Thank you, Inspector. You're right. Charles is the only person in the world I could bear to talk to right now. I had such great expectations for my Francis. And now...
Yes, Agatha, I shall be frank with you. None of us believe for a moment that Francis took his own life.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Someone must have had a hand in it, and we have every intention of finding that someone. Who he is, we still don't know. We haven't a shred of evidence. But there is one person, Agatha, whose actions and motives we cannot account for, and that is Oliver Wattle.
Oh, poor Oliver. The poor dear.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he came to me and asked me to hide him.
And did you?
Oh, naturally.
Now, Agatha, I know you are a warm-hearted person and that Oliver has worked this farm even before I came to live in Somersetshire. No, that was years ago. But hiding a man in a situation like this, to me, it's extraordinary you do that much for someone who, at best, is only a fine farmhand.
Oliver is more than that, dear Charles. He is my own brother.
Oliver Wattle?
So, of course, when he begged me to hide him, I did. A strange development here in Somersetshire, and still stranger characters. One man dead, another disappeared, a widower married to a widow, a frightened daughter, a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, the greatest writer of the age, turned sleuth, Charles Dickens. The conclusion when I join you shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Your Detroit area Cadillac dealers are issuing an invitation. An invitation not just for Cadillac owners, but for owners of Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks as well. It's an invitation to take advantage of Cadillac service on any General Motors car. Cadillac service. Its attention to detail. It's a degree of respect that you as a customer may never have encountered before. Cadillac service is as close as your nearest Detroit area Cadillac dealer, and it's available for all GM cars. You'll find that your Cadillac dealer service department is no more expensive than service at an ordinary service facility. Accept this invitation. Find out what it's like to be treated like a Cadillac owner, even if you drive something else. You'll find our service is like our car.
Best of all, it's a Cadillac.
Charles Dickens himself, although a master reader of minds and reporter of the social scene, still was aware one can never know too much about the mainspring that drives people to action. In detective terms, the motive. So he has agreed to become an operative of Scotland Yard. But now, it is not as an investigator, but as a family friend that he talks with Agatha Kent about the untimely death of her son.
Agatha, when did you last see your brother and Oliver?
The day they found Francis.
That very day?
Everyone had gone into town with the constable. I couldn't go. I couldn't bring myself to go.
You were, in fact, here.
Right where I am sitting now. In this chair.
You didn't go with John to Ashbourne to the doctor that day?
Oh, my doctor don't live in Ashbourne. And I haven't seen him since Easter.
Well, what happened?
The house was empty. There was a rapping on the window. It was Oliver.
You got up and let him in?
We stood there and held one another and wept. And then Oliver said there was someone behind it all, and he was afraid, deathly afraid.
That he might be the next to die?
Yes.
But why?
Because he had seen it happen, and he was sure they had seen him.
They?
He wasn't very clear if it was one or more. He kept saying, Agatha, save me, save me. So that's all I thought about. Is that so strange?
No, not at all. Your poor boy was dead. Nothing more could be done for him.
So I told Oliver to leave that very moment for Bristol. The family house still stands. 200 years old. No one lives there. It's tiny. It overlooks the ocean.
That's where he's been hiding?
I hope so.
I wonder why John never told me, or the inspector, about your family house in Bristol.
Because I never told him. Oh, I wasn't keeping it a secret exactly. We've only been married a year. Somehow, I never got around to it.
When I think of all the years I've known you, Agatha, and you never told me either, or about Oliver.
Forgive me. He never wanted anyone to know, and so I kept his secret for him.
Yes, well, you're making this very difficult for me. You know, I'm not your old friend, the writer now. I'm an operative of the art. How can I keep this information from them?
Because, Charles, you are my friend, and I ask you to.
Yes. Well, we must find him and ask him what he knows about Francis's death. Now that I know he's in Bristol, you might as well tell us exactly where. If he's done nothing wrong, then what does he have to fear? We'll protect him.
You're right. Let me send him a letter and tell him to come back immediately.
Yes, well, now I'm tiring you, Agatha. I'm sure I'll go. Now, you send that letter today, and we'll talk again. I've opened my house on Cricket Lane so that Inspector Witcher and I both have a place to stay and until this case is solved.
This is a nice little cottage you have here, Charles. Well, now, your opinion. Francis Kent, a suicide?
Oh, unlikely, Inspector.
I agree. Improbable. Suspects? Oliver Wattle, yes?
Yes.
John Kent himself, yes?
Well, I don't see a motive, but I can't rule him out. He lied about going to Ashbourne with Agatha. No such thing occurred.
Constance Kent.
And I'm afraid I can't rule her out either.
Easier to rule her in.
Yes.
Visible evidence of the young man's cruelty to her. She alone found him dead. Cut him down, and either carelessness or intent so disfigured the corpse we don't know exactly how he died.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say she was on hand when the noose end of the rope disappeared. Why did it?
Unfortunately for her, but there it is. Have to go forward tomorrow morning.
Forward? To do what?
You and I will be at the Kent's house early in the morning to arrest Miss Constance on suspicion of murder. Francis Kent could have died at her hand, coshed from behind as he stood on the loft, pushed off to the ground, explaining the broken leg. Then all she had to do was sling a rope across the rafters and cut it off, making it appear she had cut him down. He never hanged from the neck, and the coroner himself couldn't prove it.
Yes, well, it's all possible the way you analyze it, but it's hard to believe. I mean, suppose, Tommy, Oliver Wattle were located or came back. I believe he knew something or saw something.
I agree. And what I have just told you is what I think he saw.
Now, look, Tommy, you inveigled me to assist you because you said you valued my character judgment, and I tell you categorically that Constance Kent had nothing to do with the death of her stepbrother, that she was not implicated, that her connection with the boy's death was pure coincidence.
I do value your instincts, Charles, but to rely upon that in the face of hard evidence is a mistake. A woman is just as capable of revenge and murder as anyone else.
Constance, is that you?
Yes, Father?
Oh, what are you doing sitting down here in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
What's being down here looking into the fire? That's not going to help.
I like it here.
I might as well stir it up then. It'll go out at this rate.
Father, don't. Put the poker down, please.
What in heaven's name is the matter? Why are you backing away from me?
Don't stir the fire. Put the poker down, will you? Please, put it down.
2 in the morning. Such goings on.
Oh, please.
All right. I don't understand you. Constance?
Yes?
Walk over here. Come back to the fire.
You won't pick up the poker again?
Are you afraid of me? Your own father?
Well, it's late. I'd like to just sit here alone. I'm all right.
You're not answering me.
I don't want to talk about it now.
You know I would never do anything to hurt you in the slightest way. You must know that.
Yes, Father.
All right, so long as you know that. When your mother was ill, that final illness when we came back from Africa, I swore to her I would never let anyone hurt you in any way. I kept that promise. You know that. Didn't I? All right. You don't want to talk about it now, but we both know what I'm talking about. Good night, child.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Oliver, what are you doing out there? It's 4 a.m.
I'm climbing into the house through the window. Everyone is asleep. You still have a nice fire going. Let me get to it and warm myself.
Oliver, why are you here?
Why that tone of voice, Constance? I'm your friend. I always was.
I'm afraid of you, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're afraid of what I know and what I saw. But I went away, didn't I? So that no one could ask me questions.
Is that why you went away?
Well, did you learn how to do it, huh? How could a young, pure girl like you do such a thing? It was like trapping a wild animal. Yeah, but then I remembered my sister telling me where you and your father came from.
Your sister?
Yeah, I don't mind if anyone knows now. Agatha. Yes, it was Africa, wasn't it, where you lived before you came to London? She told me Africa. That's where they do those things, isn't it?
What did you come here for? What are you going to do?
Nothing. But I wanted you to know. I saw what happened. I don't blame you. Francis was wicked. And I was right there in the barn that night. I saw him step on the trap. Isn't that what they call it in Africa, where they catch tigers by the legs? I saw him swung off his feet, his head bouncing like a cockle shell off the beam. And that was it. There he hung from his foot like a dead animal. And then you came in. But the job was done. You had a lantern. You cut him down. And you took the rope from his foot. He's probably still somewhere under the hay.
Why did you come back? Are you going to tell the police what you saw?
I haven't made up my mind. I was the boy's uncle. His mother never knew the sort he was, but I did. As a child, he would crush insects, frogs, anything smaller than he was. Well, good night, Constance. I'll leave the way I came. You have nothing to say?
I can't say anything, Oliver.
Nothing? Not one word? I'm guilty. I'm innocent.
I could never tell anyone what I know. Father, are you awake? Father, wake up.
What? Constance, why are you standing by my bed with the lamp? What is it? What's the matter?
Oliver is back.
Oliver?
Father, he saw it happen. He saw the whole thing. He knows.
He knows what?
He saw the way Francis was killed. He was in the barn. He saw me come in and cut him down and hide the noose for the foot. He knows about Africa, that it was a tiger trap. Oh, he's read it or guessed it. Only he thinks it was all my idea, that I set the trap.
Where is Oliver now?
I suppose he went home.
Well, I've got to get dressed. I've got to go over there right now before this morning. When did he leave here?
Father, don't. No. Not another death on your soul.
You don't understand. That boy didn't deserve to live. I did it for you.
I didn't want him dead.
When I saw what he did to your face, your eyes, what he did to your back, I couldn't stop myself. It had to be. He didn't deserve any better than a beast in the jungle. A wicked bully. There was no other way. You understand that now, don't you? Constance, come back here. Do you hear me? Constance!
All right, I'm coming.
Constance, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
Oh, Mr. Dickens, you've got to come quickly. The inspector, too.
What is it, child?
He's going to kill Oliver. We must stop him. It's my father. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thought he was protecting me. Oh, please come. Inspector Witcher, please come down.
The inspector's not here.
Don't you understand? My father's gone off his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Constance, please. I want you to calm yourself right now, this instant. Now, your father is all right. He can't do any harm to anybody.
I don't understand.
Constance, do you remember about 4 o'clock this morning when Oliver went into your window? Your stepmother Agatha got word to him and made him come back. While he was talking to you, I was outside that open window listening. And when Oliver left, I followed him.
Then you heard him say that I set the trap.
Yes, but I didn't believe that. No, when I got here, I told Inspector Witcher that John Kent was on his way to stop Oliver from talking, and that there was only one reason for that.
Where is he?
By now? Oh, I expect your father is in custody.
Well, I must go to him. He didn't mean it, any of it.
Yes, Constance, I believe you. I honestly do. But whether his deed is justifiable, we shall have to let the courts decide. You knew all along who had set the trap, didn't you?
Whatever I did, it was so nobody would find out. What else could I do? He did it for me. Oh, please, Mr. Dickens, take me to where he is. I want to help him now. All I can.
So do I, Constance. Believe me, so do I.
According to the records, John Kent pleaded guilty while of unsound mind and was remanded to St. Clair's Hospital for 5 years of treatment. John's wife, Agatha, and his daughter, Constance, stuck by him, and when he was released, John ended his days farming in Somersetshire. Charles Dickens returned to writing books, one greater than the next. I shall return in a moment.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
To honor the man and his works, Charles Dickens was the very first novelist ever to be buried in Westminster Abbey. He left us a legacy of unforgettable characters created out of his own imagining, yet as lifelike as anyone who ever lived. Certainly his brief experience with the Yard contributed to the birth of such characters as Fagin and the Artful Dodger. And for that, we shall always be grateful to that time when Dickens was the new man at Scotland Yard. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed, dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valve red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Eddie. Taking it easy, I see, eh? Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
You don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead, take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, hey, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Hey, watch these folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Give old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
We both have to, Edna.
Oh, these human beings are barbarians.
Now, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
Oh, what I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, well, we got lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Well, just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What show business?
Well, whatever it is that makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
You're standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what can be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha! Martha, over here!
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
Look, I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
You said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha!
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that
he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl. But now you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what does Lady Macbeth
Well,
have
listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna. It's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about? We're not chimps. We're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
You see, it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house, you mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No.
What is the matter with that monkey?
I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape.
Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon.
I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you I'm an ape? I'm an ape.
I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. But you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Now stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down like that.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling now, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
Hey, boy. Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
Waldo, when the show is over, you done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
So? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. There was a time in this land of ours, particularly south of the Mason and Dixon line, when living was genteel, where good manners, politeness, and appearances counted for more than reality. But hidden under the externals, there could be hatred, jealousy, and even murder, as we find in our tale today.
Julia, this is the third letter I've received in the last 3 days. They're all the same.
What does it say, Uncle?
Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at the place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
That's terrible. Is it signed?
It's like the others, with a heart pierced by an arrow.
Our mystery drama, The Face of the Waters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And to The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
It's athletes versus MS. Meet tennis champion Jimmy Connors.
With a gal like Billie Jean King on the team, you can count me in too. And there's Muhammad Ali, Hank Aaron, and Bobby Orr. Athletes from every sport. All of us are teaming up to ask everyone to join in the fight against MS, multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
The beginning of this century. The place, outside of Baton Rouge, a countryside of estates and plantations fronting the deceptive Mississippi River. I say deceptive because it's easy to be lulled by its beauty. But when the fog rolls in, there can be danger at every bend in the river, as our young couple in their rowboat are about to find out.
Arthur, don't you think we ought to turn back?
Our little trips down the river always end like this.
What do you mean?
They're always over hardly before they've begun.
Oh, we've been out on the river an hour.
What's an hour when I want to be with you a whole lifetime, Julia?
I know, Arthur. And I feel that way about you, too. But we can't think about that yet.
Not even think about it?
After my mother and father passed away, I had to come and live with Uncle Roland, and I can't tell you why. Not yet. But when I find what I must find, then we can make plans.
You're very mysterious. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to work.
If what is going to work?
That maybe deep down you think of me as just one of your uncle's chauffeurs. The one who drives the Pierce Arrow touring car.
Will you stop that? Arthur, darling, please.
I'm sorry. I know better.
We both know why you took the job. One can't always choose the kind of work to make money in. That has nothing to do with why I'm asking you to turn the boat around and start back to Hightower.
Oh, all right, Julia. I'll turn this around.
The fog's coming in. It's not the kind of weather I care for on the river.
It's the middle of the afternoon. Fog will blow off. You act as if I didn't know anything about the river. I was brought up on it.
Well, Arthur, why are we going so far out?
I'm not doing it on purpose. The current is pulling us away from the shore.
Let me help. I'll get another pair of oars under the seat.
Julia, watch it. You're tipping the boat. Don't grab the side like that. We'll both be in the water. It's all right. I got you, Julia. Just relax. I can swim it. Take it easy.
Oh, the boat. Can't we make it to the boat?
I can't see it. The current is taking it out of sight.
Oh, how far is it to land?
All right, I can see Hightower.
Oh, what's Uncle Roland going to say?
Julia, can we discuss this when we get there? It's over a mile, and there are these thick patches of fog. I can't talk to you.
don't want to swim us into a floating log.
And that was the beginning, a sort of comedy start to a tragic end. I won't keep you all in suspense. Of course, I got Julia back to Hightower safely, wet through and through, but all in one piece. Her Uncle Roland did not appreciate the rescue.
It's a disgrace, my dear. There's no other word for it. The Laverne family has lived in Hightower for generations, and now you come along and... Julia, I am talking to you. Please look this way and listen.
I am listening to you, Roland. I am.
It's not only that you arrive at Hightower soaking wet, and I happen to have guests on the porch. You have been swimming in the Mississippi with all your clothes on, accompanied by that nincompoop of a chauffeur, a servant in my employ. Well, I can tell you this. He is no longer in my employ. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your friends. It wasn't Arthur's fault.
Let me remind you, you are my niece, and I take very seriously your mother's wish, rest her soul, to bring you up as my own child until you are 21. Now, you are only 18, and I am responsible.
Roland, it won't happen again.
Would you mind very much calling me Uncle Roland? This familiarity is something you have just taken to. Now, I am twice your age, my dear, and I would appreciate some respect.
Uncle, I don't understand you at all. You never said one word about being glad I wasn't drowned or how did I feel. All you've been able to say is that I made an exhibition of myself in front of your friends.
Now, just a moment.
But don't you think I'm entitled to a little consideration also?
I don't know what's gotten hold of you, Julia.
Well, just because you were the one closest to Mother and I was sent here last year when she died.
Don't you understand? Here in this part of the world, certain things are done, others are not done. Next thing you'll be telling me is you wish to go out and sully your hands doing work of some kind.
It is the next thing. I'm going to become a nurse. I have decided.
It's that chauffeur, isn't it?
He's going to become a doctor. And yes, he did talk to me about nursing.
You are so wrong and so strong-headed.
You and I were getting along so well. But now suddenly, because I happened to go out with Arthur a few times, you've changed.
We won't discuss him.
Oh, yes, we will. I won't have you referring to him always as a chauffeur. You know why he took the job. And secondly, he had nothing to do with the boat tipping over. It was all my fault.
Well, you shouldn't have been out with him in that treacherous current in the first place. He's a chauffeur. He hopes to become a doctor. He has no position in life, no family connections, no money, nothing. Julia, he is unworthy of you.
If it wasn't so ridiculous, I'd say you were jealous. I'm sorry, Uncle Roland, but while I'm here, I shall do things in my own way. You can discharge Arthur if you want to, but that won't change anything. He's going to work elsewhere to get himself through Louisiana Medical. You'll see. And I'll be right there if I want to.
Oh, Julia. Julia, I wish we could be friends again.
We can be. Especially if you're not unreasonable. Oh, please let Arthur stay. I'll try to see nothing happens to annoy you. Think about it.
I'll think about it. Well, shall we go into dinner together? I think I just heard the bell. Harrison, I don't like young Arthur Hammond. I never did, never could.
Do you mind if I interrupt you, Roland? I think this is more important. It's about your acquisition of all that land adjacent to yours.
The Parker Hill plantation? Yeah, I know. But I told you I will not meet their asking price, and that is final.
They've come down. Colonel Parker stopped by yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you came storming in here, squawking about your niece and your chauffeur. I could hardly get a word in.
What do you do with an 18-year-old like that?
Roland, we've known one another for years. May I be frank?
Why, yes, I count on it.
Is your interest in Julia something more than parental?
What? Oh, what a thing to say.
Because I have noticed on many occasions I've been to Hightower a certain something in your demeanor which I'd say is not exactly the attitude of a 50-year-old bachelor towards his 18-year-old ward. Also, some of the people in town who have seen you together, they're talking.
I'll give them something to talk about. I decided to change my will.
That's your privilege.
I haven't told this yet to Julia, but When I do, you'll realize I have her best interests at heart.
I'm sure. And perhaps some of your own. Now, let me take off the hat of your oldest friend and replace it with that of your attorney and financial advisor. The colonel will sell the plantation for $200,000. Now, he's come down 50.
Well, it's still 50 more than I offered.
If that 50 sticks in your craw, I'll contribute my share. I tell you, it's the best investment around.
You really believe the Parker Hill plantation is worth that much? Well, what do I need another 7,500 acres for?
Roland, you cannot have too much cotton and sugar cane. Believe you me, if you thought you had good income now, with the Parker Hill land, you'll double it.
Arthur Hammond. That's you working on my automobile. Arthur, where are you?
I'm over here, Mr. Laverne. I'm trying to get a head of steam up in your Stanley, but there's something wrong with the boiler.
Well, then why don't you fix it?
Well, I'm trying to, sir, but it ain't easy.
Oh, I don't know why I rely on you.
Mr. Laverne, I'm doing my best. They're all running pretty well. I got up to 50 on the Pierce Arrow, and the Hubmobile is doing an even 30.
All except the Stanley steamer. If you can't fix it, maybe you can show me what's wrong.
Certainly, sir. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, where the steam is escaping here? That's why she loses power. There's a valve underneath that'll have to be replaced.
Well, then why don't you shut it down and replace it?
I was just about to do that, sir, but as you can see, there's hardly any room to move under there. To take that hood, you see, it don't swing up far enough. I have to find this long iron bar to prop it up higher. Yeah, she's solid, this bar.
Hammond, Arthur, I came down to the garage to tell you one thing. I would appreciate it if you did not see my niece anymore.
What? Don't you think Julia is old enough to know what she's doing?
No, I do not. Now, look, I'll put it to you differently. If you see her once more, away from your job here, well, I shall have to let you go.
So be it.
Well, what kind of an answer is that?
The only one I can make.
Perhaps you don't think I'm serious, but I am. One more infraction, and I shall have Dobson take all your belongings out of the room you occupy over the garage and lock the door.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Laverne.
You wouldn't do what?
That iron bar you're thinking of picking up, you won't frighten anybody with that, so don't challenge me.
I'm warning you. If I learn you have seen Julia one more time, it'll be too bad for you.
I wouldn't do that either, Mr. Laverne.
What?
Threaten people. I am in very good physical shape, and I can defend myself quite easily. Don't you lift up that iron bar?
Whippersnapper, you defy me, would you?
Put that down. I hate you. Forgive me, but what else can I do? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne, wake up. Wake up, sir.
What?
You're all right. Here, let me help you to your feet. Steady now. The dizziness will pass.
You hit me. Now, you're going to be very sorry, young man. Very sorry.
I'm already sorry, Mr. Laverne. I never dreamed this kind of thing would happen, but some people just won't listen to reason. It was too bad. I love Julia, and I hoped that the objections of her uncle would in time disappear, but somehow, without wanting to, I'd made a total enemy of the man. I'm afraid I hit him somewhat harder than I intended, but on that day I had no idea how much harder Roland Laverne planned to revenge himself on me.
It's a fact that most murders are a family crime. That has been the case since Cain slew Abel. A killer related to the victim by friendship or blood, or a murder done in defense of a relative. As in our story of Roland, who may very well believe he is defending his niece Julia. I'll go further and warn you that the 50-year-old bachelor is at this moment planning to do away with a young medical student. How? You will hear for yourself when I return shortly with Act 2.
Change things, we'll see, yes, we'll see, we're the American way. Teaching lots of kids to swim. We're there when folks ain't good.
The Red Cross is there to help folks help themselves in so many ways, like teaching you and your family about health and safety. Today, modern medicine lets you live longer. The Red Cross wants you to live better. We're committed to help you do just that as we begin our second century of service. Call your Red Cross chapter and ask about our health and safety services.
Together we can change things. You'll see we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me, we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. You know, a burglar alarm is a good thing to have if you own lots of valuables or if you often leave your house unattended. But don't rush to buy one at the expense of being ripped off by an unscrupulous alarm company that capitalizes on scare tactics to induce you to buy their system. If high-pressure sales tactics are used, don't fall for them. Instead, take some time to think over the deal. If you're dealing with a company you don't know, call your Better Business Bureau for a reliability report before you sign any contract. And it's a good idea to check out the different types of systems offered. And once you've found the right one, get bids from 3 different companies so you can compare prices. And ask for names of former customers you may contact. If the company stands behind its product, it'll be happy to comply. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What can lead to a death-dealing violent action? Pride, jealousy, and anger. And if these 3 of the 7 deadliest sins inflame the spirit, watch out. This is what worried Roland's old friend, Harrison Clay, attorney and business associate. And why, in a driving rain, he speeds his carriage to Hightown.
Dobson, why are you standing out there by the door?
What's that you say, sir?
Is Mr. Laverne home? If he isn't, I don't want to get out of the carriage and get drenched.
Is that you, Mr. Harrison, sir?
Did you hear what I said, Dobson?
Yes, sir. He's not at home now, sir. He went out earlier, and then when this storm came up, I began to get a little worried, sir.
What time did he leave Hightower?
A few hours ago, sir. Mr. Harrison, why don't you come inside? I'm sure Mr. Laverne will be back soon. I'll have your coachman and carriage taken care of.
I guess I might as well. At least if it's pouring like this, he won't get himself into trouble. Roland, where have you been? I've been waiting an age.
I see you got caught in the storm.
This fire's getting me dry. How did you manage to escape the rain?
I was in the boathouse. I got there before it started to pour and waited till it let up. Ooh, chilled to the marrow. Dobson, come in here and put some more wood on the fire.
Very good, sir.
And when you've done that, bring some brandy in a hurry. For you too, Harrison?
I wouldn't mind. Stand yourself in front of the fire.
Bring 2 glasses, Dobson. Oh, yes. That's better. What are you doing here today?
What were you doing chasing off to the boathouse?
And it's that awful Hammond. If I lay my hands on him...
That's why I came over. I had a feeling from the way you were talking yesterday you might do something foolish.
Oh, Dobson, good. Set the tray down. We'll help ourselves. Foolish? What are you talking about? Help yourself, Harrison.
You went to the boathouse and...
That was after I'd been to the garage.
You were looking for Julia.
Or Arthur. They weren't there. And then I went to the boathouse.
Well, they weren't there either?
No, but a rowboat was missing. Those 2 are out on the river again, and I hope they got good and soaked for their trouble.
Why were you chasing after Julia?
Well, she had persuaded me it would be wrong to discharge him, and by that I inferred she would not see him again. And then I came across a note from him in her bedroom, telling her where and at what time to meet him. She'd torn it up, but I put the pieces together.
You went into Julia's bedroom and spied on her? Oh, Roland, that isn't worthy of you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand idly by and let this creature steal my niece.
Well, how are you going to avoid it?
It's very simple. I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Oh, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Julia, hold still. Stay where you are. Don't move around the boat.
Oh, Arthur.
I don't feel like another dip in Old Miss. Anyway, as I was saying, I moved out of my room over the garage this morning, and I left a note in your uncle's mailbox saying I was quitting and that I wanted to talk to him about you very soon. He'll know what I mean.
Uncle Roland's going to be awfully angry.
I thought we agreed we didn't care.
I never said I didn't care. I do care. But I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Well, at least we didn't get rained on when that storm broke.
Whose dock was that?
Oh, Colonel Parker's. Word in town is he's selling his plantation to your uncle.
Uncle's going to be the first zillionaire in Louisiana.
Does that matter to you?
Arthur, he hates it when I'm not there for dinner.
Well, I thought we'd be back before dark.
It antagonizes him so. And I'm afraid it's getting dark, and we don't even have a lantern. Have you any idea how far we are from Hightower?
Oh, we'll make it, Julia. This river's my friend, honest. I swum in it, fished in it. Old Mississippi never reached out and hurt me.
What about the last time when we got a good ducking?
The river's not responsible for landlubbers who tip the boat and fall in. He was gentle with us. He let us swim to shore.
You really speak of the river as if it's a living person, don't you?
It's better than a person. Because the Mississippi knows right from wrong. Hey, whoa.
What's the matter?
Hey, the current is fighting me like anything. I can't keep us to the shoreline.
What's that noise? That roaring sound?
I can't think. There's no cataract or waterfall anywhere downstream. That's what it sounds like.
It's a whirlpool. We're caught in a whirlpool. We're going round and round. Arthur,
I can't stop it. It's pulling us in circles like a matchstick. Oh, Lord. Hey, there's a paddle wheeler coming towards us through the park.
Don't they see us? Stop! There's a boat out here!
He can't see us. He doesn't see us.
Arthur, can't you pull us out of his way?
Got it. I don't know. He can't see us at all.
We'll be killed.
Jump, Julie. Jump into the water. I'll jump right next to you. Go on. Don't wait. I'll be right on top of it.
I can't swim, Arthur. I can't swim.
Stop pacing, Roland. The doctor isn't going to come out of the operating room any faster because you're walking up and down the hospital corridor.
I could kill him.
Will you sit down, Roland? Save your resources. They're all doing their best for her.
I don't mean Dr. Tom. I mean I could kill that idiot who takes her out on the river and doesn't have the sense to keep out of the way of a paddle wheeler. My Lord, it's a wonder she wasn't... Oh, I can't think of it.
Roland? She's going to be all right.
Oh, Doctor, is that true? Oh, bless you. Oh, she's like a part of me lying there. Is she awake?
No, she's still under sedation. But we managed to sew her up, splint the arm and the fractures.
Her face. Was it in very bad shape? Tom, what about her face?
Well, it isn't badly injured, I'd say.
How badly?
Well, it's still too early to tell.
When I think of that beautiful face, my Julia.
Roland, it goes without saying, we'll do all the plastic grafting we know how to do.
What about him, that kidnapper?
You mean Arthur Hammond? Oh, miraculous. You'll be glad to hear he escaped without a scratch. He's been up all night sitting with Julie, even though she wasn't conscious. And we discharged him this morning. Now, he must have gone back to Hightower.
Well, come on, Roland. Let's go home.
When can I see Julia?
Certainly not before tomorrow. Oh, it could be the day after. Roland, please. Now, you take it easy.
So unfair, so unfair.
She'll be just fine. You'll see.
He gets off without a scratch. Someone will just have to straighten out the scales of justice to see that they weigh evenly.
Is that you, Mr. Laverne?
Yes, Arthur. That's who it is.
I've been trying to loosen that valve.
I've just come from the hospital.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Mr. Laverne, please believe me. I really am very sorry.
That's not good enough, Hammond.
It was an accident, sir. It could have happened to anyone.
It could have happened to any idiot who lost control of his rowboat, so it could be rammed by a river steamer. It could not have happened to anybody. Do you know my beautiful Julia could be disfigured for life because you had to sneak away with her? Oh, I could kill you.
I have a lot of friends in that hospital. I'll see that she gets the very best medical care, I promise you.
You have done enough. You leave Julia alone. You are not to go anywhere near her, you understand me? I forbid it. I am responsible for her, and you have no place in her life ever again. Is that clear?
Mr. Laverne, did it ever occur to you that you're too old for her?
From this moment, you are no longer in my employ.
Obviously, you don't read your mail.
Didn't you hear me? You are dismissed.
I left my resignation in your mailbox yesterday. I have quit, Mr. Laverne. You are not ordering anybody anywhere. And while we're getting to know one another better, I might as well tell you that Julia and I have every intention of marrying.
Oh, have you? And what will you live on? You are not taking Julia away from here. She knows better. She could be the mistress of Hightower, and she will be.
So that's what you offered her.
You get away from my cars. You leave this minute.
Mr. Laverne, you are not giving me any orders.
You're an intruder.
If I choose to complete the work on this car, I shall do so.
If you do not leave here immediately...
If I don't, then what? Don't you make empty threats. You don't have the courage to come out and say that you want Julia for yourself. I dare you to tell her. I dare you to stand up to anyone. The only power you have is money. I'm going to put your Stanley steamer into good working order. And then, when I decide, I shall go. You better not stand so close to me, Mr. Laverne. I wouldn't want to hit you accidentally with this hammer.
You get out of here.
You back away, Mr. Laverne. This hood is only held up by this pole. You're in the way, Mr. Laverne.
You give me that hammer.
All right, I'm through. Here, you take it. Catch.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. It was all him. He did it all. Threw the hammer at me. It hit the pole that propped up the hood. Look at him. Is he dead? The hood came down and... Oh, he's breathing. I can see he's breathing. The hood knocked him unconscious. Not a drop of blood anywhere. He didn't get cut. Nothing bleeding. Oh, he's right here. This is the time. Now, I could do it. Now is the chance. Drag him over to the Pierce Arrow. Start it up, and the fumes. He dared me. He dared me openly. He was going to take from me everything that I wanted in life. He knew I wanted her. Now, come along, Mr. Hammond. Inch by inch, I'll pull you by the arms. Now we'll get you up into the car and start the motor.
There you have it. The sad scene of a prideful, angry, jealous man driven to a deed he can only live to regret. A man who has completely lost control over himself. Soon we shall see how love and murder will out. Those words apply, written by William Congreve, the playwright. To tell you frankly, Mr. Congreve, we'd rather not see. But I'm afraid we shall, when I return shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
We're here at the Springfield Women's Club to hear Crime Dog McGrath speak about...
rape.
Oh, no, McGrath, not that.
I'm sorry, that's it, rape.
Oh, please don't.
Listen, ladies, I know rape is not an easy thing to talk about.
Certainly.
But rape can happen.
Not to me.
Anytime, any place. But you can learn how to help protect yourselves.
We can? How?
Send for my book. Write to McGruff, Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Oh, we will.
A message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
I'm Lorette Rupe, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
I said to you earlier that most murders are a family affair. Someone close whose continued existence is unbearable to the murderer. If the latent desire is there, inevitably it will trigger an accident, which is what occurred in Roland Laverne's garage. One man hates another, considers him a rival, and by accident the victim is rendered unconscious. Now, what happened?
A couple more spadefuls ought to do it.
Roland? Roland, is that you?
Who is it?
Hey, it is you. I was wondering who was digging away down here by the river's edge.
Oh, Harrison. Well, what are you doing at Hightower?
What are you talking about? You invited me for dinner. I got here, nobody knew where you were. Dots and I have been searching high and low. Whatever are you doing with that spade?
Oh, yeah. Dinner. Oh, look, let's get back to the house. I had no idea it was so late.
You haven't answered my question. What in heaven's name are you digging up this time of night? Look, I can walk. I don't need to be dragged along. I want to see what you were digging.
Harrison, I don't want you to. I forbid it.
Don't you trust me?
It's nothing. It's nothing at all.
Well, it may be nothing to you. But from here, it looks as though you've been digging someone's grave. Is that what it is? A grave? Aren't you going to tell me? If it is a grave, it's not a secret you can keep very long. I mean, if someone is missing, it's only a question of time before his relatives or friends start looking for him.
For him? Why did you say him?
Roland, who is buried there?
What, nobody. Nobody. It's just... Well, I was digging a hole. I was going to hide something, that's all, and, well, I decided not to.
So you covered it over? Oh, you're a very poor liar. I don't believe you. Now, did you kill Arthur Hammond, and have you buried his body?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't kill him. You see, it was an accident. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to.
What was an accident?
What?
You heard me. What have you buried out there at the edge of the river?
I haven't buried anything. You see, I was going to. I have a great deal of money in cash. It's in a strong box in the cellar, and I was going to make a hole and hide it there. And then I decided I wasn't going to, and that's what I was digging.
You never told me you had any money hidden in the cellar.
No, I didn't have it, and I'm ashamed I didn't trust you. It was given to me to hold for Julia by her mother, my sister. But Julia does not know it exists, so that we could split it.
Roland, had I known about this, I would have had to tell Julia, but I didn't hear a word you said. I don't know about the money. I don't want to know about it. I'm too shocked by all this.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I leave that to your conscience.
No, Miss Julia. Nobody knows where Mr. Arthur disappeared to. The day after the accident, he just suddenly left. And may I say, Miss, welcome home. It's good to have you back after all this time. May I pour you some coffee?
Thank you, Dobson. What about his tools? Did he take those?
No. Mr. Arthur left them in the garage.
And his clothes, books, and so forth? Did you look in the rooms over the garage?
Well, that's the peculiar part, Miss Julia. He must have moved out of there a day or so before the accident on the river, but I never found out where he moved to.
I knew he was going to move, but he didn't tell me either.
Dobson, is Miss Julia up yet?
I'm in the dining room, Uncle.
Oh, I must say, to come down to breakfast and see your smiling, pretty face, so healed, so happy, it makes my day. Dobson, just coffee for me also.
Sure.
Well, isn't that all you're having for breakfast, Julia? How about some eggs and bacon?
No, thank you. I'll pour Mr. Laverne's coffee. Thank you, Dobson. That will be all.
Yes, Miss. Very good, Miss.
I wanted Dobson out of the room while I was talking to you about Arthur.
Arthur? Well, I thought we put him out of our minds.
Well, it's only that I'm curious. I knew something was wrong when he didn't visit me in the hospital, or call, or anything.
Well, I didn't know it was troubling you, my dear.
I was very fond of him. Perhaps I still am.
Yes, I can understand. But I did think he was the wrong person for you. And wasn't that right? Twice a boat accident. How could I entrust the most precious person? Yes, I admit it, Julia. The most precious person to me, to a foolhardy chauffeur.
Why do you keep calling him a chauffeur when you know he only took that job to pay for his medical school?
Yes, so everyone says, but I don't have to believe it.
I was right. You are prejudiced, and I'll never find out what I'd like to know from you. I'm leaving.
Julia, come back. You haven't finished your coffee.
I'm going outside, and please don't follow me.
Julia, forgive me. I'm sorry I drove you out of the house. I really am. Now, come back and finish your breakfast.
Uncle, I thought I asked you not to follow me.
But it's only that I
want to walk alongside the riverbank alone. Is that so hard to understand?
Is it really fair of you to denounce me, call me prejudiced, and not give me the opportunity to explain?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then let me just walk with you a little ways and try to make you understand my feelings.
All right. We'll go this way.
No, not that way. Would you mind if we go the other way?
Yes, I would. Why shouldn't I walk where I wish to?
Well, of course you should. Certainly you should. Only you can see how the waters have risen over the path down there. It could be swampy.
Uncle Roland, I'll go where I want to. If you want to go somewhere else, I shan't stop you.
No. I'll do what you do, child. It's you I want to be with and talk to.
When was the last time you saw Arthur? And what did he say then?
He was aware that I blamed him for the accident. I certainly could not place the fault on the captain of a paddle wheeler. One doesn't expect to find a cockle shell mid-river on a foggy night. I told Arthur he could no longer remain in my employ. He agreed, and the next day he was gone.
I don't remember this deep indentation in the shoreline. Do you, Uncle?
Why, yes.
For some reason, the old Mississippi has been digging away right here. Arthur used to say the river was a person, alive, acted for its own reasons. Does that make sense to you, Uncle?
I can't say it does.
The river has its own laws, its own right and wrong. It rewards and it punishes.
I don't know about that, but right around here there's a very stiff current. I've seen big logs, even shacks, shoot right by. It can carry anything right out to sea.
There's water oozing up all around us.
Well, Julia, it's a little treacherous. Our feet are sinking. It's not a safe place to walk. Now, you just take my hand and we'll head for higher ground. Julia, I have told you everything I know about him. I can only suppose he's left town and doesn't want you or anyone else to know where he's gone.
I can't believe that about him. And at the medical college, they don't believe it either. I'm going to tell them to inform the police.
Roland, it's true we've known each other since college, but what I did was my work. I can't accept this. I really can't. Medical ethics as well as my own won't permit it.
Tom, I cannot forget it was you who put my dearest Julia back together again. If you look at her now, how long has it been? She is as beautiful as ever.
Well, she did make an amazing recovery. And about that young man, Arthur. You know, that medical college is affiliated with our hospital. And I was talking to the dean. It's been 3 months since the boy disappeared. The dean asked me, had the disappearance been reported to the police? And, well, I said I didn't know. The dean feels something is wrong. Hammond was too dedicated a student to have just left without any word. Candidly, the dean suspects foul play.
Who suspects foul play?
Oh, Julia, come in, my dear.
Doctor, isn't my uncle a terrible man? He never told me my most favorite person would be here this evening.
And you are my favorite patient, Julia.
What have you got there, Julia?
A letter I found on the doorstep when I came in.
Again? I recognize it. May I have it, please?
Well, I've stayed longer than I intended to.
Oh, that's not fair, Doctor. The moment I come in, you go out.
Will you excuse me? I'd better open this.
Well, you'd think he'd tell me you were coming over. Uncle, can't you take your eyes from that letter for a moment and say goodnight to the doctor?
Oh.
Uncle, what's wrong? He's fainted.
We'll carry him over to the couch. Put his legs over the arms so they're higher than his head.
Oh, I've never known him to faint before. Oh, should I throw some cold water on him?
No, don't do that ever. There. He's coming to.
What happened?
You fainted. How do you feel? Give me your wrist.
I feel a bit weak, I guess.
Have you been under a strain lately?
A strain? Oh, maybe just overtired. No, look, Tom, I'll be all right.
Well, your pulse is normal.
You go along, Tom. I know that you have some more house calls.
I'll take care of him, Doctor. I'm still planning to be a nurse, you know.
Julia, it was that letter that did it. The third I've received in 3 days. All the same.
What?
I'll read it to you. Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at that place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
This is the third letter? Why didn't you call the police?
What could they do?
Have you done something in the past that's worth that much money?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Harrison. See what he says.
$100,000 before Saturday? Impossible. Anyway, Roland, why are you even considering
Now,
it?
wait a moment. How stupid of me. Why, I've got that much right in my cellar.
You mean Julia's money?
Well, she doesn't know a thing about it.
Everything you're doing is wrong. If you've nothing to hide, you shouldn't be paying a cent. If you have, there's no guarantee they won't continue bleeding you for years. Now, think about that, Roland. Paying out that money could be slipping a noose around your neck.
Julia, where have you been?
It's been 2 days. I needed you on Saturday night when I left the money, the blackmail money. And I am positive I know who was blackmailing me.
Who?
Harrison.
Harrison? Your old friend, your lawyer, your business manager? You believe that?
It could only be him.
He wasn't the one who took that 100,000. It was me. And Arthur. Come in, Arthur.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? Fortunately, you know as little about carbon monoxide as you do about anatomy. I was quite alive when you buried me, and I let the old Mississippi do the rescuing. It flooded the grave you dug. Thank you for the money. It'll help us both get started.
I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
For giving me back the money you were keeping till I became 21. My money that was entrusted to you. You see, before she died, Mother told me. Arthur, I'd like to leave Hightower as fast as we can. Leave forever all those unpleasant memories.
The legend is as old as recorded time, that the rivers and the raindrops are the tears of the world. And the Mississippi, like all rivers, is a constant conscience to man who sins. Can there be a greater example than the great flood that washed the earth clean of sinners, so that Noah and his family might start life all over again? I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Of reconciliation and love. I come on.
Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Getting in, as someone said about war, is easy. It's getting out that presents the problem. And we could say the very same thing about marriage. While faint heart never won fair lady, there's many a bold lad who wishes he hadn't been quite so courageous. We promise to love, honor, and obey as long as we shall live. The trouble is, some of us live a long time. While love? Well, for a great many people, it just comes and goes, doesn't it?
But you said you'd be able to talk him out of it.
I tried, and I failed. Now we'll have to kill him.
Murder?
Yes, murder. And it has to be done before Monday.
There must be another way. Listen.
To what? We can have a long moral discussion, but why bother? In the end, we can only arrive at one answer. We have to kill him.
Our mystery drama, TIPPECANOE and Tyler 2, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Carol Teitel and Cynthia Harris. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Hey, everybody, how can you top an Armour hot dog? Hot dogs. Armour hot dogs. What do kids put on Armour hot dogs? Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, cheese, brown and sauerkraut. I like mine with chili, please. Oh, hot dogs. Armour hot dogs. The dog hit The God Big Life will fight.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you the Master Mechanic 6-gallon wet-dry vacuum is designed for heavy-duty cleanups in your garage or workshop. It picks up water as well as nails, ashes, and other debris, and comes complete with accessories, all for just $52.28. Plus, it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or free replacement at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
This is the sound of trouble. Problems in your vegetable garden. Insects and disease that can take a big bite out of tomatoes and other garden vegetables. But you can fight back with Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust. Now you can wipe out worms, annihilate aphids, banish beetles and thrips, and defend against disease. With Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust. Convenient, ready to use, Ortho Tomato Vegetable Dust is tough on insects and disease, but won't harm plants. Just dust it on right from the container. The exclusive new container only from Ortho that lets you spray up, down, all around without clumping or clogging. So you can get at insects and disease wherever they occur, quickly and easily, with no mess, no waste. This is the sound of success. A healthy harvest of delicious vegetables. At Ortho, our concern for gardens is always growing.
Will you love me in December as you did in May? Asks the old ballad. And thereby hangs many a tale, especially the one you're about to hear, December and May. Can they ever be happily matched, satisfactorily mated? May, its radiant promise still unfulfilled. And December, its race already run. Here is a spinster, or perhaps we should say, a maiden lady, named Dorcas Downey.
You could sum the whole thing up and say there's no fool like an old fool. Adam Cartwright and I had been neighbors and friends for over 50 years, since we were children. On this particular day, Adam had come over for afternoon tea.
Thank you, Dorcas. But you should know, after all these years, that I take 2 lumps, not 1.
I know perfectly well what you take, Adam, but I'm cutting you down.
Why?
You reach a certain age, you have to be careful about your intake of sugar.
Oh, you think I'm getting old, Dorcas,
We go back a long way, Adam.
Wish I hadn't brought this up.
Well, we can always drop it.
Yes. You know, I never get tired of looking at this view. Blue sky, blue water. Besides, Dorcas, a person is only as old as he feels.
Is that so?
Well, he doesn't have to think he's old just because of the calendar and the clock.
Well, where are you headed, Adam?
I'm thinking of getting married.
Married?
Oh, why shouldn't I get married?
Oh, I can't think of a reason.
Oh, you could think of a great many reasons. I'm too old. If all I want is companionship, I can have that without marriage, And so on and so forth. Yeah, but you're overlooking something.
Oh, I haven't said a word.
Yeah, but I know what you're thinking. Let me tell you this, Dorcas Downey. I want love. I want the excitement of romance. Ursula's been dead for more than 10 years. Our marriage at best was... well, it was placid.
What's he trying to do, Adam? Sell me the idea or sell it to yourself?
I finally met someone.
Aha.
Someone with whom I want to share my life. I feel as if I'd been born all over again.
And who is the lady that performed this feat of magic?
Sally Lewis.
Sally Lewis? Your secretary?
I know what you're going to say. She's half my age.
At least.
What can she see in me?
Oh, I know what she sees in you.
Oh, I can always depend on you to be cynical. She has fallen in love with me.
Would she have fallen in love with you had you been the porter instead of the owner of the factory?
You see, that's what I mean.
Well, it has to be said.
Very well. And what else do you have to say?
I've said it all, except for one word. Congratulations. course. I had only been occasionally aware of her as Adam's secretary. At first, I had assumed that she was too pretty to be really efficient. Then I realized it was the kind of thinking I would deplore in a man. Naturally, I arranged for lunch.
Adam told me about this view. Yes, it is beautiful.
Coffee?
Thank you.
My grandparents and Adams built these houses, well over 100 years ago. Easily, because my grandfather died in the Spanish-American War. Oh, how long ago and far away, and what musty old history that must sound like now.
Did you want to talk about history?
As opposed to what?
What's really on your mind?
Which is?
You don't like me, do you?
My dear young lady, you understate the case.
Well, what's the complaint? You had your chance.
I did?
You had two of them. First at the young Adam Cartwright, but he turned you down for Ursula. 40 years later, he was free again. He chose me.
Are you in love with him?
Of course I'm in love with him.
Would you be in love with him if he were poor?
Would he be in love with me if I were ugly? Oh, now, what's love anyway?
But I would dearly love to hear your definition of it.
It makes more practical sense than yours, Miss Downey. Miss Downey. You're what? 60 years old and you've always been Miss Downey? You may be a smart woman in certain areas, but love to you is a foreign language.
And I would assume that you speak it fluently.
All you have to do is tell the one you love exactly what he wants to hear.
Is that honest?
What does honesty have to do with it? You've been honest all your life. And who've you got to keep you warm in your old age?
What's in this for you? Money?
Naturally.
He's not as wealthy as some people think.
Oh, I'm in his office. I know the assets to the penny. In a year or 2 or 3, he'll want to retire. Then I intend to take over the management of the factory.
Oh, you're marrying the company.
Yes, of course. TIPPECANOE, one of the leading names in fine, high-quality, classic American furniture for over 150 years. He doesn't know the first thing about marketing and merchandising.
And you do.
There are millions and millions to be made.
And he thinks you love him. May I wish you every happiness.
Thank you. I know it's impossible, but I do wish we could be friends.
I tell you, I revised my opinion of that young lady in a hurry. A cold, calculating manner frightened me. She had, what word am I looking for? A serpentine quality. Deadly. Adam was my oldest, dearest friend. But how could I warn him without alienating him forever? And so they were married. And like 2 lovebirds flew off on their honeymoon. You're back, Adam.
In time for tea, I hope.
There you are.
Dorcas, she's made me very happy.
Well, then that's all that matters.
So happy I want to retire.
And then?
Do what I always wanted.
Which is what?
Well, we used to talk about it all the time, you and I, when we were children. Get on the boat and just sail leisurely all around the world. You don't remember.
Oh.
I suppose you just dismissed it as childish dreaming at the time.
Yes, I did.
But I mean it. I always meant it.
I see.
Just to live on a sailboat. To put into port whenever you like, stay as long as you please, come and go as the winds take you. It's just the kind of free and easy, open life that Sally and I have been talking about.
And TIPPECANOE?
The factory? Well, you know I always hated it.
But it's the family tradition.
But no one ever asked me did I want to go into the furniture business. It was naturally assumed from the moment of my birth. I tried my very best, but it didn't go. No, Tippecanoe has been sinking steadily.
I understand. But with proper management, it can come back and be even greater than before.
I wish them luck.
Who?
The new owners.
You mean you've sold Tippecanoe?
No, but I intend to.
Well, do you have a customer?
I'm going to practically give it away.
To whom?
To the people who deserve it most. To those long-time, loyal employees who spent their working lives there and who truly love the place.
Oh.
I have enough money for Sally and me to live nicely, but modestly, on the boat.
Tell me, Adam, have you discussed this plan with Sally?
No. I'm still formulating it in my mind.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling it to you because I wanted to talk it out and, well, hear how it sounds.
And how does it sound?
Oh, wonderful.
Then, all you have to do is break the news to Sally.
I intend to do that tonight.
I would have given a great deal to be there when he told her, but of course that was impossible. Poor Sally. There was her whole, what do they call it today? Game plan. Down the tubes. You're what, darling?
I'm getting rid of Tippecanoe.
Yes, but why?
Because, my dearest, I have neither the head nor the heart for the furniture business.
Yes, Angel, but Tippecanoe has the name, the acceptance to become the most wealthy and powerful company in the industry.
Yes, I know.
And you're just going to give it away? Why?
Because of you, darling.
Me?
Yes. You gave me the courage.
To do what?
To risk being poor.
But
you inspire me to live for the important things, the eternal things. Suddenly, I feel we can do this together. Roam the world free, unfettered.
Oh, but sweetheart, what happens to Tippecanoe?
Who cares?
But the family tradition.
Not all family traditions are worth maintaining. Now, we'll take the open sea and the open sky. Or wouldn't you like that better?
Oh, darling, you're absolutely right.
You really think so?
My silly Adam. Would I say so if I didn't? But, I do want you to consider something.
Of course, dear.
I don't want you to do anything, for at least a year.
Why?
Do you trust your little Sally?
Well, certainly.
Well, I find the idea, which is absolutely overwhelming. I would love to load up that sailboat tonight and be off with the morning tide. But I'm thinking of you. Is this what you really want?
Well, yes.
I mean, you say that you've always hated the factory, but still, you spent your whole life working there. Why?
Well, I told you till now I never had the courage to get rid of it.
Yes, but perhaps deep inside you, without being really aware of it, you love the place.
Oh, no.
Oh, darling, I fell in love with you because you were one of a kind. You were a complete romantic. There aren't very many like you in the world. And so I have to somehow attempt to provide a bit of balance.
But we both want to do this thing.
Of course we do. But once we do, our decision is irrevocable. The die is cast. All I'm saying is, let's take 6 months, a year, just to make sure of our true feelings. Now, is that too much to ask? How do you like the way she fielded that one? Obviously, she's stalling and playing for time. Who knew what can happen in 6 months or a year? Maybe she can get him to change his mind. Maybe something might befall him. An accident of some kind. Who knows? We have all sorts of options to explore when I return shortly with Act 2.
What's as beautiful as a summer sunrise and delicious besides?
Summer fruits, it wouldn't be summer without them.
Fresh plums and nectarines are here at last.
Fresh from the tree, taste them and see.
So sweet and juicy. California summer fruits taste as good as summer feels.
Nature's way of smiling. Sunshine on the trees.
you by the growers of California summer fruits.
Here's how to tell Skyhawk, the new smaller Buick, with your eyes closed. The doors, for instance, sound like this. Unless you get the sedan, then it's like this. Similarly, the hood and the trunk shut with a satisfyingly solid... The new Skyhawk, you see, is very precisely built and inspected hundreds of times in hundreds of places, so everything fits like... Excepting, of course, where people sit. There, the fit is more like... The new Buick Skyhawk. Everything fits beautifully, including you. Just nice.
This is a message about people. 13 business people. The 13 that comprise your Detroit area Cadillac group. This group of automobile dealers is somewhat different from other dealers in the area. Different because they recognize that they have a proud tradition to uphold. Different because just as they were here yesterday, you can be assured that they'll be here tomorrow. For as long as anyone in this area can remember, Detroit area Cadillac dealers have been here through good times and bad, selling and servicing what is always recognized as the finest automobile built in America. They've maintained the highest standards of quality and integrity throughout their history, and they're committed to doing just that in the future. They're the kind of people with whom you'll want to do business, because they're as far from the ordinary as the automobiles they sell.
Life is filled with all sorts of unexpected ironies, little twists and turns of fate. For instance, you marry a man for his money, but you convince him that you've married him for love. You convince him so completely and thoroughly that he actually believes it and says, in effect, who needs money? Let's give it away and just live on love.
I didn't see Adam or his bride for several weeks. After all, newlyweds do esteem their privacy, or so I've been told. I was anxious to know how she had reacted to Adam's great decision to change his whole way of life and give away the factory. But, of course, I couldn't ask. And then one afternoon...
Dorcas!
Why, Adam, it's you!
Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Here we are, next-door neighbors, and we hardly see each other.
Newlyweds don't need company.
Dorcas, how could you ever be company? Did you come down to the dock to buy some fish?
Well, what other reason would I have?
I bet you're going to make that special seafood stew.
Why don't you and Mrs. Cartwright come over to dinner one night?
Mrs. Cartwright? Dorcas, you and I are old friends.
Yes, but your wife and I aren't even new friends.
Dorcas, I wish you'd make an effort to...
Yes?
Well... accept her.
Well, what difference does it make whether or not an old spinster like me accepts her or doesn't?
You just can't believe that this is a true love match, can you?
What are you doing down here?
Sally's coming in on the ferry. She had some errands in town.
Whatever happened to your plan to give away the factory and sail around the world?
Oh, we're just delaying it a bit. Oh, there. The boat's docking now.
Any particular reason for the postponement?
No, but Sally thinks we should sort of sleep on it for a bit.
In other words, she's against it.
Oh, no. She's enthusiastically in favor. I'm over here, darling. It's just she doesn't think you can run off on these things half-cocked.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Adam.
Well, wait and say hello to Sally.
No, I really must be getting home.
I know she's seen you from the boat. If you leave now, it'll be poignant. Sally, dear.
Hello, Adam, darling. Oh, why, it's Mrs. Downey.
Well, hello.
Dorcas is shopping for fish for one of her famous stews. Perhaps we can prevail upon her to invite us over one night.
Why, any time.
Give you a lift home, Dorcas?
I had planned on the walk.
It's going to rain any minute.
Well, then I can take a taxi.
No, I won't hear of it. Now, will you two just excuse me for a minute? I've got to stop in at the post office.
I'm sure he did that in the hope that you and I might get to know each other better.
And how's your campaign coming? My campaign? To keep him from giving away the factory. After all, by your own admission, you didn't marry him. You married TIPPECANOE.
Oh, well, I think I'll be able to talk him out of it.
Oh, I don't think so. He really wants it. More than anything else in the world.
More than me?
I don't underestimate your considerable physical magic. But in the end, my money will ride on the sailboat.
I don't think you know the score.
I didn't up till now, which is why I lost him.
Now, how could you have lost him? You never had him.
True. And the reason? I didn't take that sailboat seriously. No. He's going to give away TIPPECANOE and go sailing round the world, even if he has to do it alone. Incidentally, how is your boyfriend?
My boyfriend?
Well, I'm sure you have one. A full-blooded, vibrant girl like you. You need one. How could Adam be enough for you? He'd be enough for me, but then I'm only an old spinster.
You're guessing.
Dorcas, Miss Cartwright.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello.
Dorcas, I was up past your house just before, and you know, the front door was open.
Was it?
Yes. Now, Dorcas, how many times do I have to tell you you can't do that no more? Especially not during the tourist season, anyhow. Well, see you ladies later.
And, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, your boyfriend. Of course I was bluffing. Or was I? She had to have a boyfriend, someone closer to her age. And as I looked at her face, I knew the shot in the dark had hit the target. About a week later, I had crossed over to the mainland for the day, and as I was waiting for the ferry to discharge its passengers and start back, I saw a familiar figure.
Please stand back, folks. Now, take it on before they disembark.
I stepped behind a post to make sure she wouldn't see me, and as I watched her get off the boat and walk to the street, a tall, dark-haired man of about 35 came forward to greet her. They exchanged a quick kiss, and then they got into an automobile and drove off. Well, then, I did something I simply cannot hope to explain. As if I were a character in a movie, I hailed a taxi. And I said to the driver, for these words actually coming from my mouth, "Follow that car." Well, I followed them to a small Italian restaurant. Luckily, the place was rather dark, and they were sitting in a booth. I managed to get seated in the booth just behind them where I could hear without being seen.
The old fool. Oh, the pathetic old fool.
How do you stand it?
I think of Jacob.
Jacob? Jacob who?
Jacob, the son of Isaac.
Oh.
Now, he had to labor 7 years for Rachel.
Well, I think by the time he was through, it was closer to 14.
Well, I have to put in my time and labor for TIPPECANOE.
I certainly hope it won't be 14 years.
Oh, Harry, how long can the old fellow last?
Well, you know, some of these old codgers can hang on forever. Now, this thing he has about giving away the factory, have you talked him out of it yet?
I don't know, Harry.
You don't know? Well, shouldn't it be easy?
Well, yes, darling, it should be, but somehow it isn't.
And there's a gold mine waiting there for just the right kind of exploitation. Oh, we can't let him give it away.
Don't worry.
But you must admit, it is something to worry about.
It was meant to be. One day you and I will be married. And then what will my name be?
You know what your name will be.
Just say it. Go ahead.
Mrs. Harry Tyler.
There you are. TIPPECANOE and Tyler, too. The thing was fated.
It's all very well to talk about fate. But the fact is, if you can't talk him out of it...
Darling, if I can talk him out of it, then we'll just have to find another way to handle it.
But you...
Oh, sweetie, we have so little time together. Let's not waste another minute on Adam Cartwright.
So that was the way the wind was blowing. And predictably. I had all this information, but the question was, what to do with it? As I was debating my course of action, the answer came from, of all people, why, it's Sally Cartwright.
May I come in?
May I offer you some tea?
Let's get down to business.
Well, I wasn't aware that we had any.
I saw you at the ferry slip in town the other day.
Oh?
Even though you stepped behind a post in order to hide.
Hide? From whom?
From me, naturally. And then, do you know what you did? You got into a cab and followed us to Risotti's. And then you sneaked into the booth behind us. True?
True.
Where I'm sure you overheard our conversation.
Most of it.
And then you followed us to the motel. Why did you do it?
To prove a point.
To whom?
Perhaps to Adam.
Your word against mine? A jealous, bitter spinster?
I could present proof. People have seen you together in the restaurant, the motel.
Oh, what makes you think Adam needs proof?
Are you saying he knows about Harry?
Well, not Harry Tyler specifically, but in his heart he knows there must be someone. Still, he can live with it if it remains his very own secret. But should you drag it out into the open...
The blow to his ego would be quite severe, wouldn't it?
And that's why he doesn't want your proof. It would force him to divorce me.
Then, there you are, out in the cold.
And so are you. He would hate you for the rest of his life. You would be the serpent who destroyed his little paradise. So if you think you can gain something for yourself, you'll wind up the biggest loser. If you're doing it for him, you'll only make him hopelessly miserable. Well, I'm so glad we could have this little chat. We really should visit more often.
There was really no way to take her. She had me effectively checkmated, stymied, however you want to put it. Well, I was busy for some weeks with my own affairs. Not love affairs, unfortunately, but community affairs. And then, one evening, I was at a concert.
Dorcas!
Why, Adam, it's you. Did you enjoy it?
Well, you know me. I'm tone deaf. I just show up for the looks of the thing. Let me walk home with you,
Oh, isn't Sally here?
No, she's spending the evening in town. College friend had a baby she wanted to visit.
Oh, yes.
It's a lovely night, isn't it? See the silvery reflection of the moon on the water. Oh, to be out on the open sea under a moon like that. Especially with someone you love.
When are you giving away the factory and starting off on your trip around the world, Adam? Or has that been cancelled?
Well, why would it be cancelled?
Oh, it's just that I hadn't heard anything about it lately.
Well, I don't want to say too much until I'm just about ready to sign the papers and take off.
And when will that be?
Soon. I'm getting restless. No later than September 1st.
Oh, that's 2 months from now.
2 months. And then I shall be free forever.
Is, Sally aware of this September 1 departure date?
I'm certainly going to discuss it tomorrow when she comes home.
She came home the following morning. I could see them from my place, sitting on their veranda having coffee. And was it my imagination, or was her face actually clouding over? Finally, he left. I felt I simply had to walk over there. Well, how's Harry Tyler?
If you don't mind, I'm in no mood for company.
Oh, then Adam has told you.
Told me what?
D-Day is the 1st of September.
That's what he thinks. He's not going to give away the factory.
My dear, I'm afraid we shall never have a modern version of TIPPECANOE and Tyler, too. Adam will get rid of the business and set sail into the sunset or sunrise.
I won't permit it.
Oh, And how do you intend to stop him?
There are ways.
I must tell you, when she said that, a chill ran through my body. Her voice was cold as ice, as hard and as sharp as pointed steel. There was a look in her eyes, a burning, smoldering look. I could almost feel it searing my flesh. What did she think she could do about it? But even as the question formed itself in my mind, the answer was also taking shape. The dreadful, inevitable answer.
I'm sure by now we have all figured out what that answer will be. Suddenly the game turns deadly. But you expected it from the beginning, of course. We all know that when December marries May, something, somewhere, has to give. Give me just a few minutes, and I shall return with Act 3.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays, from the creators of The Young and the Restless, it's Capital, Desire and Passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then, follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Lorette Rupee, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
It was Mrs. Browning who wrote, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways." On the other hand, we have Mrs. Cartwright. And we know that right now she must be thinking, "How do I kill thee? Let me count the ways." At least this is what Miss Dorcas Downey believes she is thinking.
What else is there for Sally but murder? And it isn't my imagination. I know she'll have to kill him. And I don't know what to do about it. Killing, murder, these are things you read about. They happen to other people. People you don't know. Every night, when Adam comes home, they sit on the veranda, and I know they must be talking about the factory. And so here I am, determined to do something I despise in other people. I am about to eavesdrop. I'm going to sneak across the property line and hide in the bushes. I must make sure.
I've asked Terence McKnight to come over here for dinner next Monday.
Oh, you're there.
I'm ready to begin the legal procedures.
Adam, I hope you've considered this from every angle.
Well, there are no angles, darling. It's something I wanted to do all my life.
Yes, but...
Well, what did you want to say?
Tippecanoe is a potential. The opportunities for profits are unlimited.
I'm past all that, my dear. I was once very rich, and I found it wasn't all that it's cracked up to be. Since you were never wealthy, you'll never miss it. The moon and the stars in the southern Pacific. I was there in the Navy during the war. It's a sight you'll never forget.
You're determined to do it, then?
Why do you ask? You know.
Well, someone has to be the one to say, go slowly.
Yes, go slowly till you find the way, and then it's full speed ahead. Now, my mind's made up. How about you?
Yes, Adam. My mind's made up, too.
The following morning, I saw her leave the house. She was dressed for the city. She had a grim look on her face. I was picking some wild beach plums as she passed me by. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Bound for town, I see. Had any luck?
Luck?
With Adam.
Suppose you let me worry about Adam.
September 1st. It's the start of some wonderful sailing weather.
Goodbye, Miss Downey.
Give my regards to Mr. Tyler. I shouldn't have spoken to her like that, not in her state of mind. But I'm only human. I've had very few victories to savor in my lifetime. Although, what kind of victory is this? I knew she was going to see Harry Tyler, nerve him up for what she wanted him to do. He was a handsome man with a weak chin. She would have to be the forceful one. Lady Macbeth.
We have to talk, Harry. His attorney is coming for dinner Monday night. That's in 6 days. And we can say goodbye to the factory, to Tippecanoe.
But I thought you said you could talk him out of it.
I said I would try. I tried and I failed. Now we have to do something else.
What else is there?
We'll have to kill him.
Sally, what are you saying?
You know what I'm saying, Harry. We talk around it. But we have to kill him.
Murder?
Oh, yes. Murder. It has to be done before Monday while I can still inherit the factory.
I don't know.
You know, Harry. You're playing this little game with yourself. But there's no other way if we want to get rich with Tippecanoe.
Sally, listen.
Oh, Harry, to what? We can have a long, soul-searching discussion, but why bother? In the end, there can only be one answer. We have to kill him.
I had gone down to the post office to get the mail. I happened to see her come in on the ferry. There was something different about her, something very quiet, frightening. I knew the decision had been made. They were going to kill him. I had to do something.
Dorcas, they're just suspicions on your part.
She has to kill him. She married him for his money, the factory. He plans to give it all away.
Well, I usually know what's going on around here, and I haven't heard about any such plans.
It's a secret.
Huh? How come you know about it?
Adam told me.
Do you expect me to believe that Adam Cartwright would give away a going concern like Tippecanoe and go sailing around the world in that boat at his age?
Sheriff, you must believe me.
Dorcas, why don't you go home and get a good night's rest?
What could I do? Go to Adam? I could just imagine what he would say to me. Well, did it matter? I would have to try to convince him to save himself, somehow.
Hello, Dorcas.
Oh, I thought I'd drop in for a cup of tea.
Good idea. Sally isn't home.
Oh?
Now, she had to go to the city. Lots of shopping to do. We have to get ready for the cruise.
Oh, that's still on.
Oh, yes. Terence is coming over on Monday, and that's when I intend to break the news about the factory.
Adam, I don't know how to say this. Are you sure Sally wants to, that she wants the same things you do out of life?
Oh, yes. We've talked the whole thing out. We two, are like one.
Well, look at it from her point of view. She's 30 and you're 67.
No, I'm only 65.
You are talking to me, Adam.
Well, I'm an unusually vigorous 67.
In 10 years, you'll be 77. She'll be just about 40.
What are we starting to talk about here, Dorcas?
She'll have to spend a great many years of her life without you, Adam. She'll be no longer young or pretty.
I know you, Dorcas. You're driving at something.
Well, there's only one way to say it, I suppose.
Say what?
Your wife is having an affair.
Well, that's a lie.
Why is it a lie? Consider. She's half your age.
Well, you don't know what she's really like. She's different.
Oh, it gets worse.
No, I just don't want to hear anymore.
She and her lover are planning to kill you.
This is monstrous.
Well, it's true.
How vindictive, how venomous of you, Dorcas. Now, please, leave. Please leave before I forget that I was raised a gentleman.
If I had deliberately set out to make a mess of things, could I have done better? I sat in my kitchen. I made myself a cup of tea. A murder was about to be committed, and there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. I never felt so helpless, so frustrated. What was that? A shot. Of course, it had to be a shot. And it came from the direction of Adam's house. No, I wasn't dreaming. No, I didn't imagine it. I heard a shot. Had they killed him already? Had they killed him? Of course.
Sheriff Neary.
Sheriff, it's Dorcas Downey.
Yes, Dorcas.
I just heard a shot.
At this hour?
Sheriff, I know a shot when I hear one. It came from Adam Cartwright's house.
Now, Dorcas, we went through this whole business this afternoon.
I am telling you, Sheriff, I had a shot, and you'd better get right up there. I wasn't going to wait for him. I ran over to Adam's house. The front door was open. The bright moonlight streaming in made everything visible. Most of the furniture was overturned. The place was completely upset. And sitting, slumped in his armchair, was Adam Cartwright. I could see the bullet hole in his head. I was so frightened, I wanted to run right out of the house. Then I heard footsteps approaching and voices. I'd better hide. I stepped back into the kitchen, hoping no one would see me.
Sally, maybe we...
He's probably fallen asleep in his armchair as usual.
But that nosy neighbor, she'll hear the shot.
How can she hear the shot? The gun has a silencer. Look, he's sleeping. Now, don't think about anything. Just do it, and it's all over. And then we'll turn the place upside down, and they'll think it was a burglar.
But you don't...
Hurry. Do it. Do it. Just aim it. And now... pull the trigger. See? See? Now let's just make a mess of it in here and...
Wait. Sally.
What is it?
Sally, look at this room. It's been ransacked. Somebody's been here. Wait a minute.
What?
Your husband. He's got a bullet wound. Yes, that's what it is. In his head. That's not where I aimed. See, look. Mine hit him in the chest.
Harry, do you know what it means? There was an actual burglary, and the thief killed Adam. He did it for us.
Oh, good. Then I didn't kill him. Listen, I think we better get out of here.
Oh, yes, quickly.
Hold it. Don't move. All right, where are you going?
Sheriff, it's me, Mrs. Cartwright.
Yes, I got a report of a gunshot up here. Now, who is this man? Why does he have a gun in his hand? Take it away from him, Tom. Let's see what we got here. What are you trying to tell me, Dorcas?
Sheriff, they didn't kill him. Right after I called you, I ran up to the house. what they had planned to do, shoot at him and then make it look as if the place had been ransacked, had already been done for them by a real burglar. Adam was dead when I arrived, and then almost immediately after, they showed up. Harry Tyler shot Adam without realizing poor Adam was already dead. I saw the whole thing.
You did, huh? Well, Dorcas, you're making a generous but a misguided effort to help her.
Oh, but Sheriff,
They're obviously lovers. Now, we can prove it. She was married to an old man who had to be in the way. Case is open and shut. State's attorney wants to go to trial. And I guarantee you he'll get a conviction. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I tried. If there's nothing I can do about it, I suppose that will just have to be the end of it.
And it was. The jury found Sally Cartwright and Harry Tyler guilty of murder in the first degree. Each was sentenced to life imprisonment. Each will be eligible for parole 26 years from now. But you won't have to wait nearly that long to hear from me, because I shall return shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
The game goes on. It's played all around us every day. The game of life and love and death. The game is played according to the rules. And one of the rules, even if it's an unwritten rule, is that May and December cannot long live together. For December must pretend to be warm and May to be cold. Sooner or later, something must snap and break and die, as we have seen, and shall see again and again, as long as vanity, foolishness, and greed remain in this world. Our cast included Carol Teitel, Cynthia Harris, Arnold Moss, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Of a northern Irish border town recently received a standing ovation from 1,500 of his parishioners.
Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. The meek shall inherit the earth, it is written. It is also believed that the weak shall ultimately triumph over the strong. Of course, the word to pay attention to here is ultimately. While it's reassuring to know that the meek shall inherit the earth in the long run, it's pretty discouraging to realize that we're in for a long, long wait. You and I probably won't even be around to see it. But perhaps in a century or two, things will really start rolling. But why?
Because it's wrong to be in love with an enemy.
An enemy?
One who can destroy an entire world is called an enemy.
What world?
My world, Manitu.
But why? How would I destroy your world?
So easily, you would not even know you were doing it.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Stick of Manitu, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Victoria Dan and stars Keir DeLay and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you get both with the Master Mechanic 45-piece tool set, now just $27.49. It's versatile, with both 1/4 and 3/8-inch drive sockets, reversible ratchet and speeder disc. Plus, it includes a hacksaw with 10 assorted blades, sturdy toolbox, and it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or a free replacement. Get it now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
In Poland, people are standing in line to go hungry. At the end of many lines, there is not enough food. But at the end of other lines, there is hope. The agencies of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal, they are getting through with food and other aid. Right now. Today. Won't you please help? Don't let the end of the line be the end of the line. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150, or call 1-800-228-3900. That's 1-800-228-3900. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
A million stars glitter against the black velvet sky like gems in a jewel case. Through the thick, domed window, it is obvious that there is also a magnificent party. The guests wear their most dazzling gowns, and the most elegant silver and crystal ornament the tables. And why not? This is the most glamorous event of the social season. But we are not atop the highest hotel in New York City, nor are we in London or Paris. It is 300 years in the future, and we are not even on Earth.
Would Madame care for another drink?
No, thank you.
A glass of champagne, perhaps?
No, nothing, please. Oh, just a moment.
Yes, Madame?
How do I get out of here?
Madame wishes to leave?
Yes.
Madame is not enjoying the party?
No.
Perhaps Madame would care for some fresh air.
Fresh air?
Through the corridor, there is a small terrace. If Madame would just turn left at the end of the passageway...
Why don't you show me?
I am just a waiter.
Oh, you'd rather not?
I did not say that. I merely stated that I am just a waiter.
Oh, really, I understand.
Madame, you do not understand.
Don't call me Madame. It sounds like I'm 10,000 years old. My name is...
I know your name, Miss Abbott.
Right now I feel 10,000 years old, and I bet I'm younger than you.
You're quite correct.
And I'm not bad looking either.
You are the loveliest woman in the galaxy.
Oh!
Forgive me, I have spoken too much already.
No, that's all right. It's just that
there you are.
Oh, Mr. Brock, were you looking for me?
Was I looking for? What kind of a question is that? Of course I was. What do you want?
I was just refilling Madame's glass, sir.
Yeah. Well, how long exactly does that take? You've been loitering here for almost 5 minutes.
If you will excuse me.
That was extremely rude of you, Mr. Brock.
Listen, the man is not employed to mingle with the guests.
Well, that's none of your business.
He was mingling with you, Miss Owl, and that is my business.
What does that mean?
Well, someone in your position.
Must we go through that again?
Now, look. You are a diplomat, and there are certain codes of behavior.
No one tells me how to behave. Do you understand that? No one.
Wait a minute. You forget who you are, Miss Apple. The Minister of Culture for this entire quadrant of the galaxy. You represent...
It's hardly necessary to furnish me with a job description.
Well, sometimes you need to be reminded that you are no longer a performer.
I am reminded every day.
And that this is not the dance theater of Mars.
Every day, every hour, every moment. How could I forget?
And also, that conduct that might have been perfectly acceptable in a traveling ballet company is considered quite bohemian for the Minister of Culture.
Bohemian. There's a word you don't hear anymore.
It's disturbing that you don't take any advice more seriously.
Oh, how can I? You presume a great deal, Mr. Brock.
Well, I feel it's my duty.
Your duty is to represent the Ministry of Trade. I think you'd have enough to worry about without concerning yourself with the Ministry of Culture.
I want to concern myself about the Minister of Culture.
Mr. Brock.
Listen, in the past 6 months that we have traveled together on this government mission...
Mr. Brock, we have already discussed this.
We have been going from planet to planet and spending so much time in the same spaceship.
Speaking of the spaceship, aren't we supposed to be taking off in the morning?
You're changing the subject.
I've been nervous about it all night.
Nervous about what?
Manitu.
Oh, Manitu. You mean the next planet on our agenda?
Well, how can you stand there and act so blasé?
It's just another Class 7 planet.
Just another... Listen, Brock, I've made up my mind. I'm not going.
What? You're not going?
Don't try to change my mind. You should hear what they're saying about that place.
I can't imagine what you've heard. Manitu is a peaceful little world, inhabited by gentle, primitive humanoids.
You forgot to add that visitors have a strange habit of disappearing once they get there.
Nonsense.
I was talking to the Governor General tonight. He informed me that his sphere of influence is limited. He cannot guarantee our safety once we land on Manitu.
You worry too much.
Well, somehow I don't think it is just gossip.
Well, believe me, if it were that dangerous, the government would not send us there.
I'm not so sure.
And what exactly does that mean?
We are expendable.
Miss Apple.
What are we? We're just a part of a succession of diplomats. We're not irreplaceable.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I guess you wouldn't understand, Mr. Brock. That's why we've always had this problem.
What problem?
Communicating. And now, if you'll excuse me, I really think I need some fresh air.
Miss Avenue.
Oh, it's you.
I saw you leaving the party.
It's lovely out here, isn't it?
Yes, lovely.
I'm so sorry about the way Mr. Brock spoke to you before.
It is of no consequence.
You won't get into trouble for being out here, will you?
That, too, is of little consequence.
What is of any consequence?
Only that your mind be set at ease.
How do you know that my mind isn't at ease?
You are afraid. You have heard stories about a place you are to visit.
That's right.
It is called Manitu, 5th planet from the sun.
Yes.
The stories that you have heard, that some who go there never return.
Well, people talk very loudly at parties, don't they?
These are very old stories. One hears them all the time.
You mean they're not true?
No, they are true.
Well, that does it then. I'm definitely not going.
That would be a mistake.
Why?
Because perhaps if you went there, you wouldn't wish to come back.
You sound as if you've been to Manitu.
I have.
You?
Don't look so astonished. I have traveled extensively throughout the galaxy.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Of course not, Miss Averill. It is not in your nature to be unkind. But to explain about my traveling, you see, I spent 10 years as a steward on some of the great space cruisers. I've been to the Beta Hedra system, to Centauri, to Mars, and even Earth. And that's where I first saw you.
You saw me before tonight?
It was in the city of Omaha. You were performing in a ballet called, I believe, Swan Lake.
Yes, Swan Lake.
I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful.
Well, those days are over.
Forgive me. I should not have stirred old memories.
They're over. They'll never come back.
I'm sorry to have spoken of it.
And so the government gives me a consolation prize in recognition of my contribution to the arts. I am appointed Minister of Culture at Large. And I'm supposed to be honored because I've been recycled. Grateful because I'm still alive. After all, as everybody keeps telling me, not many people survive accidents like the one I was in. You were saying about Manitu.
It can be a frightening place.
I thought you wanted to set my mind at ease.
It can also be a joyful place, a gentle place.
Now I'm confused.
That is why you must go there, to clear up your confusion.
Why do I get the impression that we're talking about two different things, Mr. But I don't know your name.
Idri.
Well, Mr. Idri.
It is just Idri.
Oh, how unusual.
Not where I come from.
And where do you come from?
Miss Averill, perhaps you should be returning to the party.
Aren't you going to answer my question?
Your colleague, Mr. Brock, will be wondering where you have gone.
Let him wonder.
But I assumed that...
You assumed what?
I was under the impression that...
Yes?
That you and he...
Our relationship is strictly professional.
Ah. I am pleased to learn of this.
Are you?
I beg your pardon, Miss Averill. I should not be out here talking of such things.
Oh, I see.
No, I don't believe you do.
It's because I'm a cabinet minister, and you're a level 3 food attendant.
No.
Of course, like everybody else in this part of the galaxy, you're obsessed by some idiotic class system.
The truth has nothing to do with insignificant, arbitrary social stratifications.
Then what is the truth?
The feelings that I have, that I've always had for you, are wrong.
You mean you've always... Why? Why are they wrong?
Because it is wrong to be in love with an enemy.
An enemy?
One who can destroy an entire world is called an enemy.
What world?
My world. Manitu.
Ask a strange question, and it seems you always get a strange answer. The words love and enemy, one must admit, are not commonly found in the same sentence. According to Mr. Oscar Wilde, however, a man cannot be too careful in his choice of enemies. And this man called Idri, it appears, has not exactly gone out of his way to avoid Miss Averill. Precisely what he has to fear from her will have to wait until I return with Act 2.
Popeye stars a real fun-time treat. I see gold that can't be beat.
Ice Quick Freeze bars make a tasty treat anytime. Perfect for the whole family. Enjoy a delicious munch with a fruity flavor punch.
Here's how to tell Skyhawk, the new smaller Buick, with your eyes closed. The doors, for instance, sound like this. Unless you get the sedan, then it's like this. Similarly, the hood and the trunk shut with a satisfyingly solid... The new Skyhawk, you see, is very precisely built and inspected hundreds of times in hundreds of places, so everything fits like... Excepting, of course, where people sit. There, the fit is more like... The new Buick Skyhawk. Everything fits beautifully, including you.
Need a suggestion for Father's Day? Well, here's a terrific gift idea from Jacobson's.
John White soft cider luggage to give Dad plenty of room to pack everything he needs.
John White's garment bags, weekenders, totes, briefcases, everything. All with distinctive, easy-to-care-for, good looks.
And all of the pieces are carry-on. That's one of the things that's so nice about the John White's collection.
So, traveling business dads...
And well-deserved vacation dads...
can get in and out of hotels and airports fast. And that's especially important when Dad's pressed for time. And who isn't these days?
So stop by the luggage department at Jacobson's, where the service is friendly and the selection is excellent.
Sturdy, lightweight, practical John White's luggage for Father's Day.
For a great gift idea Dads on the go will really appreciate. Go to Jacobson's.
The year is 2288. And not only has man flown his rockets to the moon, but he has also succeeded in sending his spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, and solar systems beyond. Earth colonies span the many asteroids and planets circling stars, other than the one we call the sun. And on one of these small outposts, on a world too insignificant to mention, Miss Arlene Averill, a traveling diplomat, has just been confronted with a rather perplexing situation. One does not often receive a declaration of war and a declaration of love in the same breath.
You come from the planet Manitu?
Yes.
Well, how can that be? You look human.
I could say the same thing about you, Miss Averill.
Well, it's just that I didn't realize that the natives of Manitu looked so much like...
Natives? What an interesting word. Yes, we look like Earth people.
Yet you are working here as a level 3 food attendant.
It was necessary in order to meet you.
And now that you've met me, you stand here and you call me your enemy.
Yes.
And you tell me that I can destroy you.
No, that is not what I said.
Oh?
Miss Elena Averill, the woman, cannot destroy me. Miss Elena Averill, the Minister of Culture, can destroy my world.
Why do you say these things to me? I've done nothing. I've said nothing.
It is not what you have done. It is what you will do. Tomorrow, you and Mr. Brock will travel to Manitu to investigate the possibility of establishing diplomatic relations.
And that makes me your enemy?
Possibly.
But our intentions are peaceful. I explore avenues of exchange between civilizations. You see, every planet has something unique to contribute, to share. Sometimes it's art, or dance, or music.
Yes, music. On Manitu, our music is our greatest joy.
Yes, but no one knows of this, not even I until now.
With good reason.
And if one possesses a thing of beauty, what could be better than to share it with others?
Some things are private, personal. They are not meant to be shared. That is why your good intentions can be dangerous.
Hitler, this doesn't make any sense.
Because we have not added the final ingredient. Mr. Brock, the Minister of Trade. What function does he perform?
He negotiates trade treaties on behalf of the Galactic Colonial Council.
That assumes the people of Manitu wish to trade.
Well, why wouldn't they?
And what exactly would we be trading?
Well, I don't know. I mean, whatever valuable resources your planet has to offer.
In exchange for what?
Anything you want.
And what if we do not want anything?
Well, surely you need certain things. Money, food, medical
We
supplies.
do not need these things.
Well, of course you do. Everybody does.
Then you have decided.
Yes.
And you are coming to Manitu.
Yes. Actually, I have no choice. My orders are to proceed there as soon as possible.
I also have no choice.
What do you mean?
Shouldn't that be obvious? I am going with you.
Captain, why this interminable delay?
We're operating with half a crew, Mr. Brock.
Half a crew? That's outrageous.
A lot of the men called in sick. You know how it is.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, actually, it's to be expected. I assure you we don't often have this problem, but we always have it on this particular route. Nobody wants to go.
I don't understand, Captain.
A lot of the men are afraid, sir.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I'm sure you know all the stories.
Captain, that's all they are. Stories.
Not quite true. The past 10 years, I'd say we've lost about a dozen crewmen.
What do you mean, lost?
Exactly what I said. The ship stops off on Manitu. A few of the guys want to take a look around, stretch their legs. Some of them never come back.
Oh, what do you think happens to them?
I don't know. If you want the truth, I'd rather not think about it.
Well, you don't suppose they're killed, do you?
Yeah, we're about ready to leave, sir. I suggest you secure for liftoff.
You rang for the steward, sir?
Yeah. Something's wrong with the food dispenser. I programmed it for roast beef, and all I got is scrambled eggs. Doesn't anything work on this ship?
I'll see what I can do about it, sir.
Push all the buttons you want, it doesn't do any good. I already... Hey, wait a minute.
It appears to be a faulty circuit. I'll send up a technician.
Wait a minute. You're that waiter. Yeah, last week at the reception on Epsilon 40. What are you doing on this ship?
As you can see, I work here.
You certainly get around, don't you?
Actually, I am on my way home.
Now, why should that interest me?
My home happens to be your destination, Manitu.
You mean you live there?
I was born there, Mr. Brock.
Born there? Hey, then that would make you one of the natives.
That word again. Yes, Mr. Brock, I am one of the natives. And I recommend you talk to me with a little less belligerence and a little more tact. After all, you are a diplomat.
Well, so what does that have to do with you?
It might interest you to know I am to serve as your guide. The liaison, if you will, between your government and the people of Manitu.
On whose authority?
My credentials, Mr. Brock. But since they're not written in the universal language, I hardly expect you to understand them.
All right, well, I'll take your word for it. So, what happens when we land?
That depends.
On what?
On whether or not my people like you.
Listen, this is my business. I don't care if they like me or not.
That won't do. Oh, no, sir, that won't do at all. The tone in your voice is most irritating.
Yeah, well, that's the way I talk. There's nothing I can do about that.
I suggest you try. My people are very sensitive to sound.
Yeah, well, I can't help that. What do you want me to do? Get a new voice?
Perhaps if you spoke a little softer, a little gentler.
I don't need you to tell me how to speak.
We will be landing later in the afternoon. Until then, Mr. Brock. Please, come in, Elena. I mean, Miss Abigail.
I didn't even know you were aboard.
It is a rather large ship.
And you have obviously been avoiding me.
Perhaps.
I found out from Brock that... Is it true that you are the official liaison?
Yes.
And what's going to happen?
As I told your colleague, it all depends.
On what?
On you, Miss Averil.
Huh? 1 minute it's Arlena, and the next minute it's Miss Avril. Now make up your mind, Idri.
I cannot.
But you cared about me.
I do.
You certainly don't act it.
I love you. I want to protect you. But I also love Manitu and wish to protect it.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid that I might have to make a choice between the two.
But why must there be any choice at all?
Alena, I beg you to reconsider. When we land on my planet, stay aboard the ship.
But I've got a job to do.
I haven't been completely honest with you. There is something that you must know about Manitu.
What?
When I first spoke to you the night of the party, I said our music was our greatest joy.
Yes, I remember.
But when I told you that we did not like to share with others this special gift, it was not quite true. My people are more than willing to share their music with others.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then there isn't any problem.
It is Mr. Brock. I hope when the time comes that you will understand this.
When what time comes?
I cannot tell you anymore.
When what time comes, Idri? Tell me. Please.
Mr. Brock, now that we've landed on Manitu, I'd like to remind you and the members of your party that we cannot be responsible for your safety.
You have reminded me during the entire trip, Captain.
This ship will remain here for 1 week before continuing on to the next destination. If you want my advice...
Captain, I'm not interested in your advice. Miss Avril, we're waiting for you.
I'm right here, Mr. Brock.
Where's that self-proclaimed guide of yours?
Behind you, sir.
Yeah. Well, how about we get a move on,
As you wish.
I've only got a week.
That's quite true.
Yeah, just 1 week to see if this place has anything worth negotiating a treaty about.
Indeed, sir. 1 week is certainly all the time you have.
So where is everybody?
Who?
Your natives.
Ah, that word again.
Yeah, and the buildings. Don't you have any buildings? Houses? Huts?
Beyond that hill, in the forest.
How primitive are your people, Idri?
Very, by your standards. Are you quite sure you wish to accompany us, Alena?
No, so now it's Arlena.
Yes, I'm sure.
What's that?
The drums are playing a welcome.
That's a good sign, isn't it?
It is not a welcome for you. It is a welcome for me.
Well, what are we waiting for? How about taking us to your leader?
Very well. Follow me.
Okay, how much further is it?
Only through this glade.
Do you suppose that we could just rest for a moment?
We are almost there, Alena.
Is this it?
We are here.
Yeah. Not much of a town, is it?
I think it's lovely. Thatched cottages, flowers. It reminds me of a storybook. That's what it's like, an old-fashioned storybook village.
Yeah. So these are your people, huh?
Yes.
Awfully quiet, aren't they?
They cannot speak until the king has spoken. It is the custom.
Which one is the king? The one with a beard 3 feet long? He must be 200 years old if he's a day.
No, that is Tashti, the great sage.
Where is the king, Idri?
Actually, Aleda, he's right here. That's something else I did not tell you. I am the king.
The time has come to talk of many things, said the walrus. Of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. Of course, in our story, we are only interested in the last item. Our enigmatic friend Idri seems to be delivering one surprise after another. As long as we're quoting Mr. Lewis Carroll, it's safe to add that things are becoming curiouser and curiouser. Where exactly they'll lead is anybody's guess, until I come back shortly with Act 3.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's capital, desire, and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
It's Athletes versus MS. We're at Lime Rock Auto Track in Connecticut. Meet Ron Gagne.
I used to race cars, but it takes a lot of coordination and quick response. I had it until MS, multiple sclerosis, attacked my central nervous system.
With Ron Gagne, Paul Newman, actor and fellow race driver, and his racing teammate, Terry Knight.
My teammate Terry and I race against the clock, just like Ron here. We want to beat multiple sclerosis before it beats him. You see, multiple sclerosis doesn't just cripple. So we all have to find a cure before it's too late. Help us get Ron back on the road to good health. Send a check to the MS Society. When you help, we all win.
This message has been brought to you by the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, 205 East 42nd Street, New York City, 10017.
Favorite theme in legend and folklore concerned princes and kings who, tiring of their lives at the royal courts, would don elaborate disguises and travel about the land incognito. 300 years in the future, we have just been introduced to another such king. Instead of traveling the land, however, he has traveled the galaxy. But this story is not exactly a fairy tale. In fact, in a moment, we may discover that what it actually resembles is a nightmare.
You're the king.
Is this true, Idri?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
It was not important.
I didn't even know this planet had a king.
It was not necessary for you to know.
Yeah, well, you could have saved me a lot of time and trouble. We could have negotiated our trade agreement back there on Epsilon 40.
The people. What are they saying?
It is Mr. Brock's voice.
What about my voice?
My people find it disturbing. What word may I use? Dissonant.
Oh, how beautiful. I've never heard music like that before.
Sounds like an ordinary flute to me.
No, Mr. Brock. Can't you tell a difference?
As far as I'm concerned, a flute is a flute.
It's like saying a dancer is a dancer. Well, there are ordinary dancers, and then there are extraordinary dancers, and there's a world of difference. World of difference.
The instrument being played by that boy is called a Leia.
Leia? How beautiful.
In our language, it means magic stick.
I know now what you meant when you said music was your greatest joy. Oh, Idri, you must allow your people to share that music with the rest of the galaxy.
Our music is a very private, personal thing.
Oh, so lovely. Leia, magic stick. Even the instrument itself is beautiful. What's it made of?
It's carved so exquisitely.
Yeah. It's all very lovely, but very quaint. Do you think we can get down to business now?
I don't believe you're making a very good impression, Mr. Brock. You really must try to be a little less discordant. I have told you my people are very sensitive to sound.
Listen, my voice is my voice, and there's not much I can do about it.
There is one thing you can do about it.
What?
Not talk.
Now, look here, Your Highness.
I sincerely recommend you take my advice, Mr. Brock. Tashti.
Welcome home, Your Most Reverend Highness.
It is with great delight that I return, most noble and wisest father.
Who are these strangers you have brought among us, Idri?
Tashti, I present to you Arlena Aberin.
A most melodious name.
And this is Mr. Brock.
Brock. This is a name with a voice to match, I fear.
We will not speak of this now.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but...
Later, Tashti.
Something wrong, Idri?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. Arlena.
Good morning, Idri.
Have you seen Mr. Brock?
I believe he went for a walk.
A walk?
That sweet old man, the one called Tashti. He's showing him around.
You do not seem as unhappy as you were that night at Omicron 40.
Well, I'm not.
Perhaps it is because you do not feel the pain anymore.
What pain?
You are a dancer who can no longer dance.
Oh. That pain.
I remember that pain because I know it all too well.
Oh, how could you possibly know what it feels like? To fly, to float, the magic, and then to lose it all because of some senseless, stupid accident. Oh, modern medical science is a wonderful thing. Afterwards, there were just no scars and barely any limp. But that imperceptible something, the magic, was taken away, and I was left ordinary.
But Arlena, I know what it is like to lose the magic.
Oh, how can you?
You see, I too had a gift. My gift was music. Listen. Do you hear that boy play? 10 years ago, I played in such a way. It was magic. And just like you, I flew. My heart touched the top of the trees, the stars. And one day, I too had lost it. My hand was badly crushed in an accident, every bit as senseless as yours. But there are no sophisticated doctors on Manitu. And later, as I traveled through the galaxy, the hand and the fingers were replaced. But the magic was gone.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Idri. I had no idea.
I left my people, my planet, to seek out new magic. I found it the first time I saw you dance.
Oh.
And later, in a museum which houses many great art treasures of Earth, I saw the magic in some ancient paintings. And suddenly the pain was gone, Arlena, because I knew the magic was still there. Maybe not in me, but somewhere else.
I think I understand.
That's why I wanted you to come here, to hear the magic. But...
Idri, something is wrong, and I think you better tell me what it is.
Arlena, I told you before, we are a primitive planet. Our culture, Arlena, is primitive.
Idri, what is it?
It is something terrible.
Terrible?
Haven't you wondered how we make this beautiful music? How we make the layer? Why it is called the magic stick?
I think you had better tell me.
Arlena, you will find out soon enough.
Hey, Tashti, float. Well, yeah.
You wish to see as much of the forest as possible in as short a period of time, and I am obliging you.
Yeah. All right. Just give me a minute, too, to catch my breath, will you?
What is that machine you are using?
It's called a mineral indicator.
A what?
It shows the exact location and quantity of various metals and precious stones. Hey, you know, we're standing right over the richest norenium vein in this solar system.
How interesting. What is norenium?
Norenium? It's used to power our spaceships, Tashki. And over there, about 20 feet down, is more gold.
Obviously, you place a great deal of value in these things.
This is better than I hoped for, I'll tell you.
Really?
Oh, boy, once we negotiate this trade agreement, your people are going to be rich beyond your wildest dreams.
Rich?
Yeah, rich. As in money.
Money. What is money?
It's a medium of exchange.
What do you exchange?
Whatever you want. All you have to do is name it.
What if we do not want anything?
Everybody wants something, Tashti.
And you want what is under the ground.
Yeah, and don't worry. I'm sure you and I can reach some equitable agreement.
What if we are not interested in such an arrangement?
Well, I'm sure then we could convince you.
Convince us?
We can use power when we're forced to. Only as a last resort, of course, Mr. Tashti. You see, we need that norenium.
I see.
And if you cooperate, we can work something out to our mutual advantage. If you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I am beginning to understand all too well.
Well, Miss Averill, while you were busy doing nothing, I have spent the entire day putting together my report. And I may tell you, it is highly impressive. These savages are sitting on a treasure house. Don't even know it.
Mr. Brock, I hope you showed a little tact. These people are very sensitive.
Sensitive? They're like little children.
You just can't bulldoze everything in your path.
Why not? These people are living over the richest vein of norenium. Do you know how much money we're talking about here? And these people don't even care. Can you believe it? Money means nothing to them.
Please lower your voice.
You and I, Arlena, we can get a cut of this. Can you imagine how rich you and I can be?
I don't want anything from you.
Yeah, sure. You'd rather sit with that string bean who calls himself a king for reasons which completely escape me. And listen to music to charm snakes by. I simply don't understand you anymore. Now what?
Most noble and reverend King Idri, your people have made their judgment.
I implore the people to be considered.
We must protect ourselves from those who would encroach upon us.
Yes, Tashti, I know. Do what you must.
What is going on, Idri?
Mr. Brock, you have been warned.
What are you talking about?
We did not invite you to our planet. You came here of your own volition. You did not ask permission. You simply came. And in doing so, you have greatly offended the people of Manitu.
How have I offended anyone?
You possess one grievous fault, Mr. Brock. You cannot or will not hear the music.
I haven't got the vaguest idea.
We ask you now to leave us, to walk down that path through the glade towards your spaceship and never return to us again.
This is ridiculous.
You cannot or will not hear the music.
You people are crazy.
Leave us. Leave us this moment. Your very presence here is offensive.
Okay. Have it your way. I'll leave. But I guarantee you, I'll be back.
I assure you, Mr. Brock, you will never return to us. That is, until you are a changed man.
Imperial Highness, allow me to escort this man through the glade. I would not wish him to lose his way.
Yes, Tashti. Show Mr. Brock the proper path.
I don't understand what could have happened to Brock.
Yes, it is very strange.
The captain says he never arrived at the ship.
How curious.
And I wonder what could have possessed him to run so fast. Mr. Tashti says he couldn't keep up with the pace and fell behind.
It is obvious that he has lost his way.
Yes, of course, that's what it was. He lost his way, but... Idri, is it really possible for a person to simply disappear?
Yes.
Without absolutely a trace?
Oh, there is always a trace, I suppose. But now I see the captain is giving the signal to board. And you and I must say goodbye for the present.
After I finish my tour of duty, I would like very much to return to this planet.
And to me?
Yes, Idri. And to you. Oh, listen, the music. It's more beautiful than I've ever heard before.
It is a new melody. It has never been played before.
It's superb. Truly. Magic.
Also, it is a new layer.
You know, Idri, you never did tell me what they carve the magic stick from.
Bone.
What kind of bone?
Animal bone.
What kind of animal?
Elena, actually, that's an ancient Manitu secret. Perhaps one day I will tell you.
And who knows, maybe you will. Obviously, Miss Arlene Averill isn't the most observant person in the galaxy. Or maybe she's a lot smarter than we give her credit for. In any case, while it isn't obvious to her, it's obvious to me that while Mr. Brock never had a touch of harmony in his soul, he most certainly has music in his bones. I'll be back in a moment.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with pre-redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share in today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Music, said the poet, is the universal language of mankind. Mr. Longfellow probably had no idea how universal that language is destined to become. Radio waves now carry the music and sounds of Earth towards an infinity of uncharted worlds. Mankind messages travel on through the eternity called space. 300 years from today, who knows how far man himself will travel, and what kinds of creatures he is destined to cross paths with. What is known, however, is that the greatest need of any civilization is to be able to communicate. Our cast included Kid Lay, Fred Gwynn, Marion Seldes, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Please, I must see her. She's my
Our fruit and nut ice creams. Why, for over 100 years,
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. We live by, swear by, and die in a technological world. Yet more and more people find that science does not explain life. With one hand it has blessed us. With the other it has polluted our planet. And so many have turned for their peace of mind to psychic phenomena. Our tale today concerns one man's desperate attempt to make real the world of the occult before it destroys his life forever.
Gwen, what's that sign on the floor of the tool shed?
It's called the Devil's Mark. It's as old as the Druids.
I can see it's old and faded, but what does it mean?
When a witch is initiated into the devil's service, Satan puts that mark upon her as a token of his authority over her.
What do you suppose it's doing on the floor of the tool shed?
Robbie, that is something I hope never to find out. Our mystery drama, The Tool Shed, was adapted from a story by Henry James, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars John Vickery. I shall return shortly with Act One. Turn back the clock 100 years. Even then, the secret art of the metaphysical was already centuries old. The leading exponent of that esoteric science is the British author Martin Haseltine, who has just published a book that has raised Victorian hackles, eyebrows, and fears, which is why our curtain rises on the sanctum sanctorum of the London Times, the office of its distinguished editor, T.R. Purcell.
Robinson, have you completed your feature story on Epping Forest?
Yes, I have, T.R. Queen Victoria gave a nice speech, said that from now on Epping Forest was the preserve of all the English people, a gift from the Crown, etc., etc.
Ah, how did the old girl look?
Considering she's 71, she's in fine health and great spirits. Said something interesting, that the world should go back to nature, to the natural, that we're too preoccupied with the strange and secret arts. And I think she was talking about Haseltine's mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo?
Yes, all that mumbo-jumbo in that book he wrote that's spreading like wildfire.
Ah, that's why I called you into my office. I went to school with Haseltine. Actually, I was just graduating as he was entering, but I know him. I have arranged for you to go down to Dover to get an exclusive interview. The first he has ever given to anyone.
T.R., that's a fabulous assignment. I've always wanted to meet him.
I think he'll take to you, Robinson. Start with his current novel, Gods of Egypt. There's no question it is influencing the growing cult of adherence to black magic in England and through the continent.
Black magic exists in America, too, I understand.
I hear that certain passages in Haseltine's book are being used by worshippers of the occult, and more have begun to practice the Black Mass.
Is that evil?
Check the files, Robinson, for unexplained suicides. That will tell you. Practitioners who have jumped to their death from bell towers, even from the Dover cliffs where Haseltine lives.
There's no explanation.
The ones who have survived claim they believed they had wings and would fly.
Opium?
Possibly.
When do I go?
Haseltine expects you down in Dover tomorrow, so catch the earliest train you can. And Robinson.
Yes, T.R.?
Disabuse yourself of the notion that all this is mumbo-jumbo, as you call it. It is very real.
Robinson Crane, is that you?
Mr. Hazeltine, sir. I didn't expect you to meet me at the station.
Why not? The morning trains are always on time. Good trip?
I was reading Gods of Egypt. Time went very quickly.
Ah, good man, good man. Doing your homework?
No, for pleasure. It's the third time.
You don't say so. How's Purcell? Oh, T.R.
Just fine, and he sends you his regards, and he's grateful you're giving the Times this interview.
I can't think why he didn't ask me before this. I've been in print for 20 years. Come along, we'll walk it. Can you manage that bag?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you'll have to stop calling me sir. Call me Martin. I gather quite a tornado has blown over Gods of Egypt. It's all history. I set the novel against what happened, what people used to believe in. Don't know why they make such a fuss over it today.
Actually, what I'd like to do is a kind of short biography. A profile of you.
Not full face. The author at work. I know that kind of thing. Now, my door is open to you. You will meet my wife, my secretary. I have a little boy, marvelous child. He's 7 and... Well, write whatever you wish to write.
You said too much attention was being paid to the Gods of Egypt.
Misdirected attention. That's why I agreed to have you come by. I want to set the record straight. I don't believe in witchcraft. Once scrapped, never did. Never will. But there is a purely historical background to my novels.
I'll certainly be glad to help you, as you say, set the record straight.
Oh, no. This is our house. One thing more, Robinson. You may find my little family have some peculiar beliefs, habits, quirks, things that appear different to you. Take them at the face value. Don't interpret their actions. Well, here's the gate.
What a view. The channel's very calm today, isn't it?
Uncommonly so. Gwendolyn, come and meet a top-notch feature writer from the Times. That beautiful girl walking toward us, believe it or not, is from America. She's my secretary. Very good, too. Helps my wife with the housekeeping, taking care of the little boy. Gwen, I'd like you to meet Robinson Crane. He's going to write about us.
How do you do, Miss...
You can call her Gwen. Everyone does.
Yes.
How do you do? You mind if I call you Robbie?
Not at all. I suppose you Americans give everyone nicknames.
Martin, may I see you alone a moment?
No, you may not. You may talk to me here and now.
No, but...
There are no buts.
It's about Dorothy. If you'll excuse us, Robbie.
He will not, and I will not. I told this young man he is to write about us as he sees us, warts and all. No secrets, nothing held back. Dorothy is my wife, and Gwen here acts as a kind of mother hen. Dorothy is a very nervous person.
Your boy, Hermes, has run off somewhere, and Dorothy can't find him.
Come along, Robinson. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Hazeltine, and we'll have a go at finding Hermes. Gwen, my dear, lead the way.
I'm beside myself with worry, Martin. Hermes has disappeared.
Well, Gwen will find him.
If I can't find him, she can't.
We'll see. Remember, Dorothy, my telling you about T.R. Purcell? We shared Cambridge briefly. He left as I entered. The editor of the London Times. Well, he has sent this young man to observe us in our native habitat and write a feature. His name is Robinson Crane.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
As you can see, Robinson, Dorothy is the most formal member of our little tribe. Now, Gwen, where should we look for our little truant?
Dorothy, what about the tool shed? The tool shed? I looked in there. Besides, Hermes had been warned not to go in. He wouldn't. It's worth another try. Let me go. I'll do it. I'm the boy's mother, thank you. If I find him in there, I'll give him what for.
Of course, she won't do anything like that. She won't even scold him. She'll kiss him and make a great fuss. My wife is devoted to our son, and I don't take that lightly. You see, our boy was born mute.
Mute? That is sad.
Yes. We've taken him to every specialist in England and Europe. They can't find anything wrong, organically. It's a puzzle. But they don't even hold out any hope for Hermes.
His name is Hermes. Hermes.
Actually, the name was Gwen's idea.
It's the Greek for the Egyptian god Thoth. You might say Hermes was the very first god of the occult. It's a very pretty name.
Let us get into the house. And I'll show you your room where you can unpack, and I will open a bottle. What's your preference? The grain or the grape?
The Scotch will be fine. But I wasn't planning on staying. I thought we'd talk all day, and then I'd take the evening train back to London.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. What kind of a profile do you think you could do on Martin Hazeltine in a few hours?
Matter of fact, I did come prepared for the weekend.
Come in and join us, Dorothy. Bring your little friend. Gwen, Robinson and I are enjoying a taste of the Highland pot still. So you found the little runaway, did you? Gwen, be a good girl. Pour Dorothy a tumblerful.
No, thank you. Nothing at all. Oh, Hermes, darling, sit still on Mummy's lap.
You're right. He's a handsome little boy.
We think so.
And he's 7 years old.
Just. Aren't you, Hermes, darling?
Hermes, this is Robinson Crane. He's from the London Times, a very big, influential newspaper. He's going to do a story about us. Where were you, son?
In the tool shed, just as Gwen said. Sitting on the floor. I can't understand it. He wasn't there when I looked before.
It's his magic carpet. Wish I had a place I could disappear from sometimes.
Is there something about the tool shed that's dangerous? Oh, how stupid of me, of course. Sharp garden tools.
He's right. We should keep it locked up.
What garden tools? Nothing is stored in there.
Oh, Dorothy, you know it's completely empty. Always has been. Hermes just likes to go there and sit on the floor.
Hermes, come to your father. Dorothy, let him go.
Well, if you won't put a padlock on the door, I will.
Dorothy, did you hear what I said? Let the boy go so that he can come to me.
I'm taking him upstairs to bed. Up we go.
To bed? It's not his bedtime.
Time for his nap. Mr. Crane, I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Martin will have a lot to tell you about his books, I'm sure.
Mrs. Hazeltine, I think the Times readers would like very much to know the feelings of the wife of a great writer, especially what you think of his books.
I'm sorry I shan't be able to accommodate you. I have not read any of them, and I don't intend to. Well, Robbie, what do you think? You've been here most of the day, had dinner with us, and observed the Hazeltine family at home.
I don't know what to think, Gwen. Martin said you'd been working for him for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Since I was 18. I came as a replacement typist and stayed on.
Gwen, while it's still light, I'm fascinated by the tool shed. Could you take me to see it?
Certainly. We better take a lantern. There are no windows and it's dark in there. Interesting you should want to see it. Do you know why you do?
Curiosity, I guess. It's as though something inside me tells me this story on Martin Hazeltine begins in the tool shed. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you.
I'll get the lantern. We'll go see for ourselves.
Has this tool shed been here for a long time? I mean, is it old?
A few hundred years. In the 1500s, it was built by a widow. She lived in this tiny room. She was accused of being a witch and was stoned to death. And then, a few hundred years later, it was repaired and became a dairy for the people who owned the house.
A dairy?
Mm-hmm. Where the milk was separated and they made butter. The local farmers will tell you every time the milk was brought here, a cow died. And finally, the family who lived here gave up and, well, it became a tool shed.
Smells musty in here.
I shouldn't wonder.
No, not musty. More like incense. Something was burned here.
Who knows? There are those in the village who won't visit Martin because of this little building.
It's still associated with cows dying.
Well, you know how country people are. They say the vicar should come and exorcise the devil here. It's haunted. Cast the spell.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe that?
I don't know what she believes.
Gwen, would you shine your lantern on the floor over there? I thought I saw... Gwen, what's that? That design on the floor.
It has some Kabbalistic meaning, but there's not a book I can find written about it.
I can barely make out an 8-pointed red star in 3 circles of black. Quite faded. It must have been here a long time. And you haven't any idea what that sign represents.
I didn't say that. I said there's no book on it. I do know it's as old as the Druids. It's called the Devil's Mark.
Never heard of it.
The Devil's Mark was acquired by a witch at her initiation into the Devil's service. It's the mark that Satan places on a witch as a token of his authority over her.
And what do you suppose it's doing in this tool shed?
To coin a bad pun, I'd say, mystery loves company. A young English newspaper writer has stumbled upon what may be the heart of a mystery. A tool shed containing a satanic sign. Does it dominate an author, his wife, their mute child? The only way to find out is to stay with us until the curtain rises again on Act 2. It's a good question to ask oneself. How much should one dabble in the unknown? Dig at the mystery of the supernatural. Probe into the paranormal. Back 100 years in the England of Queen Victoria, avant-garde author Martin Hazeltine did just that. Was it worth it?
Ah, Robinson. Mind if I poke my head into your room?
Not at all, Martin.
I'm glad you're still up. Would you like to come to my study and have a start at the formal interview?
I certainly would.
Not too late for you, huh?
I'm used to late nights. By the way, I hope you don't mind. After dinner, I asked Gwen to show me the tool shed. I hope you won't regard it as snooping.
I promised TR you would have a free rein. So she probably showed you that primitive drawing on the floor.
The Devil's Mark.
Gwen is quite a bright girl, but about that, she is mistaken. Let us go to my study.
So it's not the Devil's Mark, as Gwen said.
Similar, yes. A star and circles. But the real Devil's Mark was always found on a person's body. In the old days, in these parts, actually, any birthmark was considered a sign of Satan.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe the tool shed has some mystic powers?
I doubt it. The only fetish she subscribes to, and you've observed that, is her complete, how can I put it? Her complete subjugation of our son. No one else can come near him. It's been that way since he was a baby. It's as if Hermes was Dorothy's captive.
Is it true she's never read any of your books?
So she says. I've no way of proving it. They're all over the house.
Where did you meet Mrs. Hazeltine?
In Egypt. Her parents were missionaries who turned to archaeology.
But your wife didn't follow in their footsteps?
Oh, yes, she did. But just 1 week after I arrived, she suffered the terrible shock of seeing both her parents fall from the top of an Egyptian tomb to the edge of the Nile below.
They died?
A terrible tragedy. The fall broke their necks. I hoped Dorothy would recover when she returned to England. I saw something of her, started writing, and then lost track of her. Then one day I went to the British Museum where she was working, and I asked her to marry me. Now you can understand her reluctance to dip into the pool of the unknown. Excuse me. Gwen, what on earth are you doing up at this hour?
Martin, I think you should go to the boys' room. There's something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I will be back as soon as I can, Robinson.
Would you like to continue the interview in the morning?
Not at all. I do my best thinking at night. I hope I won't have the same trouble with Dorothy I always have.
What did he mean, Gwen? The same trouble he always has.
The same trouble. It's a constant battle between those two. Has been ever since Hermes was born. Oh, Dorothy's always been afraid the boy will fall under his father's influence, particularly his writings.
But he's not nearly old enough to read those complicated books yet.
She's never explicit about her fear. All I can say is Dorothy believes the boy's mind will be damaged by any association with his father.
Such a beautiful child. Hard to believe nothing can be done about his affliction.
Oh, but Hermes can hear and understand everything you say. It's just that he's unable to talk.
Gwen, pour me a drink.
Is the boy all right?
I am not to know.
Not to know?
Dorothy has locked herself into his room and will not let me in.
Oh, not again.
I think this has gone about as far as it can.
Martin, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Tonight, instead of sleeping, I shall try to come up with a plan of action. Children, I bid you good night. Oh, before I forget, Robinson, here is the first chapter of the new book. I thought of calling it Demons of the Mind. I'd like you to look at it. Now, my chickens, off you go to roost. Martin Hazeltine needs to be alone, and action is what is called for. Good night. And close the door after you, will you?
Good night.
Oh, he's being bitter, resentful, sardonic. He's deeply unhappy about all this. He loves Hermes. He adores the child.
Why does his wife do that?
Do you know that she's never asked for one page he's written?
Yes, she mentioned it. It's hard to understand.
I hope your visit will help.
Me? Being here?
Well, for one thing, Robbie, you are the very first person he's ever let see any work in progress. There's a sympathy between you. I can tell.
He certainly has my sympathy. I'm honored to read this.
Perhaps it's not too much to hope that Dorothy will also come to like you. And maybe you can be the catalyst that brings the two of them together.
What's that? I smell smoke. Smoke? Where's my other slipper?
Robbie, what are you doing up at 3 in the morning?
I could ask you the same question. I was reading and suddenly I smelled smoke.
So did I.
Where's it coming from?
Outside.
You mean there's a fire out there?
Well, I checked the kitchen. It's not in the house. There's a double lock on this front door. Here, let me. Oh, it's coming from down there, where the tool shed is.
Let me open the tool shed door. Could be dangerous. I don't understand this. I smelled smoke. I know I did.
But as soon as you opened the tool shed door, it went. No smell of it. Wait till I tell Martin about this. If you weren't with me, he wouldn't believe it.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know how much you know of Martin's books.
I've read every one of them.
Well, then you know with what reality he portrays the alchemy of time and sorcery. It was Martin who discovered that sign on the floor. But he disowned it. Said a devil's mark was only found on a person's body. Something was happening here just now. I wonder if we ever shall know what.
Who knows? 3:30. Might as well get back to the house and use what's left of the night to sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Crane. You're up earlier than I am. I'm always the first to come down to breakfast.
Good morning, Mrs. Hazeltine. I just made myself some tea.
Did you sleep well?
Oh, yes. Right through the night. Like a top.
What is that you're reading?
Mr. Hazeltine gave me the great privilege of the first chapter of Demons of the Mind, his new book. It's the most beautifully written introduction to life after death I've ever read. He introduces his characters from two worlds. He believes there's another world existing at the same time as ours, and we don't die. It's to that world that we depart. The same with birth.
Mr. Crane, I want you to stop. I don't wish to hear. I don't wish to know.
You told me that yesterday, and I told you I'd like to ask whether the wife of a great author accepts or rejects his work, and why.
I can tell you categorically, this wife does not accept.
But you've never read one word he's written.
Never. Nor shall I.
What is it you're afraid of?
Penetrating question. My parents were greatly interested in the occult of Egypt. They died strangely, unaccountably, fell to their death as if they were pushed by an invisible hand. And since that time, yes, I have feared the unknown. I don't think Martin should write what he does, and he knows how I feel. It contaminates anyone it touches.
But if you were to read these few pages, only 20, it's so clearly and poetically written, it proves that there's nothing to fear. It would help you, Mrs. Hazeltine.
Would it?
I swear to you. I may be very young in your eyes, but there's an unhappiness in this house. And if you'll forgive my saying so, it could be put to rights if you'd let it.
Robinson Crane, you are quite convincing.
Please read it.
Good morning, Dorothy. How is the boy?
Not very well.
What does that mean? How unwell? Does he have a fever?
He seemed a little flushed and warm when I was in there.
Dorothy, how long are you going to continue this drama? Locking yourself in his room, locking the door when you leave. I couldn't get in there just now. Now, why are you making a prisoner of him? I'm going out now to fetch Dr. Cook.
We don't need him. I am perfectly competent to take care of my own son.
I'm sorry you think so. I'm sorry about a lot of other things, too. We're going to talk about them when I come back with the doctor.
Yes? Who is it?
Gwen, it's me, Robinson Crane. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, what is it, Robbie? I was just coming down for a late breakfast. Our trip to the tool shed last night must have made me oversleep.
It's been a morning of terrible scenes downstairs, and I don't know what to do. Hermes isn't well, feverish. Martin went for a doctor. The doctor wasn't there. He left word for him and came storming back. Now he's in his study. I tried to go in to talk to him about an hour ago. He called out to leave him alone.
The child is worse? Oh, Robbie, look at you. Where have you been? Your feet are covered in mud. Oh, Dorothy isn't going to like that one bit.
I know it wasn't my place, but I became alarmed. After Martin went to his study, I went out thinking I'd get to the nearest house. Perhaps they'd know of a doctor. I walked round and round. I was lucky to get back here at all. I was lost.
Oh, Robbie, the nearest building is the railroad station. Today being Sunday, it's closed down. Whatever made you suddenly go chasing for a neighbor?
After Martin wouldn't talk to me, I listened at the door of the boy's room. I could hear Mrs. Hazeltine speaking to him in a kind of strange sing-song voice. It was all very peculiar. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. Then something came over me.
One of your premonitions.
I knew I had to talk to you, so I came straight down to your door.
With your muddy feet. Oh, don't panic, Robbie. There have been these set-tos before where Dorothy wouldn't let anyone come near the boy and nursed him herself. He's not a well child. I'll go see. She'll let me in.
If there's something really wrong, you'll come right out and tell me, won't you?
Dorothy? Dorothy, it's Gwen. How is Hermes this morning? Dorothy, are you in there? Oh, it's open. It's not locked. Dorothy?
She's not in there.
Oh, the room's empty. Oh, she's taken Hermes into her room. She sleeps in a separate room from Martin, 2 doors down the hall. Dorothy? Dorothy, are you in here?
There's no one in this room either. She's gone.
Oh, she's gone with the boy.
Could they be somewhere else in the house?
There is nowhere else. You came in downstairs, you would have seen them. She's taken Hermes with her. She's never done that before.
On a windswept over coast stands a house, inside of which lives a novelist, his wife, their 7-year-old son, and a young secretary. There is no other house for miles. This house, with its vacant tool shed, adorned with cabalistic signs, is like a world unto itself, alone. What is the key to the mysterious actions of those we have met? I am not revealing too much when I tell you it lies in a boy who cannot speak. Perhaps a reincarnation of the god after whom he was named. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The mystery of the boy and his mother who disappeared from a house on the coast of Devon has not been solved. The police are called in, Scotland Yard is asked to help, and finally, Robinson Crane, feature writer for the London Times, unable to complete his assignment, returned to the city. Weeks pass.
Robinson,
Yes, T.R.
I called you in this morning because there's been a development in the Hazeltine affair. I just got word the boy was found, but the mother is still missing.
Fantastic. How is he?
That's one of the things I want you to find out. Take the first train out of Victoria. Get yourself over there.
Have you read what I wrote on him and his family? I did the best I could to give it an ending.
Yes, I went over it last night. The only trouble is it ends with a question mark.
After I get down there, maybe I can change that question mark.
I'm hopeful. It needs an exclamation point at the end. Why did she keep her son from his father?
I touched on that.
Well, barely. You never explain what's behind her fear. And finally, now that the boy has been returned or found or whatever, where was he? And who kidnapped him?
T.R., the child is mute. He can't talk.
Tragedy. But he can hear.
Oh, yes. Nothing's wrong with his hearing.
Is he old enough to write out answers to questions?
I don't know. Maybe. Simple answers. I only saw him once.
You will be seeing him again in a matter of hours. I wish you well.
It's a strange house filled with strange people in a very superstitious part of England. Just wish me safety.
Robbie, it's me.
Gwen.
Robbie, I never expected to see you again. What are you doing in Devon?
What are you doing at the station? You didn't know I was coming down here, did you?
This is unbelievable. Martin sent me.
Martin said, go to the noon train. Someone's arriving, and I want you to meet him. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. He's psychic. He knew.
Is it true Hermes was found? How is he?
I'm not going to tell you. You'll see for yourself when you get to the house. Come on, let's walk.
Gwen, you can at least tell me, is the boy in good health? He was sick when he disappeared with Mrs. Hazeltine.
It's as if nothing happened to him. He's bright and cheerful. It makes such a difference.
What does?
You did know they haven't found Dorothy. She's still missing.
How did they find Hermes?
They didn't. The police were amazed. I'll show you where it happened.
And Martin, how is he?
A changed man. His son is with him all the time.
And you, Gwen? How are you?
I'm not sure, Robbie. It's a little like living on a tightrope.
Why do you do it? You're a sensible girl. Could get any kind of work anywhere.
Nice of you, Robbie, to care about my future. But I couldn't leave here.
You're going to spend a lifetime being Martin's right-hand man? I mean woman.
If you'll let me.
But he's married. You'll never mean that much to him.
I know that.
Are you hoping she'll never come back?
For now, I can take very good care of both the men in the Hazeltine family. The little one and the big one. Robbie, before we go into the gate, I want you to know that I love Martin. Well, maybe he's much older than I am, but that doesn't matter to me. So long as I can be near him, that's all I want.
I respect that, Gwen. Sorry if I talked out of turn. This isn't the way to the house. Why are we turning off?
You asked me where Hermes was found. That's where I'm taking you.
He was found right here, on your property.
Down there.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes.
In the tool shed.
Sitting in the middle of the floor as if nothing had ever happened. As if weeks hadn't passed. As if the tool shed hadn't been combed through a dozen times. As if the whole countryside hadn't been searched. There he was.
Incredible. When did you say the police looked there last?
Exactly what Martin wanted to know. You know what the constable told him?
Haven't a clue.
The day before, the very day before we found him, they even placed a tape across the door, which we pulled off.
Unbelievable. But I do believe you.
That beautiful little boy was sitting right in the center of that star and the circles. Oh, I needn't tell you, Martin still won't acknowledge it's a devil's mark.
I'm anxious to talk to him. Let's go into the house.
Yes, Robinson. I am a changed man. That is, to some degree. I still worry about Dorothy. Did she leave of her own accord? Did someone take them both?
Can't you get an answer from Hermes in some way?
It's hopeless. He actually knows nothing.
It's as if that little boy's mind went blank for all those weeks he was missing.
By the way, where is Hermes? I was hoping he'd be right here in your study, sitting on your lap, Martin.
That's where he generally is, on the lap of his papa.
I put him to bed for his new nap. But I think he'd like to wake up and greet his Uncle Robinson.
I told Uncle Robinson where we found him.
In the tool shed, as if by miracle.
You're right. It was definitely a miracle. That must be the workman. I'll go. If Robbie's staying and hasn't eaten, will you do something about that, Gwen?
Yes, I will. Go along.
I have eaten, and as for staying, I plan to until I can wind up this story. I know that between the two of you, there are a dozen things left unsaid.
Oh, don't fret, Robbie. You know enough about the great Hazeltine to write 3 stories.
But not what my editor wants to know.
By the way, that manuscript chapter you read of Demons of the Mind, he tore it up and started all over again. It's much less fearful and more hopeful.
Do you mean he now feels that one can make contact with that other world?
Yes. And all those people in the darker ages of man who were persecuted for being sorcerers and witches actually did step into our world from another.
Gwen, is that the secret? Are you saying that that's where Dorothy and Hermes disappeared to? They stepped into another world?
It would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Why the boy's mind is a total blank. Does Martin believe it?
That's what he's been comforting himself with all these weeks. Oh, Martin, what is it? You look white.
They found Dorothy. She's dead.
Oh. Where? I'm not in the tool shed.
At the foot of the cliff. Straight down from the rock facing the water. Her neck broken as if she'd fallen from a great height. Gwen, it's the irony of it.
You mean because that's the way her mother and father died in Egypt?
Maybe it's not a joke of fate at all, Martin. Maybe it was preordained.
I knew there was a reason we hit it off so well, Robinson. He sounds like one of us, doesn't he, Gwen? He's got that intuitive reasoning.
May I see Hermes?
Gwen, our roving reporter is in for a surprise, isn't he? Give me 2 minutes to wake him and wash his face.
Didn't I tell you he was a magnificent father?
And I want to tell the boy he's about to be interviewed by the London Times. 2 minutes, and then you two come in. All right?
My notebook and pencil will be ready.
You can come closer, Robinson. You've met my son Hermes before.
I certainly have. I heard you were away, Hermes. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Did he speak? I mean, did he actually say thank you?
I have an exceedingly polite son.
Oh, yes. Hermes can speak, and speak he does very well. Don't you, my angel? Hello? Queen? He knows my name.
This is fantastic.
Papa? Papa?
Yes, my boy. Papa is here. He will always be here.
Martin and I were the ones who found him. Suddenly we were sitting here, and we had this feeling, right here in this room. It came over us so strongly. Without saying a word, we found ourselves heading for the tool shed. There he was, sitting on the floor.
And when you saw me, Hermes, what did you say?
Papa. Papa.
That's what he said. His first words. Of course, he'd been hearing them for years, but he never said them.
Have you told any doctors about this miraculous...
Not yet. Gwen and I have been too busy enjoying his new ability to speak. Now I shall dress our little friend, and we shall meet you outside in, say, 10 minutes. And the 4 of us will take a walk.
Hermes, it was a great pleasure for me to see you so well. I'm going to have to go back to London now, but I look forward to my next visit.
You're really going, Robbie?
Yes, back to write that happy ending and try to give TR the answers he wants.
I'll walk you to the gate.
I'll have to guess. I realize I'll never know where the child appeared from and why he speaks now, any more than why he could never speak before.
It's the kind of miracle one prays for. And when it happens, you shouldn't look too closely. I could, I suppose, give you Martin's explanation.
I'd like to hear it.
He's always said that what was on the floor of the tool shed was not the devil's mark. Hermes had such a mark when he was born. Martin found it. A tiny star inside a tiny circle in the crook of the infant's elbow. Was it placed there by an evil power in some other world? And that's why the boy remained mute? Possibly. Who can be sure?
It doesn't explain why suddenly he can talk now.
Oh, but it does. You see, the mark on Hermes is gone now. It's disappeared.
So it'll be a new chapter, T.R.
For Martin Hazeltine.
In fact, a whole new book. That's the way I'm going to finish off the profile. You know that manuscript at the beginning of the book he was writing? The one he gave me to read, called Demons of the Mind. It was a personal statement.
Huh? Who was he writing about?
My guess is it was his wife, Dorothy. She must have exercised some kind of dark magic on Hazeltine, and when they shared the making of a son, she tried to keep the boy away from Martin's healthy mind. If indeed Dorothy was controlled from the wrong side of the mirror, she failed. Martin's torn up the old chapters and the old life and is starting over.
Any idea what the new book will be about?
About a man beginning again. No spooks, no cults, no strings with the past. A man who found his voice and learned to speak. A book about Martin and his own son.
A strange story, and yet one full of directional signs to follow. You wonder, at least I do, how many of these marks of the devil are meaningful, or how many are just plain superstition. After all, in Russia, in Turgenev's day, a little mole on the left cheek was regarded as an evil omen, and we know man has been persecuted for less than that. In other words, conclusions are something which even today we shouldn't jump to. I shall return shortly. Henry James, whose story we have paraphrased on today's Mystery Theater, once advised the Martin Hazeltines of this world to, quote, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't that, what have you had? I agree. Our cast included John Vickery, Bernard Grant, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
He wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Your Mystery Theater presents Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said that no one is so old that he cannot live another year, nor so young that he cannot die today. And thus, we have it clearly stated, the mysteries that surround each of us, life and death, age and youth. Some are spared, some are taken. Why? If we only knew.
We'd like to get what might be called a psychological profile of the murderer, ma'am.
Yes? Tell me what you know, Sheriff.
Oh, you know, the victim was shot.
Yes?
He was also stabbed.
Ah.
He was also poisoned.
All three?
All three. Now, what could this tell us about the murderer?
Obviously, he was a very insecure person.
Our mystery drama, The Code, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I have fallen in love with American names, said the poet. The sharp names that never get flat. The snakeskin titles of mining claims. The plumed war bonnet of Medicine Hat. Tucson, Deadwood, and Lost Mule Flat. Yes, young Paul Wagner knew all those names and 1,000 more. In 1936, he ran away from the drudgery of an Iowa farm and joined the circus. But I'm getting ahead of my story.
It wasn't a circus, exactly. More of a carnival. Not really a carnival, neither. I guess you could call it a sideshow. I hadn't fallen in love with all those American names, nor with the circus business, but with a woman. A woman like I'd never seen in all my born days.
And here she is, Ishtar, named after that ancient Babylonian goddess of love.
Oh, yes. She was a star. And she was also the magnificent Hindu queen, Her Royal Majesty the Maharini of Cooch Behar. She knew all the mystical magic of the inscrutable Orient. She was tall, she was slender, she had long black hair and flashing black eyes, oh, and a smile that could warm your heart, and also chill you to the marrow of your bones. Yes, I worshipped her, but from a distance. How could I ever hope to approach her? Then, one night, it happened. Everything happened.
And here she is, the Grand Duchess Helena of the late royal court, of the late royal Tsar, Nicholas of Imperial Russia. Helena, she reads the mind. She probes the innermost mystery of the human psyche. The human...
Jack!
Of the...
Jack!
Somebody open... I can't breathe!
Jack! Okay, kid, what are you doing in my trailer?
Well, I'm not a kid. I'm 21 years old.
That's still a kid.
I wanted to tell you how sorry I am about your husband.
My husband?
Yeah, the fellow who died last night.
Oh, he wasn't my husband.
Oh. Well, you traveled together, so naturally I just thought...
Naturally.
I was watching the show when he keeled over. I'm the one who ran and got the doctor. I'm sorry I was too late.
It wasn't too late. We all got to go when our time comes, and good old Jack's was due. Overdue, if you ask me. Well, thanks for dropping by. Adios.
I had another reason for coming here.
Oh, don't tell me. You want a job.
How did you know?
I read minds, don't I? sorry, kid. I can't use you. Nothing's open.
Well, this fellow Jack, his job's open.
No. You can't be a plow jockey one day and then walk into a job like Jack's the next.
But I can do it. I know I can do it.
Sorry, kid.
Look, I took $100 from the bank, all the money I had in the world. And for the last 3 weeks, I've been following the show. I've been listening to Jack. I can say it exactly like he does.
Well, anybody can be a barker.
Well, maybe.
Sure, I can use one of the concessionaires.
I suppose you can. But, does he know the code?
The what?
The code you use in the mind-reading act.
Who told you there's a code?
I cracked it.
I don't believe you.
I don't say I know all of it, but I'm sure I figured out the system. I have a gentleman here. That means a middle-aged, bald-headed guy with glasses. I have a gentleman means a young guy. What is this means a fountain pen. And can you tell me means a watch.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
Tell me what he's thinking means he's worried about a woman. Does he have cause means the woman's much younger than he is. You want me to go on? You're going to have to break in a new partner.
Hey, you're a fresh kid. You know that?
I'll work hard.
What's your name?
Paul Wagner.
All right, kid. I'm going to throw you to the wolves. Let's see what happens.
Once you move the people inside the tent, you pick out your mark, the one whose mind she's going to read. Oh, that is, she's going to read it through me. I have to get somebody set up. Always pick on a bald-headed guy, a nice, stout, plump, middle-aged, bald-headed guy. And there's always one in the house. Yes, sir. Before the Duchess makes her appearance, is there a problem she can solve for you?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Health, wealth, love, what is the nature of the problem?
Well, there's this little girl.
Love.
She ain't a day over 19 years of age.
The peak of pulchritudinous perfection.
Whereas me, well, I ain't exactly over the hill. You might say I've just about reached the crest.
And the question, the perfectly natural question, is it you or your bankroll? Have no fear, the Duchess shall read the truth. The Grand Duchess Elena, who reads the mind, who probes the innermost secrets of the deepest psyche. Grand Duchess Elena!
Speak!
I have a gentleman here.
Is he bald, of middle age? Does he wear spectacles?
See, ladies and gentlemen, the Duchess has been blindfolded to your complete satisfaction. She stands with her back to the audience, and yet she sees all. Nothing is concealed from her. Duchess, tell me, what is he thinking?
He is worried, the gentleman, concerned over an affair of the heart. But she is much younger, is not that so?
Exactly what he just told me. Is that not correct, sir?
He fears she loves his money.
Precisely. But, Duchess, is it true? Is she really after his money?
Wait, I must feel them further. The vibrations. What do they tell me? What? Yes. Say to the gentleman, he will always have these fears with a young girl. Say to the gentleman, marry a nice widow or attractive spinster. The vibrations have spoken.
She was a hit. She was always a hit. And the crowds that keep coming in to ask her, you'd be surprised. The personal and intimate questions they'd ask her. Usually, we'd only stay in town a couple of days or a week. But here, business was so good, we'd been almost a month. Well, late one night...
Hello, son.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'm the sheriff.
Well, we got our permit okay and everything, Sheriff.
You don't remember me? Let me take off my hat. Well?
You do look familiar.
I'm the bald-headed gentleman whose mind was read by the princess a week or so ago.
Oh, she's not a princess. She's a duchess.
Well, strictly speaking, she ain't a duchess neither. Her name is Juanita Schultz, and she hails from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh. Well, what's on your mind, Sheriff?
It's a pity she ain't here. She could read it. Where can I find her?
I think she's gone to bed.
Suppose you could wake her up?
If it's important.
Would I ask if it wasn't?
Carnival folks and the law. At best, it's always a nervous relationship, if you know what I mean. Anyhow, I told her what was up, and she invited the sheriff inside the trailer.
I'll come right to the point, Duchess. I want your help. We've had us a murder.
But what would we, the carnival, have to do with the murder?
Nothing. Just that I want the Duchess here to help me solve it.
The Duchess?
I can't solve it myself.
But you're the sheriff.
All I know how to do is keep the peace. Besides, the folks who may have done it, they're all more or less good friends of mine.
And when did the event take place?
About a half an hour ago. That's why I'd like you to come up there now whilst the clues are still fresh. This is old man Loomis's place. He was 92 years old, but hale and hearty. Matter of fact, he was fixing to take himself a bride.
A bride?
Yeah. He was about to resubmit to the bonds of holy matrimony.
But who'd want to marry a man of 92?
Well, son, you remember that gal I asked the Duchess about? Her.
Her?
Yep. Druzy Malone.
The one that was even too young for you?
Exactly.
Well, why would she want to marry him?
Because he had $1 million. Everything clear?
Where is poor Mr. Loomis at present?
Doc Halliburton, the coroner, had him taken down to the morgue at the hospital.
And what had taken place here?
Somebody thought they heard a shot. They telephoned my office, and so I come up here. I rang the bell. There was no answer. So I tried the handle. The door was unlocked. I walked in, and I seen him sitting there in that armchair, dead.
He'd been shot.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought he'd been poisoned.
Poisoned?
Yeah, there was this coffee cup laying on the floor near his feet. It had a funny smell. I took a small sip. It was arsenic.
But you said someone heard a shot.
That's right. Then I looked, and I could see the little blue-black bullet hole in his forehead.
Well, then he had been shot.
And there was blood on his shirt from what looked like a wound in his chest. Doc said he'd been stabbed.
Well, he'd been poisoned, shot, and stabbed at one and the same time?
All three. Yeah. But not necessarily at the same time.
Well, which one of them killed him?
Well, we don't know. And that's what we want to ask the Duchess.
But what can I tell you, my friend?
Duchess, we got 3 suspects.
Yes?
Fred, Frederica, and Ferdinand Loomis. They're the old man's adopted kids. None of them never got married, you see. They've been waiting to inherit old man Loomis's money.
Well, then why should they wish to kill him?
The old man was going to marry Druzy, and she'd get all the money.
This is the room in which it took place, you say?
Yes.
Let me close my eyes and see what the room may tell me. What vibrations do I receive? Ah, yes. Certain things are being revealed. The 4 people who are involved, Miss Druzy Malone, and the 2 sons and the daughter. Do you know where they are?
We're out looking. We'll pick him up sooner or later.
And the fifth principal, Mr. Loomis himself. You say he is in the morgue?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we visit him? Perhaps he may be able to tell us something.
Oh, what can he tell us? The man is dead.
That does not matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, if he has something to say that is important, he will find a way to say it.
That's an interesting thought. Does all knowledge and communication pass away with death? Can the departed no longer communicate? Oh, we don't mean through seances or voices from the grave or other assorted hoaxes of that nature. There are statements that the dead can make. If you don't believe it, come back for Act 2 shortly. The lady of all work in this particular sideshow. Her name is Juanita Schultz. But it is also the Maharani of Kuch Bahar, who dances with a king cobra. She is also Ishtar, who performs the fertility rites of the ancient Persians. And last but not least, the Grand Duchess Elena, who claims she can probe the psyche and read the mind. She has somehow persuaded the small-town sheriff that she can actually do it.
Leave me get somebody to open up the morgue so you can get a look at the old man.
Look, Juanita, what are we doing here?
Relax, kid.
This hayseed sheriff actually thinks you can read minds.
Oh, listen to you. 3 months ago, you were just another hayseed yourself.
He doesn't know it's all a trick, a code.
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Besides, I think he's kind of cute.
That bald-headed old...
Baldness can be a sign of virility.
Juanita!
Listen, kid, pick on a girl your own age, huh?
But I love you, Juanita.
Oh, in 10 years, I'll be an old lady.
Oh, you'll never be an old lady.
You're sweet.
Don't treat me like a kid. Look, what do you want to get mixed up in this for?
Oh, when one of these small-town sheriffs asks you for a favor, you have to say yes.
But suppose you can't solve the murder for him.
Look, he's got 3 suspects. Anyone will do. Oh, here he comes now. Look, I have to get back into character.
All right, let's go, Duchess, if you're ready.
Lead the way. I follow. So, this is the morgue. How bright, how white. And this is all that remains of the gentleman's name again.
Loomis. Old man Loomis.
Ah, yes. Oh, poor Mr. Loomis. He has left us in the fullness of his time.
Duchess, you said he might be able to tell us something.
Yes, I said that.
Well, is he telling us anything?
Oh, look at him. He scarcely appears dead. He sleeps. Such a peaceful, happy smile on his face. It tells us much.
It does? What? Have you found out anything?
Oh, yes.
Well, can you tell me what?
When I am at liberty to make the revelation.
Well, when will that be?
It is out of our hands, Sheriff. I must speak to the others.
Most of the time, I really didn't know what to make of her. I never knew quite how to figure her. Oh, sure she was Juanita Schultz from Philadelphia, PA. But she was also Ishtar, and the Maharini, and the Grand Duchess Elena. And maybe, just maybe, there was such a thing as magic.
I got them all lined up for you to see, Duchess.
Yes.
I beg your pardon, Duchess?
Oh, it is nothing. This is the first time I have seen you in the daytime, Sheriff. Oh, yes.
What is it?
Remarkable. You look so much like him.
Him?
Grand Duke Boris.
The Grand Duke Boris?
Yes, a cousin of the Tsar. He was my betrothed. And the two of you, it is one face. Both of you bald. Well, with whom shall we speak?
I'll call in the oldest brother, Frederick. Why would I want to kill the old man?
This is what you must tell us.
I didn't do it.
He was shot. You own a gun?
Yes, I own a gun.
I am told by the doctor that this was the gun that fired the bullet.
But that didn't mean I fired the bullet.
Well, it was your gun.
Everybody knew I had it. Everybody knew where I kept it in the house. Anybody could have taken it and fired it.
You claim to be innocent.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
48.
And how long have you waited for your inheritance?
What does that have to do with it?
Year after year, you wait patiently for the old man to die. But it seems that with each passing year, he grows stronger. He does not lose his faculties. He is still vigorous. And now he decides to take a wife.
That isn't true.
It is not true that he has decided to take a wife?
That I was going to do something, that I did something about it.
Very well. You have been extremely helpful. We shall talk again.
Is he the one who done it, Duchess?
That will be revealed in time.
Yeah, well, how does it look?
The outlook is clouded.
How come you couldn't read his mind?
It happens.
Yeah, but you were able to read mine that night.
Because your mind was open to me. You see, Sheriff, to read the mind requires two people.
I didn't know what she was doing. She was giving him that Grand Duke and Duchess stuff, but he knew she was a girl from Philadelphia. Did she expect him to swallow it? Well, maybe he wanted to. Then they brought in the sister, Frederica.
I'm told that there was arsenic in the elderly gentleman's coffee cup.
That doesn't mean I put it there. Could have been anybody.
But you are the one who tends the garden, do you not?
What about it?
Do you have, perhaps, a small shed where you keep the tools of gardening?
And what if I do?
Would you happen to have a quantity of arsenic?
I don't know. I don't remember.
But if we were to speak with a chemist in the town, might he not be able to tell us that you buy it on occasion?
Oh. What if I do?
Did you place it in your father's cup?
No.
May I ask your age?
Do I have to tell you?
It's a matter of record, Miss Frederica.
Okay. 57.
Had you ever married?
No.
I find that very hard to believe. You are attractive.
Oh. I could never get to meet anybody. All day, all night. I had to work here in the house for him.
Why?
What else could I do?
You could have gone out into the world.
And done what?
There are jobs.
Oh, sure. Jobs. For people like me who haven't been trained to do anything. Jobs that pay enough to starve on.
Ah, then you were afraid.
All right. I was afraid. But I always figured that one day I'd come into my share of $1 million. I could get myself all fixed up, you know? Travel, see the world, maybe meet somebody.
But she came along.
Yeah, she came along. Out of nowhere. Started making those eyes at him. The senile old fool.
You saw the fortune slipping through your fingers.
Bet I saw that. I saw it begin to melt away, dollar by dollar.
And therefore, what did you decide to do about it?
What could I do about it? With his money?
Was it? Was that how you thought of it? As his money? Did not you and your two brothers come to regard it as your money?
Well, maybe.
And so, if he were to die quickly, before he could change the will, before he could marry, it would truly be your money, would it not?
But I didn't kill him.
Ah, well. We shall speak again soon. And you are the one who is known as Ferdinand.
Yep.
The Bowie knife that was found near the body, it belongs to you.
Yep.
This knife was used to stab him in the heart. You're aware of that?
Yep.
And, of course, you have the motive, just as strong as your brother or sister. You, too, would lose most of your inheritance. It is not so?
Yep.
You claim you had nothing to do with your father's death.
Yep.
But you knew about Miss Drusi Malone.
Yep.
Did the thought of the coming marriage bother you in any way?
Nope.
You stood to lose money, did you not?
Yep.
But that did not matter.
Nope.
Very well. We shall speak further.
Listen.
Yes?
You want to know who killed my father?
Of course. Who?
Who do you think? The sheriff.
He's a man of very few words, but when he decides to make a statement, he certainly picks some that gets your attention. The sheriff? We hadn't looked at it from that angle, although some of you might have been ahead of us. Can the sheriff be the killer? You know you'll have to be told this, among other things, in Act 3. You know how it is with some murder mysteries. You reach a point where you start to suspect everybody. That's one way to come up with the right answer. But this technique also has its drawbacks. Where everyone is potentially guilty, it stands to reason that everyone can also be potentially innocent. We must separate the goats from the sheep shortly.
The sheriff?
Yep.
And why do you say the sheriff?
Why not? His gal Drusi left him.
I believe that is not quite the fact. It was the other way.
Nope. She had a chance to score with Pop. That was a better deal. She took it.
You are saying the sheriff killed Mr. Loomis because of Miss Drusi Malone?
Even a fortune teller like you could see it. He was nuts about her. The sheriff was jealous. That's all there was to it.
The sheriff?
Yes, ma'am. You don't know how gone he was on that sweet little gal.
Well, this is a most serious accusation.
Oh, sure. But you see, I was downtown with Papa this day, and we run into him and Drusi. And Papa says to him, "Who is this vision of loveliness and delight?" And the sheriff introduces her, and Papa says, "Sheriff, I'm going to steal her away from you." And he did that very thing.
And you accused the sheriff of the murder.
Then and there, he knew he was going to lose her. And if looks could kill...
But looks do not kill.
Of course not, but bullets do, knives do, poison does. And I guess he wanted to make sure he's your man.
It sure sounded logical to me. Of course, I was jealous of the sheriff because I could tell she liked him. But why couldn't it be true? After all, didn't the sheriff have just as good a motive as anybody else? Maybe even better.
No.
Why do you say no?
Because my vibrations deny it.
Sure. What do you see in him, anyhow?
I told you. I think he's cute.
So, where do you go from here?
There's one person we haven't talked to yet.
Who?
The one who brought it all about. Druzy. Druzy Malone.
Yes, ma'am. That's my name. Druzy.
And what can you tell us?
Oh, ain't it all just awful?
Yes.
Oh, to think that pure-hearted soul is now gone from us.
Yes, but he has gone to his reward.
That's my only consolation.
Is it true you were engaged?
Yes. It had just been announced last Sunday. I suppose in the eyes of the Lord, we were as good as married.
And you were in love with Mr. Loomis?
Oh, yes. With all my heart.
How old are you?
19.
And Mr. Loomis was, I understand, 92.
Oh, but he was such a young 92.
And when did you last see Mr. Loomis?
Why, it was on the night... last night.
We are informed by the coroner that he died at about 9 o'clock.
Oh, yes? Oh, poor Mr. Loomis. Well, I had come by at about 6 to fix him a little bit of supper.
And when did you leave?
Oh, I guess it was about 8.
You came at 6 and you departed at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Miss Malone. Perhaps we shall speak about this further.
Leave me know if I can be of further help. Meanwhile, bye all.
Now, Paul, there's a girl you might want to consider.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, she's very pretty.
I don't care.
Ah, she's really the one you should be after.
Maybe if you weren't so stuck on that sheriff, you'd realize he's the one you should be after for the killing.
The sheriff?
Why not?
The sheriff shot, stabbed, and poisoned Mr. Loomis? Why did he do all 3?
Because he was mad enough.
My boy, this calls for great meditation.
And she did just that. I couldn't get another word out of her. After a while, the sheriff came in and asked about what progress she was making. I could tell by the free and easy way they were talking that something was either going on there or about to start. And I didn't like it one bit.
I remind you of this fella, this Grand Duke Boris, you say?
Oh, yes, yes. You are, as they say, the very image.
And you were in love with him?
Oh, with all the passion and fire of first love.
Look, none of this is solving that murder.
The impatience of youth.
What throws me, Duchess, is that he was shot, stabbed, and poisoned. I never heard of that.
Ah, but this is nothing new. It has happened before.
It has?
And not only was the poor fellow shot and stabbed and poisoned, he was also drowned.
No.
Oh, yes.
Where?
In St. Petersburg.
Florida?
Russia.
To whom?
Why, to Rasputin, of course.
Rasputin?
Oh, yes. You see, he had cast a spell upon the Tsarina. Ah, poor Alexandra.
Well, what happened?
It was during the war, you know, and they thought he was a German spy, and so several noblemen of the court invited him to a party. They poisoned the cakes, they poisoned the wine.
And that didn't kill him?
Oh, no. They also had to shoot him and stab him.
And that didn't kill him?
Oh, no, he ran out of the house.
After all that?
Oh, yes, to the river, the Neva River that flows through St. Petersburg, and he fell through the ice, and he drowned. So, you see.
Yeah. Rasputin, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does this have to do with Old Man Loomis now?
The answer is coming to me, slowly, in its own time. You must permit me to meditate.
It's no good, Juanita.
What's no good, kid?
How much longer can you go on protecting him?
Who?
The sheriff, that's who.
Well, what makes you think I'm protecting the sheriff?
Because you're in love with him.
How do you know I'm in love with him?
He's guilty, and you know it.
How do I know it?
Well, you just told us the story about that Rasputin fellow in Russia.
Well, what about him?
Well, except for the drowning part, that's exactly what the sheriff done to Old Man Loomis.
Is that a fact?
The sheriff came here last night. The old man offered him a cup of coffee. The sheriff spiked it, but it did no good. So then the sheriff stabbed him, but the old man still refused to go. So the sheriff finally had to shoot him, and that's what happened.
It did? Will you answer it?
Hello? Yeah, hold on, sir. It's for you, the coroner.
It's about time, too. Hello? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, is that a fact? Oh, my. Oh, well, I wish to thank you very much.
Now what?
Now we must do what you see in all the detective stories. We must assemble everyone here in this room. The scene of the crime.
And we did it. The sheriff brought everybody in. The three children of the late old man Loomis. Children? Well, yeah. And Miss Druzy Malone.
The sheriff has asked me if perhaps I might assist in the catching of whoever it was that killed poor Mr. Loomis. And so, now I may say I know who is the murderer.
Yeah? Well, who?
Mr. Loomis was killed by Miss Druzy Malone.
That's a lie.
Is it?
I didn't kill him. He was shot. I didn't shoot him.
No, that is true.
He was stabbed. I didn't stab him.
Of course not.
He was poisoned, and I didn't do that either.
No one says you did.
Then how can you say I killed him?
He did not die of the bullet, the knife, or the poison.
He didn't?
No, Sheriff. None of these.
Then what did he die of?
Sheriff, do you not remember I said let us go to the morgue? Perhaps Mr. Loomis himself could tell us.
But Mr. Loomis was dead. He couldn't tell us anything.
Oh, but he told us everything. Remember the look on his face. How contented. Do you remember the smile that was still on his lips?
What about him?
He was at blissful peace with the world. A man who dies a violent death does not die with a smile on his lips, does he?
Well,
a man who is shot dies with a look of shock and surprise. A man who is stabbed has a look of agony. A man who is poisoned has a face that is twisted with pain. But you remember the look of Mr. Loomis. It was positively angelic.
Well, what does that mean?
What does it mean? Miss Malone, you know why he died.
How would I know?
You cannot be prosecuted for the crime. Indeed, it was no crime.
She committed murder, and it's not a crime.
Since when is making love an act of murder? Miss Malone, it's what happened, isn't it?
All I did was just kiss him.
Of course.
And I suppose it was just too much for him. He just keeled over and dropped dead.
What a way to die. Then you knew where Fred kept his gun, so you got it and shot him. And you knew where Ferdinand's knife was, and you stabbed him. And some poison from Frederica's gardening shed, and you lined the coffee cup with it.
But why, Druzy? Why did you do all that?
She wanted the police to suspect all three of them. Because if they could be convicted of a murder, they couldn't inherit the estate.
Druzy, you weren't married to him yet. How could you inherit?
She thought that as long as they were engaged, she would have a claim.
But, Druzy, that ain't true.
I know that now, Elwood. I know now I was a fool to leave you for him. Won't you take me back, Elwood? You're the one I really love.
Well, Druzy, I'll tell you how it is. I seen old man Loomis laying there in the morgue with that smile on his face. And I realize now that there, but for the grace, it could have been me. No, thank you, Druzy. You need a young fella like this one over here.
No, I was too broken-hearted to console myself with Druzy. Juanita gave me the carnival because she wanted to settle down with Elwood. And so I traveled all over the country trying to forget her. But I couldn't. And one day, I found myself in town again. And I just had to see her.
Yes?
Is this the sheriff's house? I'm looking for his wife.
Paul. Huh. You don't remember me.
No. Oh, this isn't you. It can't be.
I told you I was an old lady, Paul.
No. Where's Ishtar and the Maharini and the Grand Duchess Elena?
Gone, Paul. Gone with all the make-believe.
No, you were all of them.
It was only a code, Paul. A code to provide us with an illusion. Sooner or later, I had to grow old. Just as you must grow up.
It was only a code? Huh. That's all it was. Only a code.
And he walked away from there. I don't know where he went, but he walked away from the carnival, too. I suppose he walked into the grown-up world of reality. I hope he didn't discover that it could be a carnival, too. I shall return shortly.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his gun, and Jill came tumbling after.
Childhood accidents are a normal part of growing up, and some of them just can't be prevented. But too many children undergo other types of suffering, and it can be prevented. It's called child abuse.
Child abuse is physical, emotional, or sexual abuse of children, and it's also neglect. Every year, millions of helpless children endure child abuse in one form or another. Approximately 5,000 children a year die from it, and it's no accident.
This is Roy Rogers.
And Dale Evans.
Reminding you that child abuse can be prevented. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
That's Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago. Remember, abused children are helpless unless you help. A public service message of this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
WWJ Detroit.
It all begins simply and even innocently enough, doesn't it? We use some word when we mean another, and then we use words that disguise rather than reveal meaning. And after a while, no word really means what it's supposed to. Before we know it, all language becomes a secret code. If you don't believe it, just take time out to listen to the language that's spoken all around you. Can you make sense of most of it? Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
There are those who feel that the cause would be better served if you died at the end of a rope. The choice, life or death, must be yours. All yours. After all, it's your life.
It's my life.
Yes, Roddy. You're fighting for your life.
My life.